team in our region.
Yeah, well, so North American fans, I feel like they're gonna hold on to every word that just came out of your mouth right there, because the reality right now in VCT America is that North American teams have only beaten North American teams. They haven't beaten LATAM, they haven't beaten South America, anything like that. And so get it done against Leviathan today, maybe some faith, kind of comes rushing back into the North American region at that. A quick reminder to you at home, though, when you're tweeting about Tens and Sentinels today, remember to use those hashtags VCT Americas and VCT so we can feature you on the broadcast throughout the day and check out all of your hot takes. Now, coming up, we'll have a deep dive on our first match of the day between Leviathan and Sentinels. We'll see you on the other side of this short break.
Is this another tense moment? Victor up top, the swing is there, and the shot is 2 from 10. Bien, bien, bien. Rigarditi, perfecta por parte de Fabián Usayo.
Yeah, but Evo Genius in crew later, in the second game.
Not brag, but I just switched to Verizon.
Wow.
And I got to choose the phone I wanted for free.
Not that you're bragging.
Switch and choose the phone you want, like the incredible iPhone 14. On us.
On the network worth bragging about.
Verizon.
With Beyond Natural Pet Food, you can feed your pet nutrition as nature intended. Beyond brings you options with natural, organic, and sustainably sourced ingredients so you can choose what's best for your pet. Beyond, feed with purpose.
A Genie garage door opener opens your garage door safely, smoothly, and quietly. This Wi-Fi enabled opener works with most popular smart home devices. Wherever you plan to go, count on Genie to close your garage door smoothly and quietly. If you can't remember closing your garage door, monitor and control it with the Aladdin Connect app. Genie, the brand you trust.
Mrs. Davis is all-knowing and all-powerful.
It is a machine.
She wants to talk. Talk to you.
You must locate the Holy Grail. The what now?
I'm doing this for the salvation and free will of all
It was like
mankind.
a looking.
Then I better get going.
Hello?
I'm looking for the Grail. The Holy One.
Mr. Davis. I knew this. Is it serious? I thought it was a movie.
Crunchy.
Tasty. Sweet or savory.
Always satisfying.
Give me Blue Diamond. Crunchy, tasty, sweet or savory. Always satisfying. Give me Blue Diamond.
Crunchy, tasty, sweet, or savory. Always satisfying. Give me
Blue Diamond Almonds.
Did you know TurboTax now provides you with a tax expert who will do your taxes from start to finish? Try TurboTax Live full service. You'll meet with a tax expert who will do your taxes for you and find every dollar you deserve, 100% expert guaranteed. Plus, you can stay with your expert next year, even as your life changes. For a tax expert who will do your taxes from start to finish, try TurboTax Live full service. Brand power helping you buy better.
I hope that Sentinels do better because they got fucked last week.
Welcome back to VCT Americas, where Sean Garris has the best water drinking mechanics I've ever seen in my life. Let's get right into our first matchup of the day, Leviathan versus Sentinels. We'll start on the side of the LATAM squad, Leviathan. I think the question surrounding this team is, do they have that dog in them?
In week one, and honestly the early stages of lock-in, I would argue yes, they do. But on certain maps and against certain opponents in big pressure situations, that's where I feel like we don't see them show up. Leviathan doesn't show up in those big moments. And will they today against the clouded gods of NA? I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, for them, it's just kind of like they are one of the strongest. They're kind of one of the highest rated, one of the fan favorites, you know? So it's like, when it comes to Leviathan, like, if they don't perform today, especially against Sentinels, like, where does that put them? Where does that make their team kind of shine? Because they have King. And King is the king right now. Like, he is one of the highest rated players, and he's also the IGL. And it's like, if he's bringing that much to the table, like, how are they gonna not win against Sentinels, you know?
Yeah, King in this flex role has been out of this world. Like, the second controller on this team, he locks in the Viper a lot of the times when Mazzino is the Harbor or, say, on Omen or something like that. And he also locks in Breach, KO. He does so much for this team. So King, I agree, he's fantastic, but he needs the pieces around him to succeed as well.
I was going to say, it's so interesting to hear you guys talk about, you know, the expectations that have been put on this team at times, and where we see glimpses maybe of how they could live up to that expectation, but maybe falling short in those critical moments. I'm thinking of this matchup against Furia, right? One of our undefeated teams in the league, where you would want to see them kind of leave their mark if they are going to make a case for being top 2, top 3 here in VCT Americas.
Bank there.
I think that is very possible for this Leviathan team. When you watch them play, they're so structured. But what are they missing? They're missing these big performances out of Takulia in a lot of these games, if I'm being honest. If you look at his stats, he's more towards the bottom of this VCT Americas. Not as low as 10s, I'll say that.
Right.
But, I mean, he's moving towards the bottom. And with a structured team like Leviathan that can set up their jet, I would expect to see him higher up there. He has the skill to do it, to take over these games, and he is that pivotal piece in this team.
Yeah, and so while we're looking for maybe a few of these players to step up behind King, once again, we got to give a nod to the man himself. There's been some discussions happening back there in the green room about whether or not this guy is the best in the world.
Yeah, I mean, he definitely has the potential to be. I mean, for me, like, playing on a team, when I was IGLing, like, there was no chance that I'm going to be over-fragging, you know, my duelists, my players. There's no way. Like, I mean, obviously being put in those clutch situations are so, so important. And King, being the IGL, being that kind of mastermind to put in that structure and make sure his team is playing to the best of their abilities and setting up his whole team and also fragging out, like, I think that's just something that is unbeatable right now.
I really like the roles too. That I'm not sure if it was King's decision or if it was a little bit of Onar, a little bit of mixing. King's roles in this team allow him to have a lot of control in the information that they get and the mid-round calls he makes, and is probably a big part of their success.
Yeah, I can barely walk and talk down the street, let alone walk and talk while also fragging out and hitting headshots. Let's move on to Sentinels, though. They fought tooth and nail to get a win in Week 1 against 100 Thieves, but last week's match against NRG was rough, to say the least.
It was. Yeah.
Collective sigh on the desk.
It was rough. I think we definitely have a lot to say about Sentinels here. I think just as a team collectively, they are not looking their best. I mean, individuals on the roster probably aren't performing, and as a team, it doesn't really look like they really understand where their structure and their form is supposed to be.
Yeah, they looked awful last week. They looked so bad. It was the worst I think I'd seen this roster look.
Yeah, well, in a weird way, we can draw a line between Leviathan and Sentinels in very much the same way, right? Where we've got expectations of these players, right? Every single name on this list comes with expectation. Obviously, Tens as a fragger, Saucy as being a shot caller in an IGL, right? But they haven't necessarily lived up to it on a consistent basis. When Tens is hitting his shots and when he's enabled properly, man, he looks terrifying. But if that setup isn't there, then he's just like up a creek without a paddle, and you're left wondering, like, why is he even in this position?
And I mean, him showing up seems almost few and far between at this point, if I'm being honest, right? Sentinels are 4-8 since forming this roster. That is terrible. Look at the names, like you said. These are all-stars. 2 of those wins against TSM. You take those out, they're 2-10. Like, they're 2-8 still. They're so bad, this roster. They struggle so much, and their comps are all over the place. I think Tens is really struggling with the Harbor Viper, and if I had to guess, they probably put a lot of work into making him feel comfortable in that comp this past week. Either that or they scrapped it all together and they're going back to, like, double duelist, Zekin with Tens at every turn, Def supporting, because what they brought to the table last week just was not it. The players did not even look remotely comfortable.
Yeah. I mean, for a comp change, it's like, I think that might be one of maybe the answers that they could bring to the table. But also, it's like, Def is talking about reeling in tens. And right now it's like we don't see tens looking as comfortable as he normally did. So I wonder if maybe they didn't find that sweet spot or if they finally found the solution or the formula to that sweet spot, because they really need to figure that out.
Yeah, week 3, still trying to find their identity here as a team. Let's check out what IGL Def has to say about the team dynamics and tens.
Yeah, I think we have to get Tyson activated. Week 2, Tens didn't have the best week, but we know he's got it in him because he shows us every day in practice how skilled he is. I think it's just finding that comfort zone for all players. The pre-match ritual is making sure everyone's feeling comfortable. I don't think we had that in week 2, but as the weeks progress, that's something that we're really going to keep our eye on.
Still trying to find that way, right, to put Tens in the proper position to really showcase what he's capable of. By the same token, though, I think more and more as the game of competitive Valorant has developed, whereas you used to maybe have more impact as an individual star, there needs to be somebody who can fall, who you can fall back on. All right, Tens isn't having his day. Who do you look to next? And that's where the name Zekken comes to mind.
Yeah, and Zekken has cleaned up on this team in this flex role. He's played initiators. We've seen him on Rays. We've seen him all over the place, and he's having so much success. The top performer on this team. Tens was up there with him before last week, but he just plummeted down the list.
And he's rocking them bunny ears.
He's rocking the bunny ears last week. And here he played the Sky on Lotus. He did a great job last week. So he's had value across a lot of roles for this team. But he's not the problem, like I said. There's a lot of other issues with this team. And the 2 players that we just brought up, Def and Tens, they're probably at the top of that list right now.
Right, but can you imagine then maybe that the pressure, or rather the pressure that Zekken would be feeling in this position, right? I'm performing. I'm doing what I should be doing, and I'm on a roster next to, again, all these people, Tens included. Like, how much more can he do, and how hard is it to keep that level of consistency when you feel like what you're delivering still isn't enough to get your team the victories?
Yeah, I really wonder if him in that initiator role is kind of like, is he also mid-rounding? Is he going to be contributing more? I know they've said that they're trying to change up the structure to, like, make everyone seem comfortable, but, like, where is his comfortability level? And, like, will he be able to kind of be the key to also help lead the team? Because maybe that's something that they're missing. I mean, Def obviously is a great IGL, but also like one of the worst performers in this league so far.
Yeah, second worst statistically. I think only Klaus from Crew is the only person below him right now. So Tens is really right there with Def, though. I mean, Def and Tens both need to pick up their performance. If you look at the level across these teams, particularly from the ones, we watched yesterday even, the level individually is through the roof these days. You can't have weak links in the server, and you can't set up a star player and have 4 other people fail. That's just not how this version of this meta in Valorant is playing out.
Yeah, we'll see if they can find a new gear today on stage. But I want to come right back to you, Sean, because earlier in the day you were talking about map pools and how it could play specifically into this series between Leviathan and Sentinels. Is that going to be the difference maker today?
I think it very well could be the difference because you look at Sentinel's map pool, and historically they're pretty decent on Icebox. They're all right on Lotus based on what we saw last week. It wasn't the best, it wasn't the worst. Ascent, I think, Ascent and Fracture might be like the shining lights in their map pool, in my opinion. And Split, they looked also not so bad against 100 Thieves. So I don't think Sentinel's map pool is terrible. They're just average across a bunch of maps.
Yeah, I mean, coming into it, obviously, we also have Leviathan with, like, Lotus is one of their best maps. So it's like, that's kind of taken out of there as well. So it's like, it's so limited.
Yeah, so we flip over to the Leviathan side, right? And obviously 3 maps still yet to be played there. And if I can just steal a phrase from you in the green room earlier, Sean, you basically said they're a 4-map team.
Yeah.
Are these the 4 maps?
I actually would probably say that I would trust them more on Haven. I would take Icebox actually out of this. Based on what I saw last week against Furia, I don't trust them on Icebox. I don't think they have the ideas necessary to beat the tier 1 teams on the map. I think Leviathan can prove me wrong, though, on Fracture and Split. And that is where they're going to need to get some wins. The problem with having the 4-map pool, though, Dash, is you're giving a win up to your opponent and you're flipping the coin for the other 2. You're just hoping that you can get 2 in a row. And that is a dangerous game to play at the top level of Valorant.
I was about to ask, like, what is the minimum number of maps that you have to be proficient on in a best-of-3 format to feel confident as a team that you're always going to find 2 out of the 3 wins?
Yeah, I mean, always having your kind of comfort ban is a really big thing. I think for us, like, we always get rid of just the 1 map, so it gives us time to be, like, really, really good on at least 3 or 4 maps. Once you get the 4 maps down, you kind of float the other 2 and, like, hope that, you know, we're good enough foundationally to win these. Obviously, it depends on the time that you've had. But for all these teams, they've had plenty of time to prepare for this. I think that they should be, you know, pretty set in stone on the 4 or 5 max maps that they should be, like, really, really, really good on. The other 2 should just be floaters.
Well, here at VCT Americas, we're big fans of like superfluous stats and irrelevant storylines. We got a little transitive property action possibly going on here. Leviathan 2-0ing NRG, NRG 2-0ing Sentinels. Is that a preview of what we're going to see happen here today? Leviathan 2-0ing Sentinels?
Look, I'm not saying the math checks out here, but it's actually what we're getting.
I'm going to agree with that.
No!
I think it's a 2-0. I think it's going to be a 2-0. I hope for Sentinel's sake that it isn't, but I think it's going to be a 2-0.
Oh, all right, okay. So considering that we believe it will be a 2-0 for Leviathan, let's try and craft our way to victory here for Sentinels. Real quick, what would be those win conditions for Sentinels to get the dub and reverse expectations?
I want to see a lot of pocket plays coming out of Sentinels. Take the mid-rounding out of the way of death, right? Like, have some ideas in the early parts of this game plan against Leviathan. Understand what map they're probably going to want to pick. If whatever you're going to ban, you have an idea, right? They have a 4-map pool. You can pick that map, develop some antis. I think they can steal this series if they just game plan properly.
Yeah, I think they really need to figure out their early round situation right now, kind of making sure that they get those first kills, because I think that way they're going to turn it around and kind of put themselves in more 5v4 situations, which they haven't really seen so much.
Yeah, in a lot of ways, I love the idea of, like, securing first kills, right? Because that's confidence instilling. And of all the teams here, in a lot of ways, I feel like Sentinels is going to be one of the ones that's most dependent on confidence. I think of TenZ when he's at his best. It's because he is taking every single gunfight, you know, like he knows he's going to win it. Now, it's clear both of these teams are struggling heading into week 3, and I think we know someone that might be able to help. They'll meet with Dr. Valorant right after this. We'll catch you back here in just a bit for some more VCT Americas and our first bout of the day. Catch you soon.
Raise your hand if you love your pets. So to prevent fleas and ticks, we're all using NextStart, which starts killing in minutes. Oh, chin up, Buttercup. I got you. The rest of you, you get a gold star. Boop. Start killing in minutes, for pet's sake.
With the Ninja Foodie XL 2-basket air fryer, you can make up to 6 pounds of French fries, or up to 8 pounds of chicken wings, and feed the whole family. Ninja Foodie, be proud of what you make.
New and existing customers can choose the phone they want, like the incredible iPhone 14 on us.
Valorant stuff in the stuff.
Come on, match start, please.
existing customers can choose the phone they want, like the incredible iPhone 14 on us.
Not to brag, but I'm on Verizon now. And I got to choose the phone I wanted for free.
Not that you're bragging.
Choose the phone you want on us. Verizon.
Did you know TurboTax now provides you with a tax expert who will do your taxes from start to finish? Try TurboTax Live full service. You'll meet with a tax expert who will do your taxes for you and find every dollar you deserve, 100% expert guaranteed. Plus, you can stay with your expert next year, even as your life changes.
Dumps of fire.
For a tax expert who will do your taxes from start to finish, try TurboTax Live full service. Brand power helping you buy better.
You need to tune out the internet and all those negative voices. You need to put your trust in one person. Me, Dr. Valorant. Leviathan, welcome. Hello. Take a moment on your own time when you're comfortable. You know, just go ahead and tell me what's bothering you.
Oh, where do I even begin? It all started so well, you know, the scrims were working, people were calling King the best in the world. We went to lock in, we were the team to beat, and then we got destroyed by Na'Vi. And then we're the team to beat at VCT Americas as well, and we lost to Furia. I mean, are we chokers, Doc? Are we the Latam DRX?
I'm gonna avoid a diagnosis. So look, here's the thing: you're a great team, right? You're a great team, but you know as well as I do that you can't win every match. You know, that's an unreasonable expectation for you to set on yourself. You can bounce back, right? You just gotta work hard, you gotta do your best.
But we're already working hard. We're already training so hard. We get exactly 65 grams of protein every day.
Okay,
and after practice, we have to hang upside down like bats so the blood rushes to our head and we can think quicker. I mean, I don't know what much more we can do.
Is that counting cheat days, or?
I mean, don't tell Ona, but I might have had a bit more protein than usual.
That's what I thought. Just trying to keep you honest, you know? Okay, so here's the thing. I think I see what the problem is. This isn't an enjoyable game anymore for you, right? I think that's where we've landed. Ditch the dietitians, the psychologists. Don't ditch your therapist, though. You keep coming back here every week. You bring your credit card. Yeah. But you need to have fun.
Fun?
Yeah, fun.
Fun in Valorant?
It's possible.
I've never had
Look,
fun
you
before.
sweet summer child, here's what you need to do. Okay?
Yeah.
You need to start knife fights, mid. Every round, every other round or so, somewhere around that. Load up on caffeine, junk food, okay? That'll do wonders for you, at least in the short term. Play like champions, 2022. Just think of olds, right?
Yeah.
Live in the past.
Yeah.
I've heard that's useful. And 1v1 your coach.
He's not gonna like that.
It's a way to get a little bit of a mental boost.
He is not gonna like that.
Well, you could. You know what? Unfortunately, that's about all the time we have for the day.
I thought we had another half hour.
Well, you only pay me for about the 7.5 minutes that you got just there. So if you could, on your way out, send in the next patient, that'd be lovely. Thank you so much. Right. Best of luck this week. Sentinels, hello. I didn't think I'd see you again so soon.
Yeah, it's been rough. It's been rough. I thought we were gonna be back. I thought it was gonna be 2021 all over again, but now everything is just so sad. Clout doesn't even make me happy anymore.
Oh, yeah, Clout's a fickle, tricky thing, isn't it? Why do you think you lost your last match? Maybe we start there.
Well, I don't know. Tens wanted to be a hero. Sassy and Pancata, they shouldn't be swapping roles, and I've been telling them that, but I mean, at the end of the day, like, even our map pool.
Oh, hello. I think we might be making a little bit of a breakthrough here.
No, that's not the issue. Like, have you seen Sam? Sam is stealing all our clout from us. It could never be Tenz's fault.
Okay, well, hear me out, all right? And I'm just a sounding board, really, okay? I'm just gonna throw ideas out there. I know this sounds drastic. I think you need to pull Tenz off the roster. Yeah, no, hey, okay, here's the thing. You assign him to a full-time content creation, like Tarek. Think about the Twitch views, the impressions, the sponsorships. The org will be unstoppable.
Well, they're raising
hoodies.
No. Listen, you can't do that. You cannot do that. He's the heckin' franchise. Like, how do you think we're supposed to win?
Okay. I like this. This is a good thought experiment. Let's go. Let's follow this path. Okay, here's what I'm thinking. We sign Aspas, okay? Then you get rid of Def and Zekin. You following me still? Okay, you bring on Sadak and Les. Boom, winning team.
That's just the Loud roster.
Well, were they champions?
Yeah, but...
Yeah, case in point. Okay, there you go. Time's up. That'll be about $2,700. Sorry, we don't take insurance. Good luck out there today, though, okay?
Oh.
And I'll see you again soon.
Thanks, Doc. I guess.
Leviathan versus Sentinels are coming up. VCT
Bro, I love that
starts
raised bumble
right
box
now.
there. I want to buy this shit.
This stream contains fast flashing images that may affect viewers who are susceptible to photosensitive epilepsy or other photosensitivities. Viewer discretion is advised.
Everyone was talking about him, and this is going to be the guy to look out for. Too much Cryo again. Does this guy miss? Does Cryo ever miss? No, he doesn't. Olha Zé, escala bem, faz duplo abate, vamos, Fogão! Se acaba tempo e leva!
Kind of excited to see Kesnet in person. Like, he's kind of a psycho, you know, like he's just kind of crazy.
Come
The way
on,
he plays,
bro,
like, he doesn't care. Like, a lot
bitch!
of like duelists are like very careless and they just want to be disruptive and stuff like that.
Bien, aguanta Kestic, carajo, doble baja. Se viene Giz, mucho cuidado con el primer arranque aquí que encima de la baja. Se recibe, se lleva dos eliminaciones. Viene la tercera.
Creo que son un buen equipo. También están pasando, yo creo que por muchas adaptaciones. Siento que estamos en una situación muy similar los dos equipos, así que creo que va a ser un partido entretenido.
And it works out for the first blood. Can't forget about that Boostio operator. Jockimo making a 1 versus 1. And Jockimo comes in.
Yeah, we play Leviathan. They're a really structured team. We love practicing them.
Pide Tacolilla desde el sector. ¡Vamos! Ahí está. Tacolilla la segunda, dame la tercera. Taco. Bien. Trigger discipline perfecta por parte de Fabián Montaño.
Siento que la fortaleza que tienen es que mantienen un core de unos muy buenos jugadores.
Is this another tense moment? Victor up top. The swing is there, and the shot is 2 from 10. And Zekin getting 2 with the spam. The flash is good, though, from Zekin.
If we play how we have in practice, we have a really good shot.
Welcome back to VCT Americas. We are having some audio issues on stage with the teams, and so we'll get those games underway as soon as possible, but that does give us a little bit more time to talk about the matchup. We got a preview of both matchups for the day and the players' thoughts on it. Def talking about how structured team Leviathan is. On the flip side, it was more of a nod just to the core talent that Sentinels has fielded. And I think that to a degree echoes, Sean, what we're talking about here for Sentinels, where it doesn't feel like they've necessarily found their entire team identity. They're still playing almost as individual pieces.
Exactly, because if this Sentinels roster figures it out, they will be the best team in North America. They have the skill. Tens and Zekin at the helm is unreal. And then you have Saucy and Pankata, you have Def, IGLing, but they haven't gotten the glue to get it all together yet. It just hasn't shown in the server, with the exception of like glimmers in that 100 Thieves series. That was the one time we saw a shining light come through.
Yeah, I mean, for Sentinels, like I said earlier, it is looking a little sad right now, but I think for them to make it less sad is to kind of have that core kind of identify themselves with the whole team, exactly like you said. And as you can see here, like these stats, it's kind of hard to look at. Like 42% round win percentage for Sentinels is not that great. The first blood success at 37%.
It only gets worse, right, as you like go down the
29%.
Yeah,
like
row to row to row.
Like pistols, honestly, pistols are super important in this game because for us, we actually are notorious for losing our pistols and then winning second round. But when you lose your pistol, you lose second round, if you get bonus, like, and you lose that third round, you're down 4-0, 5-0.
Right,
Like,
over the course of a single map.
Exactly. And as soon as you kind of give up that advantage, it's like, well, is the confidence going to be there? Do you guys have a game plan for this? Like, coming back and bringing it back to a 6-6 half is like your best bet, but it's like, did you really need to give up all those rounds?
Yeah, and on the flip side, while the actual records of these two teams, right, 1-1, dead even, the stats on the left-hand side of the screen there for Leviathan, let's not forget that their loss comes to one of the two undefeated teams in the league. And so just by that alone, they look like at least a foot above Sentinels.
Yeah, I would say based on Leviathan's opponents and how they played last week in that Furia match, I would put them a little bit ahead of Sentinels. Sentinels, they have some comp problems, right? It's not a personnel issue. It's not like it's TenZ being a bad player. I feel like a little bit of discomfort in the Harbor Viper comps. They've yet to really secure any of those maps, if I'm being honest. And the only maps they looked good on was the Double Duelist Fracture against 100 Thieves and their Ascent game. And that was it. I mean, other than that, I really haven't seen them feel very comfortable in the Harbor Viper meta, particularly TenZ.
Yeah, and so we'll see if they can find it today. You want to talk about stakes, you want to talk about pressure as well. For Sentinels, pressure's on because their schedule is very tough from here on out. I mean, Leviathan, no slouch in opponents, but look who they've got up next, right? I mean, you're going into Loud, you're going into MIBR. MIBR has pushed every single team to 3 maps and took a double overtime win just yesterday. So your next two opponents are really scary. Cloud9 surprised us as well, right? And so we don't really know what to expect out of that team up against Sentinels. It's a tough road ahead. You want to get wins in that column early.
It feels like they're playing against teams that have already found their identity. Let's be honest.
Yep.
Like, I know we were discussing this yesterday on the desk. We were saying, like, week 3, you should know who you are by now. You should know who you are as a team. And I think for Sentinels, I hope they find it today. You know, like, I really hope that they find who they are because they do have the potential. They do have the skill ceiling. They do have, you know, like you said earlier, like a stacked roster pretty much. But it's like, it's still not out there yet.
And this is getting into must-win territory because you saw they play Loud next week. There's a world where they're just chilling at 1-3.
Yeah.
And 6 teams make playoffs. That's a pretty horrible start to have, right? You can still make playoffs. They could still make a run through the rest of their schedule.
Absolutely.
But we're getting in that time frame where improvements need to be seen at very least. Just the right trajectory, getting the comps down, getting what you want your team to look like.
Yeah, and more so than like considering your game against Loud, which you'd love to win, right? But if that's an expected loss, it's more important to be beating teams around you in the standings, right? And so that's when you're in a 1-1 matchup against another 1-1 team. Get the win there. Get it done today. Now, earlier, we had an opportunity to speak with Def about the incredibly difficult IGL role and how things are going for Sentinels so far. Take a look.
Yeah, so I do majority of the calling now on this team. People chip in with ideas, but yeah, it's mainly me. Even before Except we split it up, I was kind of doing all of it. So it's kind of just going back to that. I'm really enjoying it. I'm just hoping by the 3rd and 4th week that we've solidified game plans for every single map and every single side.
No doubt a difficult role, and both of you can speak to that. I'm certain of it. But when you think about, like, what if I were to substitute you into Def's position and you look at the other 4 pieces of the puzzle, like, what would you be actively thinking about in terms of, like, where your strengths are as a team compared to anyone else in the league and the thing that you need to flex into or index into more to get success?
I feel like for me, again, like I said earlier, that first kill percentage is so important because when you start off the round like really strong and really confident, I think that's kind of where I would work on and put all my players in the best positions. Like as an IGL, it would be about reading the other team, understanding if they are like rather aggressive or if they are rather passive, like what kind of map control that we need to take in order to secure that first kill, and then kind of grouping up and making sure that, you know, strength by numbers. So
kind of leaning into that, right? Just the Harbor Viper meta for TenZ, the reason why it's so hard is because he only has 1 initiator. Sky on some maps, and other maps like Icebox, it's a Sova, so he has no flashes. So like you said, just understanding what edges he needs to take. What fights do they want TenZ to take? Because last match, I felt like that wasn't discussed. And a lot of the times, TenZ was overextending and ending up in areas where he shouldn't have been.
This is a slightly broader question, but just on that front of the, you know, like the meta that exists in Valorant right now, do you feel like there's much room for Sentinels to, you know, try and carve a new path? towards double initiator, or is it just like the controller comps are too strong right now that double initiator won't allow you to punch through?
No, I actually respect what the coaching staff and Def have done here. It just hasn't worked, right? They initially tried to put 10s on initiator. Didn't really work out all that well. They tried to put the double duelist comp into play. Kind of worked, a little bit of success, and now they're trying the Harbor Viper thing, and that definitely did not work for them last week, right? They're trying all these different metas, and I think they look best when they operate in like a double duelist or a single duelist with 2 initiators type of gameplay. Because last week, like I said, there's just not enough utility for 10s or whoever the duelist might be this week to get those entries.
Yeah, I mean, the double controller meta is like, it's really interesting because the only counter to it is like the double initiator meta. Like the double duelist versus double controller, it's just, it seems so hard to just get past all that delay, all those walls, all those slows and everything. Like it seems pretty much impossible. You need a way to be able to bait out utility, flash through smokes, flash through walls. And if you want to set up duelists, like you need initiators. You can't just have another duelist like running in after them.
Yeah, I'm like in my brain right now, just thinking back to yesterday and the number of times that we saw rounds where it was like a sub 30, sometimes sub 20-second side executes, right? Because you spent the whole first minute and a half of the round just exhausting the utility of the defensive team in order to finally get your opening and punch through onto a site. And that's a scary thought, that everything has to happen so instantaneously and perfectly in those final moments.
Yeah, timing is everything in those final moments of the round, and that's where Sentinels are struggling. And you guys actually aired a clip yesterday where I think NRG was playing against Sentinels on Lotus, and we listened to Def Comm in this hectic situation where a lockdown was placed by NRG, and the comms were so long and drawn out. Maybe it's because they have Portuguese players on their team, but it didn't seem concise enough, and it seemed like a lot of stuff was lost, and they're relying too much on Def to micro everyone, and I just think that there needs to be more voices on this team and better ways to communicate their ideas.
That's an interesting conundrum, though. More voices, but also concision, right, in the way that you speak. And you have to find that shorthand as a team. Obviously, language barriers can be difficult as well. We do need to take another quick break. When we come back, though, we'll get into Sentinels versus Leviathan. We'll see you here in just a bit.
New and existing customers can choose the phone they want, like the incredible iPhone 14 on us.
Not to brag, but I'm on Verizon now.
Wow.
And I got to choose the phone I wanted for free. Not bragging.
You're bragging.
Who, me? Never. Oh, excuse me. Hello, Your Royal Highness, sir.
Okay, that's a brag.
New and existing customers can choose the phone they want, like the incredible iPhone 14 on us.
On the network worth bragging about.
Verizon.
I thought I didn't have many Valorant skins, but I have a majority. The fuck? Guilty. White Cat's still using mask. What the fuck?
It's a battle between 1-1 teams, and for a winning record here in the standings of VCT America's Sentinels versus Leviathan. Both teams still trying to find their identity and put their stamp on the league. I want to go back to our discussion about map pools and how it can play into the ultimate results of this matchup between Sentinels and Leviathan. Sean, I'll go to you first. How would you be approaching this? Again, let's speak from the Sentinels side, because the expectation, I think, for all of us on the desk is that Leviathan is favored, but that was the point of attack that you sort of talked about, was maybe a weaker map pool for Leviathan. So what would Sentinel strategy be coming in here?
So this is very, very interesting, Dash, because if you look at Sentinel's map pool, they're pretty solid on Icebox, Split, and Fracture. And those are the maps I think Leviathan might show some weakness on. So Sentinels is gonna have one of those probably banned, and then they're gonna have an option out of the other two. And if I had to guess, Leviathan put insane amounts of anti-prep into those two maps. So it could be a trap play for Sentinels. They have to bring innovative stuff to those two maps. It's not gonna come free.
Yeah, I mean, I just really want to see, like, how it kind of turns out on, like, an Ascent or a Haven, because I feel like those two maps are maps where it's really easy to counter-strat, but it's really hard to be super creative because the maps have been out for so long. There is, like, certain metas. I mean, the new comps, the new metas that are coming out, it's like, how can both these teams be super, super creative, as well as Sentinels kind of feeding into that structural play style that Leviathan has and kind of countering everything? And as I say that, the Haven map comes in. I'm so sad.
I know, Haven's one of my all-time favorite maps just in general, so sad we won't be having a chance to see that one just yet. There's the Fracture bend that you called for, so one of the three that we expected.
Icebox and Split remain in the pool right now for Sentinels. And if I were Def or, you know, the coaching staff for Sentinels, there you go. There's that Split pick. They're going into the weakness for Leviathan. I really like that pick out of Sentinels.
Okay, so waiting for the response here from Leviathan. They knew they'd have to play on an uncomfortable map, but Ascent is their response in hoping to push it to a third and final decider. And it'll be two bans that determine what that final map would be.
Boy, do they look good on Ascent.
Okay.
They look real good on Ascent.
What do you make of that, though? The Icebox ban out of Sentinels, because this was the other map that you were discussing. You would have felt like maybe they should leave that to Leviathan to remove from the pool.
Yeah, I think they looked a little bit flat with the Harbor Viper, and maybe they didn't have enough time in that week to float that as a third. And so they have Pearl as the third. I thought this veto could have gone a little bit better for Sentinels, but these first two maps for them are great, right? I think if Leviathan can close out Ascenta and get to Pearl, this is gonna be a really, really hard series for Sentinels on Pearl.
Yeah, I'm surprised they even let Pearl through. Like, I'll be honest, like, Leviathan looks really, really solid on Pearl, and Sentinels, we haven't really seen them play yet, so I wonder if they're cooking up some stuff, some good stuff.
I don't know what they could possibly cook that's gonna stop Dr. Leah, because those B execs are insane, man.
Well, and that means, well, right, we're gonna put a spotlight on that Icebox ban if it does make it to a third map, and maybe question the approach and the prep that Sentinels brought into this series. Either way, we're heading to Split first. It'll be Sentinels on attack, Leviathan on defense. Smiles all around, though. Love to see that for the players as they step onto the stage and the comps are getting locked in here. Whoa, double duelist.
Double duelist on Leviathan, and actually, it's the other way around. Sentinels is actually not rocking the double duels. 10's on the Sage. I've seen him play the stage before, and I actually think he's quite good at it. I think intuitively he has really good wall usage.
Yeah, and they're handing the raise over to Zekken, right? So they're saying, look, you've been fragging out more recently. You seem to have the aggression pumping through your veins. We're going to give you that opportunity to keep the foot on the gas pedal there. All right, now that compositions are locked in, does this change the way you're thinking at all about the prep that the players or the teams have done, considering this matchup?
I feel like both these teams have cooked up something that I had no idea about. Like, I am so confused. But I think it also makes sense. I think putting TenZ in a comfort zone, a comfort pick of stage, I mean, having like a limited amount of job, you don't have to go get those first kills. You don't have to go make space for your team. You're just kind of holding it down. So, I mean, I think it could potentially
I think they
work.
can do it.
Yeah. Look, we had a lot of questions coming into this matchup about both of our squads, and they seem to be giving us answers. But we'll figure out which of these teams comes out on top in just a moment, because we've got a clout match ahead of us. Let's send it over to our clouded, mustachioed friends in Bread and Sideshow for the call.
Thank you very much, Dash. Yeah, clouted mustachio duos and friends, honestly, as well. I'm surprised to see Tarek is not up here as well. I mean, you're talking clouted individuals. Mustache has got it both. Yeah, we don't have too much of the either, but yeah.
I actually heard that Tarek was going to shave his mustache if Sentinels lost this game. So, yeah, just to heard it through the grapevine, you know, you hear things behind the scenes when you're hanging around here. I think this is a very interesting map pool. I know that the desk has spent a lot of time talking about it, but Leviathan haven't played Split since July of last year. This is not like Icebox where we've recently seen them lose. It's just not a map that they've showcased or had to showcase for a long time. And Sentinels, the org, are on an 11-map loss streak on Split, only 3 of which are from this roster, and that did include an OT loss to 100 Thieves fairly recently. So, anybody's game. We saw Sentinels go for trying to pick their opponent's weakness into NRG. They tried that Lotus. It did not work. They got absolutely rocked.
They're old and smoked. It's a trepidatious beginning for this split map here between Leviathan and Sentinels. Little dog Trailblazer, follow up. Sassy got to vacate. Nade pushing him back as well, but oh my goodness. Gets out with his life and a kill with Taco Leah going down. Could open things up, but did he expect Oswald to be here? The answer is yes. They know the position's compromised. What a beautiful beginning.
It's a risky reclear from Def. He was alone with the spike, but he gets a great angle there and takes down Nozwa.
Trailblazer's caught.
That's another player just completely isolated.
Try close corner here. Picking them apart at the seams. Left up to Mazzino.
Goes in!
But Sentinels taking the pistol.
And that's a sentence we haven't said too much in Americas so far. They're 2 and 10. I mean, now, you know, 3 out of 11 in Americas at the moment. So it hasn't been great for them, but that is a beautiful start. And it really doesn't come too much off a set game plan from Sentinels. It's more about dismantling that aggression from Leviathan. And I think that that could be an absolute key here for when they're on the attack side or the defense side. Taco and Nozwa are probably going to be playing very aggressively, finding ways of isolating them and then picking them off would be instrumental to Sentinel's success, you got to imagine.
A great game plan, a great beginning as well. Obviously, Sentinels got to be coming into this first map of Split with a win under their belt if they're going to be facing off against Leviathan on that ascent for the second map, but early days yet. Trailblazer making sure to clear through. There's nobody to follow that one up because the rest of Sentinels are grouped up in B main.
And Leviathan have gone for a 3-player stack over towards A. You can see the shorties coming out here, King, Nozra, and Taco. But I don't think Sentinels look like they're at any risk of running into this.
Not at all. But nobody to meet them.
I mean, look at the way that Zekken gets into the site there, a double blast pack kind of play. You could imagine a world where once we get into the gun rounds, Mazzino's going to have a pull close to that choke, and it's going to become a bit more difficult for Sentinels to burst out with Zekken as that star duelist player. And we saw Zekken playing a lot of the just hard initiator stuff last week. I was wondering whether that was just what they wanted him to play from now on.
Yeah.
But it seems like they still want to keep that duelist role flexible between TenZ and Zekken. And I've got to agree with Sean. I really like the way that TenZ played Sage last time we saw him on it. I think it was their game against Fnatic at Lock-In.
Yeah, it was a centerpiece of a lot of criticism in that matchup. I think a lot of people expecting, you know, TenZ to be that big heavy hitter.
But at the same time, I thought he played well.
He did play well on it, yeah. Kill collected. You can see Leviathan just trying to do the percentage play. You want to go down to the spike. The Sentinel's very good round heading into that against the eco of Lev, not losing any players.
But at the same time, smart decision from Leviathan, because Sentinels had denied any access to their ultimates early on here. So no potential for some kind of ult snowball heading into the bonus round.
Yeah. Oh, wow.
Sentinels' first match versus a LATAM team since that incredible Sentinels crew game that launched crew onto the map. And I think this arena is cursed, because as soon as the North American teams have stepped foot into this fated LCS arena, they've lost every match against.
Yeah, been way down to the bottom of the standings. See if they can turn it around, though.
Yeah, good opportunity to do so here on map 1.
And this is the bonus round, so Sentinels would love to convert this one. Again, early days slowing it down at the beginning of this round. See if they can bait out any of that aggression, but now starting to make their moves. Walking forwards, waiting for the Viper orb to go down, but it's replaced with an Astra Star soon enough.
Mid is very difficult to get through, especially if the Viper decides to commit the wall to this area. I mean, look at how much
Astra itself is better
than the smoke, and then, you know, the nade comes through as well.
I think.
Only now, 40 seconds later in the round, they give up mid control.
Yeah, baited out a ton of that utility. There was a pull there at the top of the steps, but nobody going to be wading into this one. And now, 50 seconds, dotting down in the round.
This is exactly the pace that Leviathan wants Sentinels to be playing.
You get forced down to those minute details. Any sort of mistakes that could be happening. Opening needs to be found. Zekken is the one to claim it. Wall propped up, nade into the corner. A lot of pressure being applied. Now Mazino's got to get value. Finds it. Zekken falling, but he is being swarmed. King. Lovely job. Still, Pancada! That's through the wall. Spike's got to go down now. It's all up to Taco. Can he be the hero for them, or does he just want to save the rifle in a 1v3? Decisions to be made, and it looks like he's making the percentage one once more. Just backing away. He needs to keep that gun into the next round.
And what a bonus win for Sentinels there.
Yep.
Pancada with a completely precise wallbang headshot spray onto Mizzino in the back of the site. And then he swings around and deletes another player that's, I think, over towards Rafters. I mean, that is a beautiful two-piece. And something we haven't discussed too much yet, Pancada back onto smokes. He's been playing a lot of the hard Sentinel role. You know, we've seen him on Killjoy and stuff in the most recent games, as he and Sassy have been forced to, you know, bend their roles quite a lot to help Def get in a more comfortable spot for his calling. But getting him back on smokes here seems like a great idea. I can't say it's necessarily the smokes, you know, role that helped him get that two-piece, but the intuition there is unreal.
Oh, wow.
Bro, that was so...
Yeah, it's pure comfort territory. Allows him to really flex what he can do.
Do Leviathan have any cool ideas for these eco rounds? With a double duelist comp, you really can get aggressive, creative sometimes, but their play on the pistol got shut down so hard. Taco's kept this Phantom, and it looks like he would like to post up in this corner, if anything.
Bit of an exchange there. See the flashes coming through. Space. Being vacuumed up, Sentinels. Eager now to try and take a potential fight here. You can see all the Vipe walls and smokes in their way. Trailblazer up close. Double satchel into heaven. Zekken. He's got it.
Great shot.
Kill found.
It does leave the Phantom in a retrievable position.
Still just being hit too hard, aren't they? Completely unaware of where these players could be waiting. Lovely trade. Def making sure that Noswell doesn't get away with too much. Left up to Mazzino. Rifle, money to buy. Wants to see what he can do.
And everyone's got enough money here, so Mazzino would probably have more benefit out of trying to take guns out of the hands.
Fight being taken. Lovely reset. Just of the aim momentarily. Does claim two, but shut down, and that's Sen claiming another one.
So a 4-0 start. Athena was talking about how important it is to be able to get those pistols and bonus rounds under your belt, and especially on the attack side of Split.
Yeah.
Now, Leviathan's composition in general, though, should trend attackers sided, I think.
It's very bursty.
Yeah. But that doesn't mean that they shouldn't be finding value on the defense side. I mean, that double controller setup should still be very difficult for Sentinels to path through. And we haven't even seen any of these B execs, where we've seen 10s wall up in the past.
These slow beginnings that we see so often here on the split attack side. Trying to force out any sort of utility from the defenders. Pick and choose the best timings. So now you're seeing it again, Trailblazer. That's broken early though. Mizzino holding down that heaven position, and King could be a real difference maker in this spot. Has to break that though. That was going to spot him out. Right at his feet, a bit of random spam. Showstopper into the corner, just about dodged. King pushing forwards, but he does survive on 59, and he wants a little bit more in the Viper's Orb. Oh my goodness.
But he hasn't quite found the timing here, and Def has dropped back off. Oh, that flash though. That seems to indicate he hasn't anticipated a repush. And there's a repush in B main as well.
Yeah.
They should have great indication that this is heading towards A right now, thanks to where King and Taco are positioned. And it might set Nozra up very nicely. He's on an angle where he can get the first kill potentially and throw a nade.
So it comes down to this. Flash just to push them back. There's about 30 seconds left. Sen trying not to make any noise, but no one's watching the angle. Now going to be walking straight into the grinder that is Leviathan. And all that mid-round information, Josh, that you were talking about earlier. The flash, Taco pushing out B main. Lets them set it up.
Yeah, it's
Slam
wonderful.
dunk into the round.
There's only 12 seconds left here for Sassy in a 1v4. It's not doable.
Left.
And it's exactly that, Bren. It's Leviathan taking space in other places. King pushing down. What a ballsy play by King.
Yeah.
He looked like he was going to get killed by the showstopper immediately. And somehow manages to wiggle his way around the rocket and push forwards inside his own orb. Those are the kind of plays from Leviathan, the re-clearing on defense, that are going to give them very valuable information and inform those mind games that are going to be happening the entire match between the two IGLs, King and Def. So far, Def having a very good go of it. We'll see how that ends up developing. You know, in terms of how the players have been playing this year, King, second highest rated player in Americas. Def, second lowest rated player in Americas. It has not been a great start to the year from him, but getting some good reads on split here and being able to work the attacking side, that's what his team needs from him.
Yeah.
Not necessarily the fragging.
An IGLing impact when it comes to the calling. Lev getting one on the board though. Important difference was them getting that mid-round information. We'll see how this one plays out though. Again, so similar is the approach from Sentinels. Always at the beginning of these rounds. He's using that Trailblazer fight taken. Taco.
He's going for a repeat.
Has to use the dodge to disengage. What is that repeat?
Wow.
It's pure instinct.
Here.
Yeah, that's an incredibly intuitive span through the smoke there. On Def, just as he was about to use utility to try and take mid control, now the whole of Sentinels has to pivot.
Bit of a jump spot there. Mizzino tagged up, chose to pop up the smoke, another star just at the choke point, and a slide off angle. He's expecting this now.
But the star is not in a great position to stop Zek and double blast packing through. It's set up as if for a smoke, not necessarily for a pull. And it gets used as
30
a
seconds
smoke.
left.
Yeah, slow up to the side is a little bit unusual. Wall to try and cross. High-low setup. Spam onto the angle. Mizzino spray transfer. It's immaculate.
One enemy remaining.
And the reset of the aim. This guy is so calm. He's got the full support of his team left up to Sassy. But an instantaneous trade.
Sentinels.
Seeing those fundamentals really pay off there for Leviathan.
Really good sight anchoring from Mizzino. I thought that Zekken was going to send that. There was no star there that could have been turned into a pull. I thought Zekken, just with a double blast pack, would have been able to put a lot more pressure onto Mizzino. But look at how much they're anticipating tends to be on top of the wall. Right? Even before this 2K comes through from Mizzino, you actually see, I think it was King spamming that wall, knowing that Tens was going to peek on top of it. They're aware of the tendencies. We saw Tens doing that a lot in the game against Fnatic, where you put the wall up on B main and then he's playing up top at the same time as players are swinging below. And I'm just thinking back to what Sean was saying on the desk here. The fact that Leviathan have 3 maps where it's very obviously you want to pick them, you know, their opponents want to pick into them, means that when Leviathan got rid of
Fracture, I believe, right?
Yeah, got rid of Fracture, they get to reduce their prep work quite a lot. They can really focus on Split and on Icebox.
Yeah,
that doesn't necessarily mean that they're going to win.
With, but, I mean, well, here's the thing. I mean, Sen did change up their comp a lot. It's a team that's been chopping and changing the roles, the identity. They've been trying to find their footing, I think, in the Americas so far. But this was variations. They did bring this one out at lock-in versus Fnatic, like you said.
Yeah, they've changed this comp a little bit. I mean, even when they played against 100 Thieves, sure, the players are in different spots, but the whole kind of theme of the comp is still very similar.
Sure.
Taco with an op.
Como vocês não, os guys started pretty good.
He hasn't been able to, or he wouldn't have been able to find good angles because they're playing this heavy smoke setup. So you'd expect Taco to be AWPing on B main or A main here. And it's much easier for him to find an early pick B main because he doesn't have the attacking Viper utility in his face.
No smokes in his face.
So I
dissuade him.
I think a quick look at the economy here, and Sentinels might be able to understand what's going on.
So close.
It's insane. I mean, we can see through the walls, we can see the kind of diamonds they're taking, but it is just intuition for these pro players. Def just trying to avoid the Trailblazer getting broken here. Gets a bit of space there up into A ramp, but the rest of his team, look at that, grouped up towards mid. There was no real intention behind it, just to try and trick Leviathan into thinking they were taking that space towards A. You can see them re-clearing that with their own Trailblazer now, and there's a timing potentially to be taken, but Sen have slowed it down once more.
I think King's got a good read here. There was a Trailblazer going down mid, and he looked like he was going to rotate off to B. B is looking very weak currently, so much on Mazzino.
Yeah, up to him to try and stop this one, and Taco in B main. Angle, watch for slight flick, slight adjustment. Okay, two players watching, and what is that? Second, readjusts as well, snaps to Mazzino. The Cosmic Divide stopping anyone from Leviathan from being able to take this one. Spike now down, set up to that post-plant scenario. The wall is quite unusual.
You will not kill
Tens with the res online, bringing that up one up. Massive player advantage, and it causes Leviathan once more to reassess their situation, backing away. This is Sen up to an absolutely momentous lead. Look at them hunting for the guns as well. I think at this point, though, you want to be keeping your own economy in check. They've got enough money to buy.
I mean, so do Sentinels, though, too, right? Sassy's going to be able to drop a teammate. Pancada's feeling good for the next round, too, so... At some point here, both teams are just happy, content to leave the other be.
Yep. Hunted them out, but 5 on the board now. Here for Sentinels. Fantastic beginning. Attack side split.
But at the same time, that's actually, weirdly enough, Sentinel's first rifle v rifle round of the game. You know, they've managed to get up to 5 so far by winning pistol, follow-up anti-eco, bonus round, follow-up anti-eco. I mean, you know, maybe I'm splitting hairs there about the bonus round not quite being a true rifle round, but Sentinels have been struggling in that department in Americas. They're at the absolute lowest point out of all of the teams. So it's good to see them get off to a good start. Here, though, Taco looking for a peek over towards A main, immediately repulsed.
Yeah, that's great usage there of the utility. You can see the snake bite and a flash. No aggressive angles to be taken.
And Sentinels are so aware of this early operator. You saw the way that Pancada was dealing with it over in B main, spamming, seeing if he could catch a wallbang headshot onto Taco, and then this time, early round utility being used over towards A just to get a decent idea. Does Taco take a timing through this smoke? The flash makes it feel like he's not there. The Trailblazer might have given it away.
Poison orb emitting.
Yeah, the Trailblazer by his side, but couldn't quite get any value of it. Sen were not eager to push or pull into any other spaces after finding that out. But they have grouped up in mid now, just waiting for presumably these smokes to drop down. There's a nade, there's a flash. What else going to be accompanying it? Well, Noswa none the wiser. Maybe even a slow orb accompanying that. I'm not too sure, but either way, kill claimed, kill found.
He got completely trapped in mail there. And I think at this point, Dev's getting a great read. Oh, King with another re-push down.
But this is being watched for. It's being watched for. Sassy was aware.
30 seconds left.
How does he not win that?
I mean, King just sometimes pulls these moments out, doesn't he?
And now the pace has to be injected, but it's Leviathan who are ready for it. Second. A little bit of whiffage there. The Satchel's not quite finding it.
He still gets one.
Still gets the one, though, but the angle's watched and time's running low. Taco, Scott the operator. His team swarming the surrounding areas. It's up to heroics at this point. And Bakada, last player standing. Not for much longer. 3 rounds now for Lev.
Some ridiculous moments there. I mean, King probably should have been caught out, dead to rights by Sassy. Didn't quite manage that. And then it looked like Zekken had messed his movement up, and yet he still got one too. Just a bit of chaos there in the round.
I think that's the danger as well, Josh, when you let these rounds get down to the final moments. They're playing a very slow attack side default from Sen. It's been working out. You know, they've been finding a lot of openings, but they just weren't given a lot of time there to adjust. They had to go fast, and there wasn't enough util being bled out of Leviathan with a defensive setup. Okay. Timing, potentially finding something there. Dog up close. This time there's a player behind it. Zekan actually taking the space. Immediately giving it up again. It seems like Sentinels a little bit uncertain of how they wanted to play this one. Flash straight through the walls, though.
I just think the A ramp position is such a good early round kind of piece of map control to take if you're Sentinels. And you can go back and re-clear mid if you like, or you can try and pivot through ropes. I mean, what would Taco do here if they did decide to go vent to mid? He's in a bit of a weird spot.
It's quite interesting. We'll see if he can get his way out of there. Spraying him. Sentinels trying to lock down that A ramp position.
I have the spike.
They've met their match, though. So many of them falling. Left in that 2v5, Sassy and Pancada. Frees up the communication. Start talking in the mother tongue. Maybe they can get something going, but looks just impossible.
Yeah, in a 2v5. I mean, Sassy and Pancada are great, but I don't see how they're going to manage this.
30 seconds left.
It's not like the economy's in a bad spot either, but I just think you want to hold on to this.
Oh, yeah.
And I think overall, when you look at how Sentinels are playing, I think they've put a lot of prep into their early round game plan. They're clearly aware of where Taco wants to be, and they're stopping Taco from getting that space.
10 seconds
But
left.
then once things get into about a minute on the clock, Leviathan start to make something happen. Whether that's, you know, King walks down mid, or they decide to refight them on ramps.
Blinded.
And there's something there that Sentinels have to deal with and adapt to. And a lot of the time, it's not quite going their way.
No, a lot of the time, when it gets down to those mid-round positions, they're not even holding players in those positions to even be aware that it's Leviathan who are taking space, holding close-up aggressive angles. Look at how good the trading is there.
Yeah, what a
making sure
lovely,
that they were covering.
What a lovely way of re-clearing too. Shy takes his Trailblazer out through A main and back up ramp.
Yeah.
So the Trailblazer's coming around behind as those two players in A heaven fight. A great idea. Taco's going to be open B main again. Pancada has been controlling it so far. They're not using the slow orb here off the rip, and he's not really going for too many wall bangs. Maybe at some point Taco will push forward and get punished.
Yeah, maybe just recognizing that it is a little bit too predictable.
Tell you what though, this Leviathan defensive setup has not shifted very much. Almost all of these rounds have been one player male, one player vents, one B main and 2A. And I think at some point here, Sentinels must have an idea that if they play aggressive, double blast pack, run a trap play on a male player, this kind of thing, a pull and a Trailblazer, they can get heaven control pretty easily.
I've got it now.
Here.
Shy close down position. The rest of the Sentinels, they don't really want to go fast off of this. In fact, they're just making sure that they set up Zekan in this forward position.
And look what that's done to Taco's dash. He thought Sentinels were moving forwards.
Oh.
And he doesn't really have a good idea when Pancada is anymore.
Yeah, Pancada, he could potentially be favored if he takes a close peek, but Shy re-clearing.
Scout destroyed.
Now they know. Okay, he's on the left side, backing away, and wow, the re-peek. Immaculate with the timing. And this time, Sentinel's choosing to go in a slightly different direction.
It's worrying, though. Noswa with the showstopper could shut this down. There's only 25 seconds left, and he still has full utility, full ultimate.
Time might be the biggest enemy. He needs to be some sort of coverage. Tens, he's good for it. Finds the first kill, but now that showstopper, it's going to be a thorn in their sides. You just can't quite play onto the side. Time's running so damn low, Sentinels. You need to make the moves you need to get onto the side. And they are just finding it so damn difficult. No more time to plant. Left down to death, but probably not much longer for this round. There you go. Finished up. And it's Leviathan bringing it to 5-5. Evened up in terms of the score.
Say something? Sorry.
Now, whatever way you slice this, it's probably still going to be a very good attacking half from Sentinels, but it was all gained off the back of the pistol in the bonus round and those follow-up ecos. In terms of the guns, they just haven't really been able to win rifle v rifle. And yet, what an opportunity they had at the beginning of this round to instantly go B heaven to sight. That's why Taco had prepped his dash, and initially, that seems like a nice little pump fake. Take some B heaven control, wait for a second, and then go to B. But maybe a bit of overthinking there.
But now we see it. Pace injected into it. Showstopper over the top. Sails over the head.
That's King dodging a showstopper again.
Yeah, but he survived it, but doesn't survive the nade. I mean, just walking into that one.
Yeah, I don't know how that happens. I was all ready to praise him, but...
And this could be a bit of chaos. How is Sen approaching it? So far an advantage found, but they haven't been too eager to jump straight into the midst of these defensive setups. A bit of running gun, second. Weapon not too good. How does he get that? Kill found, instant trade, Noswa. He pushes forwards. But they found the site, and that's going to be the Viper's Pit laid down along with the plant.
Very difficult retake here. These are sometimes the kind of rounds where Leviathan will save, but it doesn't make any sense at round 11.
It was a little bit all over the place. Mazzino looking forwards. Steph's been caught, not playing within the pit. It's going to be the casualty in the middle of all of this. Jumping down, tens. With Noswa being found, there was no trade in sight. Taco aimed for the shot, but this is an almost impossible retake. And look at this, Mazzino. Just scurrying around that Viper's Pit, looking for anything at all. In and out, a bit of spam maybe with the Phantom, but he just can't connect onto any targets. There's Sassy. Pit's down. There was time, but Tens contains, and up to Taco. Dash to disengage, he's going to be met. Tens wants to hunt for this one, and he's found him.
Go, Stairs!
Big round for Sentinels to get. Pushes them up to 6 in this half.
We cannot keep our goods after this.
It's a great opening. And Leviathan, they've had some answers, but I think at the very least, they'll be looking to claim this final one and draw this level into the next half. How exactly did...
he messed up the movement.
Yeah, he did. He just gets caught on the wall there towards the end. It's a nice nade placement, though, because it clears out the box and also makes it really uncomfortable for you to try and get around the corner.
Sentinels,
but
one more round.
to that.
Big mistake.
King and Mazzino have had these ults for a long time.
I was wondering if we were going to see it being used maybe into mid, but just with the Viper's Pit, lay it down, make it a bit more difficult.
There.
And there it is, it's used with a slow up. That's what they were waiting for. Nate pushes forwards to spam. King, I don't know how he's escaping in these scenarios. It feels absolutely ludicrous, but moving forwards, and guess what? Waiting in the pit. 150 secondary somehow. Getting that much value.
How King is avoiding getting spammed down and
It's
shot by
insane.
showstoppers and all sorts. His movement and his understanding of where the Sentinels players are going to be expecting him to be is unreal.
They push second into this forward position. The decay damage kicking in, the rest of them regrouping up.
They know.
Side by side, yeah.
At some point here, Zekken's going to try and backstab, right? But that also means that he's not there to entry
30
for them in B
seconds left.
main.
It's all about the timing.
And Mazzino's just going to stop them from getting out. One smoke, one pull. Zekken's going to be forced to make a play happen here. And I think just walk straight into King.
And this is so damn difficult. And there it is. Low enough. The shorty does the job, just trying to wade right into it. And none of the util has been cleaned up yet. Dev! A bit of a miracle moment from him. He stepped up. 3 kills in it. Tap at a spike. Needs to reload. Doesn't have any bullets, but now time's running low. He's got nothing else to work for him. Seekers pushed back around the corner. 11 health to his name. Could this be it? A bit of a miracle for the IGL.
He would have to ace.
He's got the most to do. Him versus the world is what it feels like. Doubled up. One drop down. Taco spotted it. Positions there. Crosshair placement's good for one still. Finds it. Flick at a wrist. And it is good util in his hands. Finds it a target.
Let's go, Dennis! Let's go!
The haters denied the final round of the half, and it's Def the IGL who steps up to the task.
Def more than doubles his kills there with the ace in the final round. How did these come through? Such incredible shooting to be able to take down Noswa and King, and then wins a 1v2 against Taco, and then a flash around the corner giving him the info and an instant headshot. Sometimes Def just turns on. And for a player under such scrutiny for the Sentinels fans, that will give them the boost of momentum they need heading into the next half.
That's what they needed. And 7 rounds on that attack side, a split moving over to a bit more of a favored half. It's going to be good. It's looking good for them, but we'll find out what our desk has to say about this one and setting us up for that second half.
Well, pretty much every analytical thought left my brain when we watched that ace take place to prevent the first half from going dead even. Could have been 6-6, and because Def comes up with a big one, it's now a 7-5. But we've got the titan of the telestrator on the desk today, so you know we had to put it to use. So I'm going to hand things over to Sean Garris here, who's going to be breaking down an early round win here for Sentinels.
Thanks, Dash. And yeah, this is the bonus right here from Sentinels. And you can see off the bat, this shows the dedication they put this week to discussing their game plan. We have the Sage over here at B. She's going to slow this push. We have the Viper over at A. Just going to be a nuisance for this Skye. So when we play the clip here, you can see, they're going to stall out in mid because Leviathan does such a good job. If you look at mid, look at the mid control that Leviathan's going to pull here. They're going to drop an Astra smoke. A Viper orb is going to go off as well. They're going to be mollying that orb. And you can see the stall in mid right now. And it's the job of these players on the extremity over here for Sentinels, the two Brazilians. They're just maintaining control while these three take the center of the map. So on the center of the map, as the smokes go away, you can see King make a play for the orb. He picks it up, repositions it to heaven, and that's when Sentinel's hit comes into heaven. You can see the gravel at the top, the flash coming through. So they've gotten full map control, and the heaven pinch comes in, and it is gorgeous too, because Zekken creates space, gets the opening pick, but there's some things that they do slightly wrong, like their spacing entering the site. And you can see that's where the individual skill comes through for Sentinels in this round. Pancata gets 2 through the smoke. Such good individual presence by him in this round. But the one thing that probably went wrong, in my opinion, for Sentinels is their spacing in this zone coming out of heaven. And you can see slight problems because they're still such a new team. But that bonus gave me faith in the half. And I think Def has brought an insane game plan this week. I love the walls Tens did. They look like a totally different team.
Well, we're getting a little bit closer to some of those answers to the questions we were asking of Sentinels just at the top of the day. They got a 2-round lead here on the first half of Split. We'll see if they can get it done on the back half as we hand it back over to our casters, Brent and Sideshow.
Straight back into the action here. Yeah, the second half, we'll see. Sentinels did manage to claim that pistol round right at the beginning of this map. Josh, we'll see if they can get a second one.
Yeah, that would be a massive beginning for them. I'm also interested to keep an eye on Zekken. He's been absolutely dominating that first kill battle. 5-0 on first kill to first death. I mean, that's half of his current kills are coming at the beginning of the round.
Heavy mid setup. Look at this. Walking, wading right into it. Using the Viper wall as cover. Pop flash play, catches onto a player. It's Nozwa. He's going to be vacating it though.
And the reaction starting to come through from Leviathan, taking that A pressure. Are they just going to try and contact through?
No. There's no time wasted, really, is there? Look at that already. Straight into the sight. A bit of spam with the frenzies.
6-0.
That's right into the smoke. Taco falls. And look at that. Once more. Talk about Leviathan not wasting any time off of that one. That's Sentinels taking up that space with the dog, but this flank is going to be met right up.
Yeah, very, very far back post-plan positions from Nozwa and from Mazina.
He needs to be the difference maker, though. 4 players watching. There's a wall in his face. He has a satchel to get over it. Comes down to those timings, though. And does he dare take it? 4 players now walking, waiting onto the side, looking to take the fight. King! Spraying him down from every single angle. It's run and gun that gets the job done. Zekken's still alive, still. Position planted into the back, naded to the back. Zekken has to try and readjust, but it's too much to do even for him, as well as he has been playing. That's the pistol round claim for Leviathan.
What beautiful post-plant spots from Leviathan there. They weren't contested whatsoever, with only 2 players really getting into the site. I suppose it was 3, with 1 dying to Zekken, but they managed to escort the plant in. And then King takes screens control. Nozwa's playing a main. And they have Mazino in mid. They have flanks on flanks. And as Sentinels get into the site to try to defuse, they're completely surrounded. Loving that pistol round from Leviathan. And that's 1-1 in the map so far.
King being that defining player. Able to find 2 kills in the middle of all of that, even with a slow orb at his feet, but...
I'll tell you what's really interesting, actually, watching Sentinels working the map on Split. They always have Tens and Zekken playing together. And then usually, Sassy and Pancada are spread on completely opposite sides of the map. You can see it again here. You know, Def, Tens, and Zekken have split up just a little bit because this is Nico round, but normally they're playing very heavy, like 1-3-1 kind of setups. And I feel like on the defending side, that's definitely something that King can get a read of. Because what it means is, anytime you see Sage utility, you know the Raze is there as well. And anytime you see a flash, you know that there's probably going to be tens of second play.
Why don't you?
A dismantling in this round from Leviathan, and they've got free access to the A site. Not that they know that for sure, but smokes go up and should be a very easy round for them. But I do think that's a very interesting
You don't check your left side, your corner. That's what happened.
It's
a new
something
buddy.
that the IGLs will definitely be thinking about.
Planted.
Yeah, all about those telltale signs of any util being used. The push and pull at a map control, maybe if you can get something else, but yeah, it's a free plant. I was Sentinels hoping that they would wade into that gamble stack that they had going on towards B, but now just hoping to die to the spike or maybe take away a couple of the guns, because Zekken does have that Sheriff.
And also, one of the other parts of having Tens and Zekken play together so much on Split is that you're not really going to see the wall go down early round from Tens if Zekken's playing with it. There's a lot of teams that get a lot of great value out of their Sage by just walling off A main or walling off B main at the beginning of the round, and you can just rotate your other players elsewhere. But if he's going to end up being an aggressive component and working off the flash, it's not something they're going to have access to. They're going to end up playing retakes a lot, and Sentinels look so rough on the retake.
This is going to be a difficult one. Even with Sentinels buying up to those rifles, a bit of half armor as well, trying to keep the economy nice and strong moving forwards. It's Shy who I've got my eyes on. He's one away from a big ult. The Seekers coming online. They've been pumping all the plants and kills into him. So he is one away from quite an impactful ultimate. Might look to see them play around it.
Leviathan looking like they want to take B main control very early on. And something to think about is, you know, you've seen that aggression come out from Sentinels early. Could they go for a flash re-clear into this area?
Yeah, this looks like it might be explosive. Dash enabled, satchel through, already straight past the choke point. Ned's going to be bouncing back. It's all about timing. And guess what? No one ready to return, but eventually there with the better rifles. Spike. Oh, grabbed in the middle of all of that one. Clean movement, but massive advantage found for Sen.
A great response by Tens there.
Toxin screen down.
Not only does he move away from mid in order to pick up two. Whoa, what's going
Why
on?
have you...
He knew that they broke the wall. That's just as I was singing his praises for how well he
Why
adapted
don't
to
have
that
a
initial
night...
push. Very questionable decision making there at the minute mark. That's actually opened the door for Leviathan. It's now a 2v3 where Sentinels don't have great information about where they could go as soon as they cut noise.
2v3 and handed over the rifle.
And Shy still one away from his ult. I think that ult orb on A is still up. Or they could just go for the plant and have Shy use Seekers in post-plant to fight somewhere aggressively.
Feels like there wouldn't be enough time to try and go for the orb and try and get that plant down.
Yeah, I mean,
30 seconds
also you
left.
just give away your position.
Exactly, yeah.
Walking all the way into A here, though, will put them in Sussy's crosshair.
And Sassy who needs to watch it, but look at it. He's so concerned that it could have been lurking. Dropped down to 1 health. It's 124 damage from the Phantom there. Light armor, keeping him healthy, and look at this reposition.
I've got your
this ramp control. There's the Seekers, finally at play. Alerting them, giving them knowledge, knowing at least that there's going to be 2 of them, and they are being pincered. It's all about that timing. Where's the trade? It's not there. Timing from King.
One enemy remaining.
Down to the 1v1. Pancada, he's been good for it in the past. Head to be found. Does he have anything? Snakebite at his feet, 65 health. Everything counted against him. And King, well, he's got all the time in the world. A tap of it, a jump spot. Knows he's not on it. Immaculate stuff, Pancada. All the time in the world being wasted, and it's just heartbreak. Consolation prize with the kill at the end, but the round is going to be Lev's.
You've heard some of the NRG players, some of the other pros
Come
talk
on,
about
Dennis,
it,
like,
saying
bro,
there isn't a
come
hole in
on.
King's game. His ability to play clutches is monstrous. He always makes the right decision.
Stand down.
But I'm very confused about Tens walking out into B heaven and also not clearing that close position at screens. I'm sure they should have heard it. Shy getting into that position. He was running into the corner. Maybe the flash just obscuring his footsteps there. But it has flipped the momentum in this map.
At this time, it's Leviathan in that driving seat.
Off the back of a 2v3.
Yeah. And Sen losing every single player in that round. They're knocked down to the weaker weaponry.
And both teams winning pistol and bonus. in the first half and then the second half.
What a kill to be found. That's Sassy, just slight jiggle there, looking to see if he can take somebody's head off, but not likely. And look at that, the patience being played. Anti-flash position by Taco. Almost getting a second one, but no, just backing and they're just waiting it out. Not too eager to play off just one kill or two, making sure that, you listen, guys, we've got about a minute left in the round. We can slow it down.
They want to give enough time here for Sentinels to...
Next map is
maybe Sentinels react with a stack on A after Sassy goes down. So they want to give enough time, enough silence for Sentinels to spread back out again before they go for an A pop. Now we can see that actually Pancada and Tens, they never even thought about rotating to A, but that's what's going through Leviathan's head here, trying to make sure that they don't get ecoed.
And it's never so slight crossfire setup. You can see Zekken on the high ground. The Death as well as his counterpart. Nade though, push through, dash through into the smoke. Zekken's hunting for him, trying to find it. The shots, oh my goodness. Cleaned up though, Zekken's still alive, showstopper. Down to the ground, doesn't claim a kill. In fact, damage not even being done here with the Stinger. Making the most of it, another nade. Online, presence of mind in the moment still. He will fall.
10 seconds left.
That's freed him up to try and get that plant down into the post plant.
Pancada's coming with a Phantom though. A 2v3 on the opposite side this time.
Kill needs to be found though. Got to get an opening somehow, somewhere. Both grouped up. How does this really get found? It's all about timings, and Sentinel should with the wrong one, honestly. But an impossible task.
Jesus.
As it was, that crossfire setup Lev had from Mazino on the high ground.
The post-plant positioning from Leviathan in
Stop trying to peek, bro.
has been sublime.
Yeah,
way
so
they
good.
We
push.
saw it on the pistol round, and there's another demonstration of it with Mazino just taking heaven instantly. Sentinels going for that light armor strategy as they have been for the whole map thus far. And King not forced to use his ult, the Viper's Pit, in the previous round. So now he's got it for this, an incredibly important economic swing moment.
We're seeing Sentinels take their second timeout now because
Bro, Sentinels doing so good now. We're like, bro.
They've lost their grip a little bit on this
Just
map.
doing
And
dumb
you gotta think
shit.
as well, the way this series plays out. Our analysts were talking about it with the map pool trending this way, that way. We've got Ascent as the second map, Pearl as a decider. Two maps that the Leviathan are quite comfortable on.
Very comfortable. Yeah, I mean, that's the issue. Sean was talking about the fact that 3 maps in the pool look a little weak for Leviathan. Or, I suppose for Split, you could say they just haven't demonstrated any success because they haven't played it since July. But at the same time, one of those gets first round banned, one of those gets second round banned. Sentinels can only slip one into the pool. So if you're rooting for Sentinels here, they must win map 1 and then hope that they can squeak something out on Ascent or Pearl.
Yeah.
They've got 2 chances at it if they're able to win on Split.
But they have to win here. And the pressure being applied. This is Leviathan also taking their time out around this time. It's funny, you talk to some of the coaches about scenarios like this, when you get the back-to-back timeouts being taken, they're like, oh God, why did I call it? Yeah. I could have just used theirs, you know? Could have just used theirs, but...
For anybody in the audience who doesn't know, both coaches are allowed to talk during timeouts, even if the other team called it, and they have to call their timeout during the previous round.
Right, so you can't really plan around it.
But that, I think, showcases how important this next round coming up is. There's only a single ult to really work with, which is King's Viper's Pit. I suppose Def is one away from his Seekers. Maybe that's something they can play for. But at the same time, it's an economic swing round. If Sentinels lose, they're going to be on a bit of a rough bye for the next time. It gets Leviathan up to 10. It's not a great situation. Both teams are desperate for some level of success. And neither team able to pull off a single retake so far. We've just been seeing attacking success or, defending aggression.
Yeah. Retakes have been missing ever so slightly. But here we go, back into the action, and you can see the importance of the round that we were just talking about.
I think at some point here, Leviathan could just go for a big B burst. And considering where you've seen, I mean, maybe even a big A burst, to be honest, because most of the time Zekken and Tens have been playing B Heaven. But forcing Sentinels to play a retake, that could definitely be a win condition.
Yeah.
Then stop
they did try to
knife,
be burst
bro.
on their bonus round.
Okay.
Ended up coming down to that King and Shy clutch when it was just the 2 of them versus 3.
This is one of the first rounds where you don't see TenZ and Zekken holding hands. They've split themselves apart, but we have still not seen TenZ use his wall early in the round, you know, to lock off one of these areas of the map and make it easier for his team to defend. He's trying to use them in response to what Leviathan are doing. I mean, a B Heaven wall here would be good.
Pretty far back, though. Just a slow orb at his feet. Player spotted. This was there as well, and look at it. Just thinking somebody could be pushing that position, but instead it's
There.
a bit of a pump fake there. Leviathan.
There.
But right here, putting a wall down once you've not heard anything would be fantastic, because then it allows you to rotate away, try to stack over onto another site. And here it goes. TenZ is going to pop that one down as the rest of Sentinels look to focus towards A. Zekken still with full raise utility to stop this.
This will be the man of the hour. Common position that he's been playing in. Smoke in his face, backs away to nade as well. Look at all that damage being done. Taco so damn low. No kills to be found though. Still staying alive, but making sure that they reclear that A Heaven position. Still, now there's a Viper pit down and a heal. It's going to be happy with that one, keeping him topped up.
And Mazzino is going to play for the latest post-plant position of all time.
You need to have Qjoy,
He
bro.
has a star that can go down on the spike. And assuming everybody else dies, he's still going to be a bit of a threat.
And it needs to be time injected into this one. Bit of spam, seeing if they can find a kill onto the Viper would be beautiful for them. TenZ is cleaned up. Shorty right into it, wading into it. But it's just being matched pound for pound with the gunfire. Desperation from Def. Hunting, searching at every single angle, but it's all Leviathan. Another round claim for them, and it was an important one.
And it just comes down to that ult. Being able to get the Viper's pit down makes that retake almost impossible, and it's not like Sentinels were ripping them up before that anyway. And you also see how difficult it is for Zekken there to actually land his utility before the double duelist has already burst out onto the site. That's why people love playing Jet and Raze on this map. The Jet and the Raze can both be through the choke point before the defenders have a chance to react.
Heading to the above.
What is going to be the answer? The half buy allowing Sentinels to get a bit of a buy round going for them. Do you really want to be proactive, though? That's the question. When you're on the defense side, you don't want to be opening yourselves up to getting picked off.
We saw Sentinels at the beginning of this half really trying to push various areas at the beginning of the round, at the mid-round, and now they've just settled back into a much more passive holding pattern, and they're not really able to hold on. Maybe it's time for a bit of that mid-round aggression. Another 140 tap on the Shy. And King responds. That's going to kill.
Trailblazer watching, but look at that. Already the players in position. The common angle spammed. Has to be respected. Nade at the back. It's all up to Zekken. Rebounded. Dropped down. But the nade's bad. It actually fell back onto him. Has to try and anchor this position, but it looks like it has sort of a little bit of chaos. Position gain, but the spike's rotating around, and it is a good read. Sen already shoring up the defenses to B site.
What a read from Def.
Expecting this one, the pivot play to be happening, but kills happening all over the bloody place. Slow orb missing. Comes down into hell. TenZ not watching the angle. 22 seconds remain, but it's just out of Zekken. Last one left, and he's all the way on the A site. No intention of taking this fight.
And once more, Sentinels actually have a great idea of what's happening, just like the previous round. Round 17, we saw them stack 3 players over on A, and they still couldn't stop the sight hit from coming through and the Viper's pit from coming down. This round, once more, Def has got the read. He knows that it's coming through to B, and they still can't stop it. King is like a wrecking ball, just destroying them.
It feels like there's a couple of missteps in terms of the timing. You know, Sentinels this entire time, we've talked about it. They've been trying to find their identity with the roles. What do they want to move forwards with in the Americas? How do they want to be, you know, fielding this roster? The potential's there, you know. Sean was talking about it as we were heading into this. They've got the pieces to be, you know, a top-tier team in these instances, but so far, it's been back and forth, swapping, chopping and changing, making sure that trying to find the right solution, I suppose, on a lot of these maps. It leads to a bit of uncomfortability, I think, at times.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, I mean,
the slow up just missing.
Yeah. The nade missed earlier, the slow up missed there. Def decides to swing on his own rather than being paired with somebody that he could set up with any utility. I agree. I think it's looking fairly solo. And also, that is an unusual sight seeing Sassy down at 3 and 12. I mean, talk about a player that's been put in uncomfortable positions. His role has just been changed all the time on this team.
Blinded.
And he's often been playing alone on this map.
Bomb buddy out.
Something's got to change. Sentinel's feeling pressured enough to invest into this one. Bulldogs on some of the players.
Yeah, this is a proper force buy.
Yeah.
3 Bulldogs,
Tens, he
2
cannot
Phantoms.
push them because the Tens
Trying
have
to
a
make this one
revive.
happen. It's Sentinel's last stand. They don't want to play for OT.
Def did rotate over to try and help out B Heaven.
This is going to be a lot of pressure into Pancada here. He's got to read it. It's going to be a showstopper push.
And he just backs away. It's a pull being used. Lovely shot by Tens. Still taking a fight up close. There's okay. Wall was out on his hands for but a moment. Flash play with the repeat. Maybe with a better gun could have made something happen, but it's the ADS that does the work. Damage is done. 2 players left standing. Wall to block it off. Tens against the corner. Patience. You gotta be kidding me. And none the wiser. Still a fight being taken. It's a slight advantage. Sassy up close and personal. Anything to deal with
30
King.
seconds left.
Moves forwards, crosshair placement's good. Dealt with.
2 more
Sentinels. Momentum stopped. Must win round, goes without saying.
And getting that success once more by flooding into the site there and playing off each other. Still some moments where it looked a little shaky, but just generally being able to double hold angles for each other, swing off each other. And I like the way that Tens is always responding to Pancada being pressured. We saw that as well in round 15. If Pancada sees somebody coming B main, you bet that Tens is holding that angle for him. It's a wonky buy all over the place here, though. A judge in the hands of Tens.
And it's fast. Into the face of Tens. He can't get anything done. Judge is good in those instances, but look at that tackle. Answers back the Blade Storm. The trading is immaculate.
And what a change of tempo.
Yep.
After running slow round after slow round, Leviathan just shunt it in.
Completely unexpected. Completely unexpected, yet still. Said not giving up. Heaven position was held forward as a late lurk. Mazzino trying to take up that position once more into B Heaven. The spike's still not being planted, though. Sight isn't entirely there. It's Sentinel's entirely grouped up. Look at them in CT. Nade to try and deny against the... Just against the default block there. Doesn't actually find anything.
And Mazzino's in another amazing post-plant spot.
The flash! Coverage! It's all there in time, but the players alone need to be fighting this one. Okay.
Let's go, Sen.
It's done.
And that's the first retake of the map. The very first time anyone has diffused
Some more rounds.
in this map.
That's insane. That is absolutely insane.
And it's a couple of rounds giving a lifeline to Sentinels. Their first 2 that they've won on the defense side after a very successful 7-5 half.
So maybe they can still do this.
It is possible.
There's got to be one round at a time. So far, so good.
The ults are going to start to cycle here just a little. Sassy, with that ult online, looks like he might be trying to rip it early in A main, but that's where everybody from Leviathan is positioned.
Yeah, that's 4 players grouped up. Near enough. Deep flash.
Perhaps not.
Yeah. Just waiting with a triple stack. You can see Sentinels are matching them almost pound for pound in terms of the amount of players that they've got grouped up here.
Yeah, it's a straight 3v3 over in this area. I
waiting.
thought Sassy was going to ult off the flash finding somebody, but he's clearly saving it for something.
Trailblazer block are broken. Look at all of these smokes, so difficult to get through. Oh, and a drop down. It gives Second a perfect timing. Angles watched for. Showstopper at the feet. Finally a kill claim. No -8 in sight.
Really well done there, and Tens has walled B Heaven as a reaction to all of that happening in A main. So that really stops any kind of pivot that Noswa could have gone for. A 2v4. Leviathan have won some disadvantaged situations, but I think Sentinels should have given themselves enough of a buffer here.
Yeah, in fact, I mean, Sentinels are showing a lot of respect here. They've given up map control. Playing back screens, back elbow, given all of the B site. They didn't want to try and fight to hold on to the position, even though the spike was dropped down there.
I think this is really safe. I like it.
Very safe.
But also, these are the kind of rounds where Leviathan just like to save. It helps bolster their economy. If Mazzino died, he'd be in a bit of a rough spot. You know, Taco's not got very many credits to his name either. So we're going to see a really close map here to start out.
Yeah.
And maybe
10 seconds left.
maybe that's not exactly a great thing for Sentinels fans, considering we're going into Leviathan's favored Ascent and then Pearl after this. Maybe Sentinels would be hoping for a little bit more of a decisive victory map one.
Dan's
But I
death
think they'll
and
take whatever
Pancada,
they're
they
given.
both got you.
A close map and one that they have chances to win is certainly a positive sign for this team.
So not out of it yet. Plenty of ults as well to start rotating, putting into the mix.
Nice.
Starting to build it up. But look at this. I love this. Lower in the orb as well. You pick your own timings that you want to fight off there. Everyone getting cleaned up. Money's still relatively honest here for Leviathan, and they are grouped up for a heavy A pop. Look at this. Looks like it's going to be a fast play.
And certainly it will be now that they don't see a Viper's Pit in their face. I mean, now is the perfect time to try and transition. You know that Sassy's B main or mid, and you also know that someone should have been with him to help him get that up.
Ken's just trying to spam through the smoke. Looking for something there, but a bit risky. Side's going to be given. Dog getting a lot of info. And the pit's down.
And this one from King going to have way more impact than Sassy's in mid.
Have to try and play off this now, though. Seekers, they all group up into elbow, and they all get beamed down. An important fight taken. With Noswa falling, it's going to be the threatening nature there of that flank potentially being there still. Do they expect Taco Leo? Oh, my goodness. Up close and personal, just trying to stay alive at the flower pots. He gets the one kill. Sen, time is running low. Out in the open, surely doesn't get it. If he goes, jumping around. But the Viper's Pit, it's in their face. And this can be difficult. Shy assailed from every avenue, every angle. Kill found is starting to tick down and down. Snake bite at his feet. Pancada, it's desperation. It's running time, and there's just not time.
Bro.
Everyone falls, but it is that 12th round match point for Leviathan.
Leviathan finding a 2v4 win there. Another round secured just by King's ultimate, providing an impossible burden for Sentinels to get through.
Yeah, the retakes have already been rough. When that Viper's Pit goes down, you need more than coordination. You need a bit of luck. Just to try and at least battle your way through. There were so many layers of util to get through, and this is a dangerous scenario. The money's good for Sen, but they don't have much room to breathe.
It's got to be 2 rounds of perfection from the defense in order to take this to OT. It was overtime against 100 Thieves as well, although they ended up losing that.
Caution here.
But if Sentinels can't win here, it does not look good for the series.
Patience. Trying to wait out a lot of this utility. Bit of a rotation there. You can see the smoke in their face, but...
Caution here.
And Tens has pretty much been playing B main every round apart from the first 2 or 3.
Scout destroyed.
Shot broken. Where's the util? Slow orb. Okay. Backs it away for now. Timer for the wall. It's going to be used straight across. You know, breaking. Oh my. Was alone.
That's actually pulled Sassy as well. Sassy wondering where to go here, trying to get the read. Perhaps they're Def just telling him to come back into A heaven.
This could get really dangerous. But it is being watched for. I think they were aware that the mid lurk could be happening, but now we see it pop through. No time. Seekers nade through, but the Leviathan players are already through. Damage done. There's a snake bite.
That's dropped the spike too.
And how do you reclaim this one? 15 seconds left. It's all about this. Finding that cross map there. Mazzino falls.
That's massive. It means there's going to be no pull on the spike. In theory, this retake should be a lot easier. 5v3. It's only Taco that could be a danger. He's over by screens. Shy got value from this position before. It wasn't cleared well by Sentinels.
Got to make sure the fundamentals are clean here now from Sen as they're trying to get into this retake. They have that player advantage.
Surely they clear this.
Sure. Okay, Shorty round the corner. That'll do the job. Now just try and taking good fights here. 2 players left. Standing King. Can't give him too much. Instantaneous with it.
Let's go!
Lovely swing timing there by Tens.
One more round, bro.
And another successful retake, exactly when Sentinels need them. They keep coming up with these big rounds. And you can see that Sentinels are actually trying to play full A retake. And they're looking heavily for the lurk players, the players that are pushed forward. They've got a good read on how Leviathan are playing on A right now. 3 players stacked for ramp control and heaven control so that no one can get back up there to play some kind of heaven. And then also Mazzino getting caught all the way over at B.
Yeah, it's a little bit all over the place, but wrangled back, and you can feel the pressure being applied because it's a timeout taken for Leviathan. They do not want this to go to OT. They've got to try and close this one out, but it's a hard task. I mean, we can see the economy here at the casting desk. It's not looking good for Leviathan if they want to try and close this one out 13-11, but sometimes it's these rounds you need to worry about the most if you are Sentinels.
And both of the coaches trying to get as much input as they possibly can in this final timeout before overtime potentially hits. A crazy streak of rounds for Leviathan at the beginning of this half, 6 in a row. And since then, it's all been Sentinels. The adjustment has really worked. 2 out of 4 of the rounds being the first retakes that we've seen as well. But like you said, Brent, sometimes it's these rounds where the magic happens.
About there.
But 2 Stingers, a Sheriff, a Spectre. It doesn't look good.
The money is not good. It's going to take heroics if...
Here's a bit of an adjustment, actually. Sassy moving his way into B Heaven and Male. He's been playing on the A site almost all the time. And now Def is the only one there. You can see Def isn't really going to get pressured. The Spike and Taco Lee are trending towards B main.
Walking forwards. It's a 3-1-1 default, but now you're starting to see it. Pace. Nade against the back, Taco up close, up top, but he's dealt with rifles. Good for the job at hand. Sentinels beaming him down before they can even get close.
2 Brazilian players able to play together, setting up a crossfire and destroying the duelists from LATAM.
Yeah, that's the impetus of your comp there if you're Leviathan. Players that are really trying to take the space fast.
I mean, also the Spike is so far away. Even though Shy and King have taken some reactive control of A Heaven, this Spike has got to go the long way around.
Flash re-clear. Good from Sen. They now know that A Heaven is compromised.
But you can see the way the Sentinels are playing here is just for a full 5v3 retake.
Yeah.
They are happy for this Spike to go down.
Can't use that yet.
And the only problem here is that King is actually in quite a nice backstab spot. Sentinels, so far, you know, their adjustment to read these post-plant positionings has been good. But do they find King?
They don't want to give anything away. Cosmic Divide splits it up. Def. There's a timing kill! It's not claimed! Mazzino as well in the middle of all of that. Tens was found, and there was no trade in sight. Flash round the side. It's getting dangerous. It's getting more than dangerous. Bring around the Rosies, but Elbow, it's watched for. Contain King, last one standing, sticking all the way through, and it's sending it.
Go, Sentinels!
Overtime map 1, Leviathan versus Sentinels.
Overtime.
This is what we want to see.
Nice comeback, bro.
What a way to do it. What an adjustment to make. I definitely thought that Leviathan were about to pull something off there. I mean,
I like it.
When Def has a guaranteed kill in Heaven, and then it all just squeaks away from them, looked disastrous, but Sentinels are able to battle back. Cheeky little Vamos there. I think I just spotted a cheeky little Vamos from Psycho.
Yeah, why not? He's allowed. 2 Brazilians on the team, Josh.
Okay, I see.
So jumping into OT. Map number 1 here, Leviathan versus Sen. First blood gonna be claimed, that's Shy. Second falling. Been so good throughout this map, it's an unusual one. Usual mistake from him.
They've actually posted Taco with an operator, glass cannon all the way down mid. It lets them stack 3 on A.
And this is just fast, straight away. Senna not wasting any time through. There's a flashes are immaculate. And how do you salvage it? It's Def and Pancada. How do they do it? Lining all the way up. Pancada though, oh my goodness. In a 1v2. Spike picked up.
No health.
And this is so damn hard.
He has a lot of time to work with. I think the best play here is to try and find a pick before you get the spike down.
But he doesn't know what angles are watched for. There's 45 seconds in the round to make the most of it.
And look at the positioning of Leviathan. They're holding very safe angles. And at the tap noise, Pancada now gives away his positioning.
Plant's going down. Cosmic Divide was available. He did enough with the plant there. Drop down though. Does he notice? Smoke splits up the site. It's all about the timing. And look at that, cutting across with the dash and a bit of run and gun. Stray bullet finding the cranium. Leviathan one step away from winning the map.
Very solid defensive round, and also the first retake for Leviathan in the map. They weren't able to get any done in their attacking half, in their defensive half, sorry. And deep in the gut of the Sentinels players, they're going to be thinking back to that game against 100 Thieves, where this is where they let it slip again. Overtime, on split, and it got pushed to a third, but this map, split, is way more important.
Has to be a must win for Sentinels.
Tens picking up a glass cannon operator. As Taco did, Tens did not do this whatsoever. He was always in B heaven.
Isn't this unusual? No aggressive angle being taken by him, of course. He doesn't have an escape mechanism when he's playing the Sage, but he doesn't have any utility because of it. Only one slow orb.
Even though it's probably not the percentage play, even though the wall is so good on split, I actually like it. I think it's very unexpected.
Very unusual, but the question is, can he even get value? Because it's all Leviathan and they are going in the opposite direction. That spike being escorted. VIP treatment. Right through sewers. Down to Zekken and Def. Two players going to be holding it down at this angle, but all comes down to this. What value can they get?
I'd love to see another Def ace here. Is that asking for too much?
Take us all the way. About 40 seconds left, and it is getting tense. Crossfire setup. Flash to the side there. No pressure being applied, but Heaven's going to be gained. Angles, watch! Taco wins the fight. Dashing across onto the side, unusual. Positioning, and the spray down doesn't find it. Noz was there. Satcheled into the back, and he cleans it up. And it's just 2 against the world. Spike down, the post plans have never been so good, and it's looking so damn difficult.
Yeah, this looks almost impossible here. Tens is worried to even be able to pick up a Phantom because people have been playing aggressive in screens the whole time.
And it's all about how you can find a kill, but back not being watched. Sassy's removed. Tens, an operator and a dream. So much to do. First one found, but not the second. That's Leviathan claiming map number 1.
What a great finish out. Looking very clean in overtime there for Leviathan. I think both teams came into this with something to prove, obviously. You know, Sentinels have had their shakes, heavy criticism from the fans, and they wanted to try and dig deep into that weakness potentially in a map pool for Leviathan, and they just have not been able to come out with the victory when they needed it the most. And Leviathan hoping to showcase that it wasn't a weakness. And they do come out with the victory in the end, but they were pushed. Absolutely, they were pushed.
Certainly pushed. Ups and downs, trials and tribulations across this first map, but it's only going to get harder now for Sentinels. Look at this team now heading into the next few maps. Ascent and potentially Pearl as a decider. What an uphill battle that's going to be.
Yeah, they've got their hands full with this one, I think. Leviathan looking to bounce back after that loss to Fury and prove to everybody that they're still a top team in Americas.
Yeah, we'll certainly see if that's possible. That's going to be map number 1 wrapped up. Do not go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to be right back after this with the rest of the series.
Bro.
What is this from EA? He is currently unstoppable. True. He is just a consistent demon. El Diablo.
Hey guys.
Focus. And the target.
What a team.
Guess we don't make such a bad team after all.
Ease joint stiffness from normal activity, lubricate joints, and maintain muscle with VetIQ hip and joint chews. With a powerful combination of gluten-free ingredients and a delicious chicken flavor, you'll give your dog what they need when they need it. Keep them healthy and happy with these tasty and affordable dog supplement chews.
Hey dude, meet the Sirocco. The sneaker built for catching up with friends. Hey dude shoes.
Come on, bro.
New and existing customers can choose the phone they want, like the incredible iPhone 14 on us.
Not to brag, but I'm on Verizon now. And I got to choose the phone I wanted for free.
Not that you're bragging.
Choose the phone you want on us. Verizon.
An epic post-workout routine deserves epic post-workout nutrition. No-Cal's irresistibly smooth protein powder maximizes your gains and is rich with plant-based goodness. When it comes to your recovery, there is no dairy for the legendary.
I trim my chest hair into the shape of small animals. It's a squirrel.
You don't need to get that personal to get the State Farm Personal Price Plan. It just helps you create an affordable price. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. Call or click to get a quote today.
That was rough. Why don't you just take the night off?
Your game's looking weak. You could use a little help leveling up.
Go again.
Come on, now let's see like a Sentinels 1 the next round. Next round on the next map.
Stay in your game with DoorDash.
Welcome back to VCT Americas, where, of course, Map 1 had to go to overtime because that's the way we do it over here in this region nowadays. But heartbreak for Sentinels as they let that one slip through their fingers for Leviathan. Athena, I'm almost even surprised it went to overtime, considering the 6 rounds that they put together to kick off the second half.
Yeah, I mean, it was looking really, really good. I think Sentinels as a team just finally looked like maybe they found something that's finally working for them. It looks like there is something clicking. And actually, I wanted to talk a little bit about this MVP screen right here because we saw Sassy kind of not performing as much as he normally would. And I just wanted to make a comment that Sassy has played so many different roles for Sentinels right now, but I'm thinking that maybe if this is the kind of role situation that they want to go forward with, then is Sassy going to stay on that Viper controller role?
I don't know. I think even though Saucy had a pretty poor performance statistically, I thought, Sentinels looked pretty good. It was the first part of that second half, like you mentioned. They went 5 of 6 to get it to OT. It was really impressive, the adjustments they made. The double duelist was having so much top entering the sites. They were popping on A, popping on B. They would do these fast takes mail that were working really well early in the half. And Sentinels adapted. I believe they took a timeout and they played like 3 up on A main. And that was such a good swing round for them. And they did so many good things that map. But what if I told you they lost 12 straight split games? That was their 12th straight split game.
Oh, man, that's disastrous.
They don't look that bad. But
no.
Oh, man.
No. But all you need is a couple rounds, right? Ultimately, to take it. And that's where I'm going to look at a man like King, who found a couple incredible rounds for the squad. This is going all the way back to round 5. But what felt like he had no business winning dodges out on a Razor with incredible aggressive movement. And this would be the first round win of the entire map here for Leviathan in the end.
Yeah. That was insane. At the end, that was insane because, you know, the presence of Zekken to know that King is in that smoke, first of all, and shoot the showstopper in there. You think King is dead.
Yeah.
He just emerges from the smoke, pops his Viper, or it's like a magic trick.
Yeah, and the funniest part about it is he just proceeds to continue down, walking down mid. He's like, oh, I can get this map control.
Just keeps going.
Yeah, he just keeps going. He just gets the map control, the complete space for free, and like tells his whole team, like, hey, they're actually not mid. They left.
Yeah.
So.
And a singular play like that, too, I think is so big considering the fact that Sentinels did a pretty good job setting Zekken up for a lot of first kills in this map, right? He was one of the players we've talked about has been a top performer for Sentinels so far throughout the season. But to be able to steal that kill kind of back from him in that way was pretty big. Round 15, this is one I feel like Sentinels is going to want back.
Yeah.
They had big advantage here, and unfortunately, they let it slip away.
Yeah, I think Zekken getting those first kills is something that we were talking about earlier before this match, saying that we really needed to see these 5v4s come in for Sentinels. But Leviathan had a really high percentage win rate for 4v5s. I think it was something like 40, 50%, and that's not a normal percentage to win. You should not be winning that many 4v5s. Like, I think this whole game was just so close and kind of sloppy in a way that these should not be happening.
Yeah, one thing that I was a little disappointed with from Sentinel's side was evacuating the A site on those Viper pit rounds. Those rounds were just lost. The second that pit was down, and there was 4 Leviathan players in it, Sentinels just could not retake that site, either of those rounds.
Yeah, it's super, super messy, and that's where you start to look at individuals, right? And who's going to be the difference maker in clutch scenarios. For Sentinels, difference maker was Zekken. Again, putting them in positions where they have that man advantage, 5v4. Unfortunately, it didn't always net them the round win, and that speaks to, you know, the prowess of this Leviathan roster, where they can fight back from a deficit, where they can make set plays or mid-round adaptations, you know, from being down in members. But ultimately, Zekken still shows us why he's so deserving of this role on this team.
Exactly, and this is why I love Zekken in the flex role for a team like this, because you see a lot of this is planned, but also there's a lot of it that he's instinctually doing. On-the-fly utility usage, he has to time that showstopper right. He has to time his, you know, satchels correctly, but sometimes the boom bots are lined up. You know, those are the things that Def makes him do, and this is a great role for Zekken to shine in.
70% first blood success.
Crazy.
Yeah, he really did a lot of work. I mean, there were even a couple rounds where he like messed up his satchels, but just his firepower itself got them 1 kill, 2 kills every single time. It felt like he opened up a lot of space, but Leviathan is just really good at shutting down the rest of the team, it feels like.
I want to take a moment to just like step back and talk a little bit more generally about the game. Sentinels, and we heard the casters talking about this as well, they indexed hard into the light armor with rifles purchases throughout the map. What do you make of that, Sean? We talked a little bit about it yesterday. I'm just kind of curious your perspective on that strategy. Some teams seem to really love it, others avoiding it entirely.
I think it really depends on the map. It depends on where the meta is in Phantom versus Vandal, because what you're going to see now in a lot of these top teams is teams leaning towards the Phantom a little bit more and punishing teams that buy that half armor. So, but right now in the meta, it's like a sweet spot where there's too much Vandal usage, so you're seeing a lot of half armor, and because of that, you're getting an extra buy like later on in the half. Sometimes the value of it goes a little bit unnoticed, but as like someone that watches a lot of the tape, you get that value deep in the game.
Yeah, well, so, I mean, they obviously found, I think, a couple extra round buys, which is what was interesting, right? It's like, okay, we're looking at their eco, and a few times we're like, at least they get to purchase again off of a round loss. That's the cushion that you get for yourself. But yeah, then you're also playing with fire. You get that one-shot head tap from long range against a Phantom, and you're like,
Or they just randomly buy like a Stinger or something.
Yeah, exactly. Would have loved an extra 25 armor in that way. Now, before we move on to map number 2, let's check in on Mazzino in the AIM Lab shoot-around. For Leviathan, again, we talked about how the second 2 maps in the pool were the ones that really favored them. Well, we're looking at Ascent next, and that might be the only one that they need to win to wrap this up in 2-0 fashion.
Yeah, I think I'm really looking forward to Ascent. I honestly, I don't want to jinx it, but I think my prediction is that Leviathan is going to take this momentum from this first map and just kind of dominate on Ascent. And the only reason why I'm saying that is because we've seen such confidence coming out. I think King, with the confidence that he's been using to just like walk up places, take the fights, and Zekin kind of on that entry frag position. I mean, I'm not 100% sure if he's going to be taking the space, like being a duelist again. It's just so many question marks for me for Sentinels for their comp coming into Ascent. Like, I don't see it going the way of Sentinels.
Yeah, I think Sentinels they looked really good in the 100 Thieves game, if I'm being honest. The Viper pick the 100 Thieves had threw them for a little bit of a wrench early on in the first half, but they solved it really quickly. And in the second half, they looked fantastic. In this game, they're likely to face a mirror comp, which is going to be really difficult. It's going to be the standard comp on Ascent with the Omen, you know, the KO, the Sova, and I think what Leviathan does really well on this map, and what teams that typically do on Ascent really well, the basics. They're trading, they're spacing, taking orb control, breaking the alarm bots in mid that the Killjoy puts, putting fake pressure at tree, falling back and doing a mid-B split. These are things that Leviathan does at an S tier level on Ascent.
Well, we had quite a comp differential in map number 1, but speaking to your point about the likelihood that we see something mirrored, how does that tie back into your point around Saucy and the fact that he's had to kind of be a chameleon for this squad so far?
Yeah, I think just any player being put in a position where you consistently have to change roles, change comps, change the way you play. Every single role has a different play style, whether you're supporting your team, helping your team, supporting from across the map. Like, it makes such a huge difference in your consistency as a player. And honestly, I think they're kind of shooting themselves in the foot a little bit by like putting Saucy in that.
Yeah, and they're going to feel it, especially if they end up dropping this map and the series overall slipping below 500. Looking at the comps as they get locked in, it will be 10s on that Jet. So the switch from the Sage over to the Jet, again, not a surprise when it comes to the map, but a very different style of agent for 10s to have to make a switch now between map 1 and 2.
He looked in form mechanically in that first map, and I mean, even the last op shot he took looked pretty good. Like, yeah. TenZ is in good form today, so I don't think he'll struggle like he did last week. The problems that I think Sentinels might run into is, did they make enough changes from that 100 Thieves game? It was a deep game that went into overtime. Leviathan picked this map, so they understand that they did their homework. This is a team that will definitely watch that VOD. Did Sentinels change enough to throw a wrench in, Leviathan's game plan?
There you have it. Exactly mirrored matchups. It's going to be scary because at this point then, right, the answer isn't in the comp. It's all in the play on your opponent's map pick.
Yeah, I think earlier we saw Takolia do a really, really good job with that Jet. I mean, even on defense side, he was just setting up by himself, gets the op angle, gets the off angle into B main. He has the line for his whole team, and he's just fully confident that he can get away no matter what. So I think that's going to be really interesting.
Well, this time around, if Sentinels wants to take us to a map 3, it's going to be a little bit more about setting up 10s for success, with Zekin just behind him. Let's find out if this series can make it the distance and go all the way to map 3 as we send it back to our casters. Here's Brett in Sideshow.
Thank you very much, guys. Yeah, let's head into it. The stage is set, Josh, for our map number 2 here. Ascent being that battleground that these two teams are going to face each other on. Not really much room for creativity. Pretty set in stone in terms of the comps. And honestly, Leviathan, heavy favorites as we head deeper into that series.
And that's the problem with the map pool here, is that Leviathan have just demonstrated such excellence on Ascent and Pearl. It was a shock to everybody when Furio were able to beat Leviathan on Ascent most recently. So this is where Leviathan are probably looking to prove something, that they are still a top team on Ascent. They're looking to come out and dominate Sentinels on this map. None of this OT business.
Absolutely. It's been murky territory when you talk about a top 4 of Americas, but Leviathan will be keen to get, I think, a win under their belt here.
You talk about a top anything in Americas and it's murky territory.
But it all starts here on the pistol round. Vitally important beginning.
It's a big A split here.
That's the setup. Dash is enabled here. Straight forwards, and look at this. Do they want to try and fight them straight up close and personal? Into hell, it's a deep smoke. They have to be expecting this. Damn fight. Called and taken.
What a play!
Transfer through with the frenzy, and that shut that down in but an instant.
And instantly, this reflag from Sassy is going to pick up Shy, completely crush the catwalk pick. Mazzino and Nozwa, they were out of this round.
Oh, okay, so there's attacking.
They used the drone and the smokes, threw a paranoia, and everything they did was just to try and help their teammates get into a winning position. That got crushed by Def within the first 5 seconds.
Yeah.
It is so strange watching Def sometimes because he really can hit some highs. And yet his performance thus far this year, this match excluded, has been very low. So getting big moments like that out of him, and like the ace that we saw on Split, it's going to add a lot to Sentinels.
Certainly important. Double swing attempt, but nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. The shot darts will find you, and a pistol round for Sentinels. Okay. Great start for them. Similar beginnings to the start of Split, if you cast your minds back, and it was honestly pretty important for them to get on a tremendous lead in that first half. I believe it was 7-5 was the scoreline initially.
Yeah, with 4 rounds going the way of Sentinels off the rip. I think it was, 5-1 at some point. Leviathan did the same in the second half too, right? So both teams able to win pistol, win bonus, get an enormous amount of momentum going into the half.
Ready.
And Leviathan are not investing anything here. Just pure classics.
Yeah. Save all the money. See if they can take any early fights. Paranoia was ripped across there towards A main. Not too much presence being shown. This is the potential to be quite dangerous. A bit of jump spotting. Sassy, though, still eager to hold the space, eager to lay claim to any and all kills.
Let's go, Sit!
I think these are just good confidence kills as well, to be honest. Sassy, having had a bad first map and being put in such an uncomfortable position here playing smokes. The last time that we saw him play, missing some of those timings, not really looking super comfortable, but when it's a player of Sassy's caliber, you expect him over the course of the first few weeks of Americas to get very solid on smokes. And I think this is such an interesting map to kind of follow Sassy, because he's up against another player that's had to learn how to play smokes recently, Mazzino. Now, Mazzino used to be a flex player back when he played for Crew.
Having to find his feet when it comes to that role. That head-to-head matchup will be looking a close eye on it. Lots of those head-to-head matchups, Josh, that are going to be coming through as well into this map. We're going to take a look at, of course, the Jet head-to-head when we take a peek at Tens and Takolia. Jet primary duelist role kind of morphing into this very sacrificial role these days as well.
Yeah, I think that's absolutely correct. I mean, you see Taco, he's got the first deaths in both of these opening rounds. And also, he is the credit for 36% of their first kills. So, a lot of the time Taco's going to be going first. But also, here's another little nerdy stat. He's only got 65% cast. And what that means is 35% of the time, he's not getting a kill, an assist, or surviving, or being traded. He's just dying first. So this Jet role does end up being, like you said, Bren, quite sacrificial at times. And it's about how your team ends up trading off you, or whether you're having a really hot day. And the trading does tend to be a lot better for Leviathan than it does for Sentinels. That's definitely an area that Sentinels could improve on.
I think they're going to be tested here on Ascent as well. Bread and butter compositions, you're not seeing any creativity. The map doesn't really suit it. And it does come down to that team play.
I like this rotate, though. It also comes down to how you're kind of reading the map and your defensive protocols. Here, Tens is rotating up towards A Heaven with a Marshal. Definitely an area where he could get a lot of value done against an A split, which it looks like Leviathan might be leaning into.
Just poking. Slow beginning. Oh, the flash repeat. Mazzino. Bit of a jump spot as well. His presence has actually attracted a lot of attention. Sentinels still got 3 players grouped over towards it, and guess what? Leviathan have no ideas about going towards the A site. They're all just slowly contacting up over towards B. We met with Killjoy setup.
30 seconds left.
Dart at the back. The turret gets broken there. It's going to be triggering a Nana Swarm, a bit of spam as well from Pancada, but giving up the site entirely.
And I love the way that Leviathan are using those Nana Swarms, fragment grenades to stop anybody from getting aggressive in the smokes. You can't flash peek out market or CT against that. It allows them a complete post plant. And once more, Mazzino playing those funky late backstab positions like we saw from him constantly on Split.
Util being pumped in, but the damage, it's being done. Def is low, and they are worried by that reflank. Having to watch that smoke. All the players up close and personal. King going down, though. It's a good one. Tap onto the head. It's difficult. try and wade through this one onto lane. Time starting to run so low.
And here comes Mazzino.
Being watched for. Good kill for Sassy. Dev and Second finding it, and it's down to Shy. The double peek, the double swing, and that's a round found. The bonus round converted. Sentinel's going to be more than happy with that.
What a fantastic start. Once more securing the bonus. Exactly the same as Split here. It's lovely. I mean, that opening kill from Tens too. Sean was saying Tens has looked like he's on form. But the other thing that I like about the way that Sentinels played this is that they're so tight together. They're holding angles for each other, spamming for each other at the beginning, and they don't go too quickly. They all post up on lane. They're getting ready to fight and then flood in at the same time. That level of coordination is going to be absolutely key. And
wow.
I
Okay.
talked about a bit of the confidence play from Sassy early. He's currently 6-0. You know, I think 3 of those maybe were eco kills in round 2.
Sure.
But overall, I think that is really a boost for you as a player when you have had a bad map to just sit down and immediately start well out of the gates.
Forcing Leviathan to take a timeout. Only 3 rounds in. Losing the bonus. Not ideal for them when they had that gun advantage, and it's something you can't quite let slip. You know, you're expected to win this one, heading into your stronger territory with the Ascent pick.
And I wonder what Owner can possibly be talking to them about here, because they've only really seen 2 rounds.
Yeah.
They've seen a pistol round in which there was an A split that got shut down, and then this B hit. The only thing I can think of to pull away from this so far from Leviathan is that Sentinels were playing a full B retake setup there. They had Killjoy utility on the site, but there was nobody actually there. So maybe there's some kind of read. In fact, I think most likely, Owner's probably just calming people down in the Leviathan camp. Maybe noticed something in the comms that he didn't quite like, or they weren't playing off each other well enough in the post plant, and he's just trying to stamp that out early.
Making sure to settle the nerves a little bit.
There shouldn't really be any nerves, though. They are definitely favored on this map if you look at their success rates historically.
Standing ahead.
Fast pop. All that util being used, and the Hunter's Fury expended. It's going to be used here onto this round. Shots. Times between them. Attacks forwards. Mankata's trying to take the fight there. And he's gone down and out. Death moving forwards. He's so damn low, though. It's an instant trade. And there is pressure applied. Second. Using the drone. Spots them walking out. A bit of a refight being taken. This is so scrappy.
It really is.
How does it come down to this?
Shy's trade was good, but it's put him weak. And Noswer just trying to walk forwards, hoping that nobody on Sentinels would be bold enough to peek.
Left it down to Shy. He's got that Vandal rifle gained. But he's not going to be given an easy kill. Second, just peeking. Spots it out, gets the info, and plays safe.
Sassy's job this round so far has just been to stop any kind of pivot or lurk play over towards A. He's only now just joining Zekken on the B site. Shy still with 30 seconds to play with. But it would be
30 seconds
bold
left
to try and cross mid here with such weak health.
Gun out. Not really too sure where they're playing, but 20 seconds left. His health being the biggest enemy, and look at Zekken. He's holding into the back of the side again, that 150 secondary. Drops down. That's going to be the immediate response, and Zekken, of course, taking a fight straight to him, knowing that he's low.
Overall, that's actually a good eco round from Leviathan, but I am a bit confused why they decided to rip the Hunter's Fury to start with. They took a timeout there and decided to invest heavily in the ult department for that round without actually forcing up. It's a strange call.
It is a strange call. Not going to have the ult now for future usage. Maybe just confident they could build it up again, but
yeah, I mean,
Pancada's not close to the lockdown.
So maybe that's what they're thinking, right?
Yeah.
Noswer doesn't actually need it to deny Pancada's ultimate. Nevertheless, Tens with an operator holding up top A heaven.
It's the same set of utility being used, but it hasn't been clearing this mid alarm bot. That's been the goal of it with the shock dart.
So let's destroy them.
Taco pushing up.
They're going to flash.
What are they setting up for? Yeah, they got a flash actually that's going to go over the top, right?
Yeah.
Left click from Def as soon off the alarm bot. Yep, there it is. And a re-swing. Beautiful trap play. Love to see it.
It's great stuff. And this is what's been missing so far from Sentinels. That feel that they have those coordinated plays that they can rely on, and people are comfortable in their spots.
Shot missed. Bit of a jiggle there to see the reposition, but Smoke now dropped down. 2 smokes, in fact. This is precarious. You don't know where Mazzino's lurking.
But at the same time, they've actually got people on all sides of the smoke. There is no way that Mazzino could be pushing out here.
It's the position fully locked down and watched for.
Leviathan actually like to save in these spots. I mean, they save more than any team that I can think of at the tier 1 level.
Yeah.
And this is a good
30
opportunity to do
seconds
so. The economy is not in a good spot for them. And that initial gambit completely failed. I mean, they just ran into a trap play and Sentinels have won the round off the back of it. This is now an extraordinarily good piece of momentum for Sentinels.
Yeah, I mean, you're talking 5 rounds in a row on it's a map that we were talking about. Listen, we weren't pulling our punches. They are absolutely not favored here. Leviathan, we talk about this team. They are one of the heavy favorites on this map against most teams, some of the top teams in the world in instances.
Absolutely. It was a bit surprising for us when they ended up dropping into Furia. And now Sentinels are off to such a good start. Now, Leviathan's defense side is ridiculously good. And with these standard compositions, you're normally expecting about an 8-4 half. I mean, a 7-5 half is good for the attackers, even being able to get 5 rounds. So there's still definitely time to recover this one from Leviathan. But so far, the story on both of these maps has been whoever wins the pistol gets up to an enormous amount of momentum. And then it's just whether or not you can make the right adjustments to stop it.
Maybe wrangle it back, but the money's not too good. Lev going into this round now. Not too much money to buy.
Yeah, it's weird. They've kind of gone for a half buy. I mean, everybody can still buy for next, but they could have forced something together as well.
This is important, though. This fight is about to be taken. Paranoia flash. Sassy feels a bit uncomfortable there, but another flash as well to push back these players away from this A split. Nade at his feet. Def is so out of position there. There needs to be an answer. It's all Leviathan. Pushing forward. Second, the anchoring is more than good. Out the smoke, tries to reset. Pancada's got his back. Will fall, but returns the fire. Shy.
Last player standing.
Walking forwards, just down to 10s now.
Dash Prime could certainly get one and get out.
Can't use it now, though. Drops down. So dangerous. Flick of the wrist, not finding it. That's Lev winning it. But the gun disadvantage there.
Yeah, that's really sloppy from Sentinels. Just after we were praising them for having such a well-coordinated play in mid, one of the most classic things you're going to have to defend against when you're that A-site pair of Sassy and Def is a split like this. And Sassy gets caught out in the middle of nowhere because Def hadn't repositioned.
It looked like the protocols weren't lined out.
No, absolutely not.
Sassy was wondering, should I Paranoia catch? Should I Paranoia made? Def holding close to the corner there of the door. He gets cleared out by a nade.
In the next half, I mean, watch how Leviathan play those kind of situations. They know exactly when to be throwing nade.
And this is interesting. Pace injected. And a fight being taken. That's a Hunter's Fury right through them. Damage is done by second, but it's just no cleanup. Look at how low all the players are of Lev.
And I can give respect for Sentinels for trying another set play after the one in mid worked so well.
Timing.
Defeated.
Pushes past the smoke and catches an easy kill. TP though immediately over towards A, and yeah, like you're saying, Josh, respect them for trying to make a play happen there, but it just falls to pieces.
It just did not work. And also, that play, so many teams do it.
Whoa. Second's found a potential timing here. I mean, listen, there's no backup. Shot out at his feet. Damage. Forward to the shorty. And second now, he thinks, okay, could be a couple of players waiting here. Tap of the spike. Trying to force it out. Can I take a good fight? The players, they're weak. A flash accompanying it. Shock dodge to maybe make the most of it, but this is going to have to take a double swing. Jump, spots it, 9 bullets left. Moving forwards. Time running low. Time running out. Zekken, they see it now. He's pushed forwards. And it's Leviathan in control of the situation.
One enemy remaining.
Can't be handed too many easy kills. The round's not winnable at this point, and it's a decent attempt.
Start losing again, come on!
But one of the reasons that I think Leviathan are able to deal with that is because so many teams run that same strategy. I mean, we saw that back in 2020.
Yeah.
And yeah, there's different layers attached to it, but I think almost every good Ascent team has that drilled into their bones the way that they're supposed to respond.
They have precautions now.
Yeah.
They know what to set up for, they know how to play it.
I think one of the big win conditions here for Sentinels to keep this momentum going is actually just getting TenZ on good lines with his operator. He's tried to play mid a little bit. Leviathan haven't really been there, and he's had to back off early. Notice how there's nobody with him in the early round. But he backs away from the 0 point, doesn't give away his position.
Can use that.
And very heavy A-main control here from Sassy and Def.
Setting up for something? TP across? Are they trying to take a fight to them? I mean, they got the paranoia in their faces as an answer. 1-for-1. Sassy, now he's being squeezed. What can he get done? Moving through the smokes. King, a great timing to take that fight. And
once more,
play, but
this duo of Sassy and Def just getting caught out in that spot. And TenZ has had a really unfortunate map so far because no matter where he goes, he can't find these early fights. And by the time he rotates, his team's already lost it.
Timing having to be taken. That's Pancada. He heard the drone, but it was coverage. Second force now to just back away, see if he can save that operator into the next round.
And this is where you really see the benefit of Sentinels racking up that early momentum, because now that we're starting to see more and more of the gun v gun rounds, Leviathan are flexing their muscles a bit and showcasing the weaknesses in what Sentinels are doing. They're not responding quickly enough. You see Sassy there, after that little skirmish in A main, is just trying to run as fast as he can out of the site, and Leviathan have already beaten him to it.
It was very similar to that first map that we saw. Oh my goodness. Okay. It was Sentinels getting up to that early lead, winning the pistol, winning the bonus.
Thanks.
A couple of rounds claimed, but it was very quickly Leviathan who were getting that momentum back. And now only 2 rounds separates them from a good attack side on Ascent. Already got 3 on the board.
Even one more is perfectly fine for Leviathan, I think, considering how well their defense side usually goes. But sure, they'll take as many as they can. And the ults are starting to come online too.
Knife for a knife, Hunter's Fury again, that's tagged. Onto one of the players, smoke at the feet, one shot lands. Dodging, dipping, and out of there. No kill, but it does clear out the site.
You should run.
Look at that. Deep lockdown going to be used. It's just to try and buy them time here. Now, Pancada does have his own lockdown that he could use, but time is going to be bought off this. No one can break the lockdown.
And you got to be a little bit worried that there could be some post-plant aggression here. Yeah, that's just to clear out any of the heaven angles. Our paranoia now not a tool for the retake.
They drop down. Being spotted there, Sassy swinging from the door. This fight's being taken. They don't even want to use this lockdown in this fight. They just want to take the fight straight up. Rifle v rifle. Still need to deal with this one though. The hell position of Mazzino, last alive. Can't quite get the angle. A successful retake.
And those were rare on split. At this point, just give TenZ a rifle, I think, because it's so brutal watching TenZ be on the opposite side of the map and have to retake with the operator in hand. If you're going to end up playing full retake a lot of the time, get him involved in this. Because weirdly enough, after Sentinels have looked very poor at retakes recently, it's one of the things that's really working for them in this.
Yeah.
Sure, they didn't actually get very many retakes on split, but towards the end, that's what was powering that comeback and helped them get up to OT. So, I would definitely be on board with that. TenZ is going to be using the knives this round too. Looking for a bit of an updraft play in mid.
Right on the fountain. The shock darts have not been finding their mark. The alarm bot's been up every single round.
It is a bit of a problem for Leviathan, isn't it? But at the same time, these A splits,
Protocols, man.
Yeah, there's nothing.
There's nothing there to contain that when these A splits come through. I mean, Steph and Sassy, they just fall over like that.
It's really missing.
Yeah, TenZ is trying to hunt for something here. Over peeking maybe. Any angle. Tagged up. Spam from below. There's a lockdown being used up close.
In a 3v5.
Over the top. I think he only had one knife there and still finds the kill, and that's going to get a refresh on it. Swings round.
Lockdown broken.
Damage done, and yeah, lockdown broken. 2v3.
Standing.
Shy holding it down in tree, and, well, Pancada again. Forced to back away, not even able to get out with a gun.
Come on.
And at this point, it feels like Leviathan have just found out that Sassy and Def can't hold A.
Yeah.
I mean, this just feels like the bullying of the A anchors. And Sentinels have got to recognize this and change things up. I mean, they need Pancada to be playing at A, or they need to be playing something very aggressive with Tens, you know, opping there or something.
Be faster.
There has to be an adjustment. Because Sassy and Def are getting run over. And now I think Leviathan are probably reading the adjustment. Just going to run it in on the B site instead.
Get out of my way.
Yeah, happy to do so. All the way through. Dart over the top. No one to deal with it. Second was fully blinded up. Flash in his face. Paranoia on top of it. The site's going to be gained.
What a great execute.
Seeing that coordination flex now. Leviathan's so good at it when it comes to these big site pops. Okay, that's B main control that Mazzino loves to try and late lurk in that position. Sassy's good to claim that kill. Flash into the back. Tens fight. It's Hellfall with the rifle. Does he spot King? No on the minimap. Gets to get the kill. Okay, down to just Taco. Dash. The disengage to the side. The players are weak. Trying to duck and weave around the dice, but no can do for him. Okay, a retake success.
This is working for Sentinels.
Yeah.
Their retakes are looking clean. The way that they're instantly flushing out Mazzino, and then Tens gets an entry into the site.
Last round.
I feel like I'm getting flashbacks to that very early round where they did the same thing. I think it was round 3. Where there was a big B execute, they're all playing off site. And Sentinels are just able to power their way back in. Tens getting a Marshall kill that first time, and now just finding the entry with his rifle.
Yeah. But a moment it looked like that could have been a disaster with Zekken being that first kill. Just being swamped with the utility, but...
I mean, to be honest here, I'd be very happy if they just played retake the whole time. They don't look like they really have what it takes to be able to anchor the sites.
And this time it's a Hunter's Fury play coming out from Zekken.
He
Tries to
reads the
predict
TP.
it. Yeah. Tried to read the TP. He knew he caught it onto Mazzino. Dash active. Angle held and tied. Okay, Tens. I mean, that one easily enough. There was a flash over the top as well to accompany it, just to try and alleviate some of that pressure. And King is alone. Drone Paranoia clears it back, reclaiming that mid space. He's alone. Do they really want to try and take a fight here, Dev? Can't get traded. It's too wide. Nos was watching. Tens is there though. He gets out, but he's being pressured. This lurk through on Shy. Angle's not there. Can't flick it up, and it is so damn odd.
Not really a fan of how they played that. Sassy used his paranoia way before they were ready to fight as well. Now Mazzino's on a mad lurk. And this positioning from Mazzino could cripple any attempts for Sentinels. If Sassy finds this kill, though...
Zekken's just not aware, is he?
No way.
Oh my goodness. 2v1. Smoke's online, misses the paranoia, but he's gonna dip. TP straight away, but 8 bullets left.
They don't know.
They don't know where he is. Drops down.
Now they will.
Yeah, on the defuse, and there was positions there, and it's a common spam angle. Right through the wall. That's 5 rounds claimed on the attack side of Ascent. Leviathan really flexing, I think. Putting all their eggs in the execute basket. Not too bad from them. That's going to be the first half wrapped up here of Ascent. Let's send it down to the desk to break it all down.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. 7-5 first half in favor of Sentinels. Where have I seen this before? Oh, map 1 didn't go so well for them in the end. But let's talk a little bit about it because it was 5 rounds right off the rip that Sentinels was able to put together. But I want to talk about round 6, where Leviathan seemed to find the holes in Sentinels' play and start putting wins on the board.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Sentinels were looking so good, and then Leviathan pulls out this play where they start taking Cat, and they see the holes, they see the gaps, exactly as you said, and they completely take Cat away from them. This was a thrifty, by the way. Like, half of them had good buys, half of them had bad buys. They took that Cat control, they demolished, and they were like, yo, we could just keep using this. And so they ended up winning the next like 2 rounds, taking Cat control. Sassy and Def just could not hold it down at all.
No, and it's crazy because I was complimenting Def before those Cat holds went in. I thought he had a great pistol, a great opening to the game, good ideas, good flooding on the retakes. I loved everything I was seeing. But yeah, those Cat holds killed him that half, losing 5 rounds on defense on Ascent right now in this meta. Oh man, it felt like they all came from Cat.
Yeah, I was about to say, we were talking a little bit off camera about how this map of all of them feels very favored towards the defensive side. So is 7-5, is a 2-round differential enough of a cushion for Sentinels to take this on the back half when it wasn't enough on split?
Yeah, I mean, they really got to hold on to Zekin right now because Zekin is he's holding it down. So, I mean, depending on how these rounds go, for me, I think 7-5 isn't that bad. It could be better, but I think it's still doable.
I definitely think it's doable, especially given what we saw the Sentinels on their attack half of Ascent last, I guess 2 weeks ago now against 100 Thieves. I think that an 8-round half on their attack side. So they know how to build rounds, build good halves on this attack half, but it's gonna start with the pistol. It's gonna start with not losing bonus. There's been a lot of bonuses lost so far this series. And if Sentinels or Leviathan drop a bonus in this half, it's gonna be backbreaking.
Yeah, Zekin's still finding duelist numbers on the initiator. He'll have to continue that to take this map and extend it to a third. For the side of Leviathan, they want to wrap it up here and now, 2-0 fashion. Let's head back to our casters to get the second half underway.
Wrap it up here and now. The importance of these pistol rounds has been stressed over and over again by the analyst desk, and as well as that, the Sentinels protocols on A from that first half not up to scratch, and they are about to be tested, Josh, because look at this setup. Looks like a pop flash play over tiles from Leviathan on the pistol.
It definitely looks like that tiles crunch, doesn't it? And we talked about how the tiles crunch often will get repelled by good teams with good attacking protocols.
So let's see it.
Are Sentinels ready for this?
It's about to be right in their faces. Flash over the top. There's a dart. Dash forwards as well. Watch for. There's a lot of space gained there by Tens, but he's alone. His team trying to deal with this one, but now 4 players trying to walk their way in. The right click's doing work, and it has ground them to a halt. Jumping around the corner, though, the return fire is nice.
And they're flooding.
But a call to flood, yep, straight back into it. Don't want to give up too much of the site. 3v3.
Spike planted.
When's that util coming back online? 15 seconds for the knife there of King. They're worried about that in B main.
They're cautious, but they're just holding it.
Bit of a reclear now as well. Look at them moving together.
They were so fast to get into the site that there's still a lot of time on the spike here.
Moving up towards lane though, a bit of spam into the corner. Sassy can't play that angle. Drop down to 11 health. Yuto coming online. Look at that. The dart and the knife together. No choice but to break it. It's up to Zekin. 1v1. 3 kills so far. Can he make it 4? Lit up like a Christmas tree, and he knows he's got time. Running round. Does he have it? The circle retreating. Nozra sticking. Not enough.
What a play by Zekin. I think Leviathan had a great idea in that round, and Sentinels, it didn't quite deal with it as well as they could have done. I love the call, though, to flood into the B site, and it sends it into a straight 3v3. But with everybody else left, look at that shot on Taco as he's falling down. And being able to use that stack of boxes on site to kind of break the angles and force a bunch of 1v1s. What a pistol round. That could be the difference for Sentinels. That gets them across the line here.
Revealing area.
One suppressed.
Beautiful stuff from Zekin.
Flashbang.
What's the setup? Heavy presence towards Cat on the Yuka round 11 here. Holding with the shorties.
Yeah.
A little bit of a crossfire setup.
But actually, we can see that nobody on Sentinels is really headed towards Catwalk. Are the shorties going to find too much?
A little bit of a shock dart close there, just in case somebody was there with a shorty, I'm assuming.
Yeah. They're not just trying to shock their teammates.
Yeah, it did seem like it, but
don't worry.
It was intentional. Drone going to be used, making sure that they can clear through to most of this one. Dash forwards, but is this going to be a pop flash play? Okay, Mazzino's dealt with the spam. Door closed. Shorty's round the corner.
Very
Plan's
nice
going to go off
awareness.
without a hitch.
I mean, a couple of serious threats there. Mazzino dropping into his spoke immediately spammed. And also both of those shorties trying to get a kill on a player that was closing the door. And Sassy just taps it, immediately runs away. A flash recon play for them to peek heaven as well. I'm liking this from Sentinels. They've clearly got some ideas. We'll see them play out in the rifle rounds much more, I'm sure.
They're playing this one safe. When teams get into this situation, oh my goodness, watched for the best teams in the world when they're playing Ascent will try and get these eco kills. They want to build up the ults, get the war machine running. There it is. I don't know what Taka was attempting there. Maybe just trying to apply a pressure, seeing if he could stick to the fuse, but watchful.
now bonus round. Opportunity for Sentinels. They have a Guardian, 2 Bulldogs. There's still a bit of spice there that they're going to be bringing into round 15.
Good time to reflect as well on a player like Zekken. We've been singing this guy's praises, but my God, look at him. 17 and 8.
Yeah, he looks amazing. And he did on map 1 too. He's looked great even in their losses. He really is the star player right now on Sentinels. Can Sentinels convert a bonus round? Sassy decided to TP away, puts a bit of a threat in the heads of Mazzino and King, wondering if they could get peeked from both angles at A main.
Very narrow angle.
We've seen this battle before. Taco V10's in mid.
Yeah. Guardian in the hands of Tens here. Steps out though.
And it's such a shallow peek from Tens, trying not to expose too much of his body, but puts his head perfectly in the crosshair of Takolia.
It's going to make it that much more difficult, I think, to see a bonus round conversion for Sentinels when you're missing your jet player.
And just looking at the scoreboard, you wouldn't really understand why we were talking about Sassy and Def not doing what they had to do, but take a look at how King and Mazzino play this if there is catwalk pressure that comes through. This may still end in a B split, however.
It's
Zekken with the
Sentinels,
spike.
Yeah, walking their way towards mid. The alarm bot was broken. Still these angles. Look at Taco. It's too good for it, man. Too good.
Flash.
That pressure's applied.
Sassy definitely.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, I mean, walking backwards into the wall, and they're just too aware. Leviathan expecting this, expecting the contact re-clears. Can anything be made of this? Last one with a feet, trying to get themselves into the side here, but there is one player waiting for them right at the back. It's Nozwa. Time running low, 12 seconds, dropping down. Spamming the Odin, dropping right click!
That's a free gun!
Is that? Paranoia in the face of Pancada. Run and gun does it. Spike plant will get a bit of extra money under the belt of Sentinels, but cleans up nevertheless. And okay, yeah, a little bit of luck at hand.
That's the first time a bonus round has not been converted in this match. For the first time on a split or ascent, we're actually going to see a competitive beginning to a half.
I feel the strain.
One enemy remaining.
And to me, when I watch how Mazzino and King play over towards A, anchoring catwalk, they've got some of the best defensive protocols you'll see from any players ever in this game. So that seems like a very dangerous area of the map for Sentinels to try to play. This round, however, King looking in mid. Now, this is normally the play that they go for, where they put down a lot of pressure on the player tiles. Nozwa spams with a recon and a flash. But there's nobody tiles to start this default for Sentinels.
I think that's just conditioning. They threw a flash in the dart.
Turret's destroyed.
I think they're just trying to fake like they are going for that same kind of tiles crunch they did on the pistol round.
Even if you don't go for the tiles crunch, though, it's very possible Nozwa gets a kill there, because with the Odin, he breaks that kind of metal plating that's on the tiles door.
Right here.
Or the wall. How do King and Nozwa play against this pressure? The recon dart could catch Nozwa here. He's in the middle of his drone.
Set up for the A split, it looks like. It's a fragment nade. Def can't push up off of this one. Hunter's Fury making his way across to try and clear through into the sides. Got to try and scale up through here. The door's still wide open, by the way. Leaving it for now. Flash over the top. Double swing on Heaven. Spike plant. Disrupted for now, but straight back to it because, well, Leviathan realized we've lost this one, guys. Got to pack it up.
Wow. Such a powerful aid crunch from Sentinels there as they put a little bit of gap pressure and then flooded through A main.
I was really worried for Tens, I think, when he was dashing up onto the right side of that side. It felt like he was exposed from every angle, but
nobody home.
Yeah, nobody home. Nobody to take care of that.
That's a massive round for Sentinels to take. Like I said, Leviathan's A defense is normally very difficult to crack, but King and Mazzino got taken out of the fights very early on.
I think getting up to that 10th round now, Josh, this is looking very good for Sen.
Yeah.
Reassess what we were talking about in terms of storylines, you know, peel back the curtain, us in the break saying, okay, well, Ascent, you know, Split was supposed to be a must-win map because this is the playground of Leviathan. They're such a good team at this one, but it's Sentinels in the driving seat.
Definitely is. These attacking rounds on Ascent can be very difficult, but the economy is not going to be a good spot for Leviathan. Sentinels have a great chance here of going up to 11, and that makes things much more winnable for the map overall.
The timeout has to be called.
Taco is one away from his knives. I mean, look at how these kills come through.
But look, it just feels so exposed, no? Yeah. Look at this. That's actually like, wait, that's not our player.
I mean, I was giving a lot of credit to Mazzino and King because they're the players that normally are ready to anchor those spots. But Noz was in such a bad place there, spamming with his Odin. And part of the reason that falls to pieces is because nobody is watching Catwalk for him.
Yeah.
He can't try and fight the player's sight because he's worried about getting backstabbed. He just sits down there and rips
He's
1,000
spraying
bullets.
away. The door's completely wide open. There's no smoke at his back.
It's a very weird round for Leviathan.
That was interesting. That was very interesting.
Owner will not be happy about that one.
I think it's quite telling in the confidence of Sen as well. Look at that. I mean, Don's just not even using the timeout to communicate a word here or there, but just leaving it mainly to his players.
Yeah, and that's what you need to do. You know, there's no need to be heavy-handed and give them direction when things are going well. And thus far, things really are going well for Sentinels. They're being able to avoid getting destroyed by the set plays of Leviathan, of which they've thrown out 2 of them. And then finding a couple of gaps. No force buy coming through from Lev. Taco could have potentially tried to play for an Alt Orb, although they are horrible to try and pick up on the defense side on this map.
He's just going to be opting into that hero rifle. When he dies, he'll have knives in the next round, but it looks like he has enough to buy regardless. And that's a bit of spam kill. Common position.
And Taco's destroyed. Hero rifle dropped down, unrecoverable.
Watching it for better moments.
Mazzino might go for it anyway.
Flash at the feet. Anyone to deal with this one? Oh my goodness, Tens is being swarmed.
Surely this does not fall to pieces here.
Where's the coverage? Where's the angle? Sassy's dropped to 1 health. It's a disaster right now.
As soon as Sentinels tried to play more quickly, all of their coordination fell apart.
Oh no.
Oh, what is going on here? These are not the rounds that you can throw away. Sentinels had it in their pocket. They could have got up to 11 so easily.
What's the answer? Luckily, the deaths of the players there with all those rifles are at the bottom of mid. Hard to reclaim if you are Lev. But his one and done position by King could get so much work done. Sen, you're in a scenario. You're going to be trying to contact in, look for picks. Look to see if anybody will peek you. Dark Close doesn't clear this. King could get so much done. Shots rattled. 1, 2, 3, eventually finding it. Mazzino TP right into the back of the site. Still. Smart from Pancada. 27 seconds left. Lockdown in his hands, placed down. And maybe some time can be bought. Wants to try and get this plan down. Fight taken! Nosra wins it.
Wow. That's bold from Nosra. Finding the timing.
Thrifty win for Lev. Fallen to pieces for Sentinels.
A 3v5 thrifty win as well. Shy taken out of the round instantly. Taco with a hero rifle dropped. Mazzino went and recovered the hero rifle as everybody from Sentinels scattered down mid. And why did they not try to trade King out? When King gets 1 kill with a Sheriff, why do they not just barrel forwards into him and try and go 1 for 1? Instead, they backed up into Mazzino and it all fell to pieces.
Nobody was watching Cat for that hero rifle.
House of Cards rattling down.
Misses pace again. Fast fight between that A main control.
I do like the way that Sentinels are dominating this position. They've done so much damage to Mazzino early. They're forced to call for reinforcements as well. Taco coming over with his Blade Storm.
Yeah, dropping him down low enough. Time starting to get whittled away in this round.
As soon as King gets a sniff that there's anybody over at Catwalk, he's going to use his fragment grenade and they'll all try and focus A main. There it is. There's the nade.
Yep. KO's popped off. Instant trade though, but Mazzino's good to get 1, considering how low he was. Taco, not the greatest weaponry in the world. He was hoping for his knives there. Still spraying it down, and it feels like Sentinels just have no momentum.
I can't use
Can't
that.
quite get into the site. Util expended now with 40 seconds left, and his contact plays. Knives in the hands. Taco, demonic. Sassy does well to put him down there, but Snozzle returns.
And that's such great awareness from King. The fragment grenade allows them to all focus in one direction and get a spray down on those players that are trying to entry through A main. And that is in the face of a null command. I mean, Def has called that strategy, thinking the null command's going to do everything for us here. They won't be able to flash us. They won't be able to nade us off. We'll take the Blade Storm away from Taco. In theory, Def's ult does everything for them on that site hit. And yet Leviathan were primed and ready. They knew it was coming. They got Util out in their hands, knowing they're not going to get peeked, ready to throw it.
Despite that tenuous lead, 2 rounds being the difference here, Sentinel still in control of the map for now. They have caught this timeout. I think this is a bit of an indicator. They realize very quickly this could get out of hand.
Yeah, and I think they've lost their best opportunity. That round 17 failed anti-eco has flipped the momentum of this map completely. Even though Leviathan are behind right now, the defending side of Ascent is generally going to be stronger. They're still somewhat favored despite being down 8-10. So it's on Sentinels to prove that wrong, to find some holes and ways that they can get in.
It's a buy round scrambled together for Sentinels, half armor and the Bulldog. Full investment. And how are they going to deal with this one? Because looking on the other side of things, Taco still without operator.
A very safe position as well, similar to where Tens was trying to opt from whenever he was playing mid. Heavy emphasis from Leviathan on controlling this A main.
One suppressed.
TP across, flash over the top. Sassy, okay, gets out of there. But are they going to be ready for this one? Thrown over the top, there it is. They spotted out the operator. One obstacle removed. Not wasting any time of how fast they want to take that one. Smoke dropped down. Alarm bot dealt with as well. Need to break that door though.
This is a bit of fake pressure actually. They're making it feel like it's a B hit. It looks like, based on where Sassy and Def are. No, perhaps. Readjusting. I mean, obviously Leviathan can't see what we can. And so for them, this could be a B split, could be catwalk pressure. And King doesn't have his nade.
I do like how Sentinels have slowed this one down. Approaching that 50-second mark in the round though, so.
Good information. The 0 point in A main finds nothing. So Sentinels are really going to have to sell this.
Yeah, and how do you sell it? I mean, if the knife doesn't spot it.
The paranoia is good though, from Sassy. That really
away.
does pull the rotates.
Yep, and now they're running all the way back. Shy, he's like, oh my goodness, I've left up the site. Got to run all the way back. Sassy, TPing into the back of the site, he can't get the kills. And where's the trades? Second eventually finding his way onto the site, but it's a 2v4, and they still have to deal with Nosra. Perfect peak timing. Fully blinded up. Over the top, oh my goodness. It's a jump scare, Valorant's a horror game.
I love that round from Sentinels, I really do. I think that they took a lot of map control down mid. They sold the A hit, but their players were just a bit too far away. I really like it, especially from Sassy. He's able to use the paranoia on A and teleport into back B. But the players that were actually in on site didn't win the 1v1s they needed to. Sassy's positioning is good, but he had to get that kill on, I think it was Nosra. Now Sentinels are knocked down to an eco, just Sheriffs. Can Nosra get spammed here? Look at him lining up.
Yeah. That removed. That's a dangerous scenario. Looks like there was counter spam.
Oh, definitely. I mean, that's why they've got all the 4 Sheriffs just staring at you in B main.
Just dropped down to 69 health, but it wasn't.
Caution here.
Wasn't a kill. Just damage exchanged. You're looking for miracles if you're sent.
I mean, I think you're also looking for an ult orb. Ten's one away from having his Blade Storm online, and he could be the miracle worker.
I seem to be aware of it. Orb gained.
Currently dealing with a small finger injury as well, Tens, but doesn't seem to have thrown his form off particularly today.
Here.
A smoke drop down. That blocks off the common op angle. How do they want to fight this one? Flash in the updraft. Tens with the knives, looking to try and take some of that mid away. They do take out the alarm bot, but running out of time now in this round to get something done.
30 seconds left.
Just contacting. Nosra holding his gun out. Here's the pace. Shock darts laid across. Paranoia into the back as well. See if they can make the most of this one. Bit of concern there. Potential push through the smoke. They're just barely getting into the side. Time running so low. There's about 11 seconds left. Gotta start to make a move. And they just can't quite deal with the back of the site. Beaming him down. Pancada. Shots found, but no one needs to... Okay, gotta hold this one. No time.
Damn.
And a flood in there from Lev. Deals with it. It's shaky.
It's a nice idea from Sentinels, it really is, but I think TenZ needs to have a bit more get up and go in that moment. There was nobody holding the CT smoke for him, so you can see that indecision. We're watching from TenZ POV, and he knows he needs to entry. He's the player with the Blade Storm, but he's worried about getting pushed from behind. There's no nade watching his back, there's no player watching his back either, and so he just gets stuck in this spot where
10 seconds left.
they're kind of just hovering around. He's not even the furthest one forwards. Pancada that really has to do the entry work towards there.
Yeah, maybe with a bit more time it could have been possible, but nevertheless, building up the bank a little bit now, so Sen are going to be having rifles online, but 10 to 10, it's Leviathan who have dragged this one up even.
Mazzino has dodged the 0 point in A main. He ran forwards to dodge it and now has gone backwards into Wine. The Sentinels have the presence of mind to clear this out if they do go A. It's very difficult to know that Mazzino is here. In theory, anyone that's playing A main should get caught by Def 0 point. They're looking at it though.
Watching. Bit of a ping. No, it's just TenZ watching it, and this Paranoia could get so much done. Ready and waiting, waits for the util. Flash is catching him. Spray down, only getting the one. Sassy's good to trade it. Hunter's Fury in their face. TenZ, he's dodging, duking out as he get out of there. And 5 health to his name. In a 4 position now into tree. That's a lockdown being used. Nades lining up. Straight across. Do they have anything else to deal with this? Damage done, but the lineup's slightly off, so the lockdown's going to be going off here. Positioning given up. Kills being found as well as it's all Sen just trying to evacuate. Shot missed. Attacker not accurate. TenZ weak enough that anything could happen, and they're just spraying them all down.
Bro.
That's a
What
rough
the
one
fuck's
because
going on,
Sentinels
bro?
absolutely had the entry that they needed there. The play from Mazzino over in Wine didn't get the enormous spray down that perhaps it could have, so Sentinels dodged that bullet and then managed to get into a spot where I really thought that KO nade would be good. The problem is there's so many different small adjustments you can make with the lockdown. There's not one correct lineup, and that fragment grenade has to be exactly on top.
Has to be perfect, yeah.
It has to be perfect, otherwise it just does, you know, 190 damage or whatever, and the lockdown, whilst weakened, still goes off.
And you can feel it. The control of this map, potentially the series, has slipped for Sentinels here, calling this timeout, but not too much discussion on their side of the camp, just waiting it out.
They've also won a single gun round here, Sentinels. 3 attacking rounds, but 1 off the pistol, then an anti-eco, and then they won round 16, gun v gun. So,
monumental task to claw it back.
Yeah, it is not looking great for them. Sentinels need to come up with an adjustment here. And I don't know really what it is. There's definitely some creative things you can do on Ascent. Some, you know, crazy pushes into spawn. Unleash TenZ. Having updraft dash into the sites or go crazy off a recon dart. But thus far, the actual basic stuff that Sentinels are trying to cook up just isn't quite working. They're getting close, but not over the line. And Leviathan really showcasing here in a closer map than I think people would have been expecting, and they would perhaps be expecting too, but starting to showcase why they're so feared here on Ascent.
Set up by Sentinels. Potential A split. Tacker's watching though. Look at that. Turret's dealt with. I wonder if they're just trying to work off of this with the Hunter's Fury. Shy ended up using his lockdown, so they don't need to save it. They could use it to clear out this A side. It's a common enough play.
The 0 point did not check Wine this round. Was used towards Market. But they're still not going to check it.
No one hiding. Dash enabled. Smoke close. There's a Hunter's Fury, and that's the goal. Paranoia as well. Rips through, and it's just scanning the common positions. Making it safe for Sentinels to get in there and try and get the plant down. Counter spam!
What a response!
Goodness me, Sassy almost paying for it with his life, but he does get out. With 19 health and a kill.
Sassy using a smoke for heaven instead of using that one-way over towards the door that's now been broken means an easier entry for Leviathan.
They want to flood into this one. Dart. What's being used? Paranoia close. And up close and personal is how Sassy likes it. 3 in a round for him, still alive, still kicking in a lockdown. Positions forced, an unfavorable fight though when he's falling there. Nevertheless, it's a 2v4. As long as Sentinels are clean with it, shouldn't be leaving too many gaps in the play.
Let's go!
To bring it to 11-11.
And that was clean. I was a bit concerned there because I like the play back in through this door. As Sassy dealt with it instantly. It's a big round from him. Just in terms of his fragging. Counter spam into a smoke, picks off Mazzino whilst being nearsighted. And gave Taco the runaround with a smart little reposition.
Yep. Lovely work. But the job's not finished.
Feels like it could go OT.
Feels like it certainly could. Back and forth, back and forth. Oh, it's online here. Def's got that KO to use.
Enemy mark.
Very useful one as well when you're trying to go for those side execs, but it's slowed down a tad. Drone in mid pushes off that angle, so Taco not able to play there.
Zekken isn't consistently sending a shock dart through to break the alarm bot in the same way that we saw Nozwa try to do it. I mean, Noz was missing a lot of his as well. But it does mean that Leviathan are pretty confident there's nobody working down deep, and it just allows Taco to relocate. The Sentinels pushes recently have been full through A main as well. Much more of a 4-1 hit rather than any kind of cat split.
Same again. So Mazzino's all, it gives him a lot of info just now that they know that his hit's coming through. Into hell, coming out of position. Mazzino's still there, pushing through. Immaculate. Mazzino's still not dealt with, he's on 6 health. And still laying waste to the site. You cannot approach it. Anchoring in his position, he's abandoned his comrade, drops to his knees, but TPs to a free site. Plant's gonna go down onto B.
Tragic for Def, but all he'll be wishing for is that his team wins it. Sassy taking a duel against the turret. He doesn't have enough health for that.
And how do you win this? Sassy low, 2v3.
The Brazilian pair have just got to hit the shots.
Mazzino almost going down to a turret of his own. Spammable angles, but Sen don't want to give anything away. It's the double setup. Anchoring at the back.
Time is ticking.
Time is ticking. Smokes in their face make it hard. The Nanoswarm on top of that one, but they've gained control of lane. Dropping down. Timing missed. Pancada moves across. Spam down. Time is everything. Ducking below the shots. Running forwards. And time not on the side of Leviathan.
Go, Sen! One more round.
What a play by the duo of Sassy and Pancada again. The awareness in the moment for Sassy, a player that really doesn't have much experience on smokes, to realize he can just nab that spike and get out of there.
Very good. It's hard to see the coordination there. Sassy and Pancada put into those positions, reminiscent of... We've seen some of the very best duos when they're placed in those situations, but look at this. Aggression is the name of the game once more. Knife up top. Taco pushed away. Dart in his face. Blinded up. Dashing forwards. It's chaos. It's anyone's play. But Tens is left alone. He's isolated out of the fight there. Good util being used, but a pop flash play. It caught onto him. It's a team flash, and yet still the kill is not theirs.
Scrappy Valorant for sure here. Reminiscent of what we saw on Split. Leviathan at Masters tournaments have occasionally been incredible in these scrappy moments, but it's actually Sassy making the play once more.
Slowed it down, watch for Mazzino. He's got the angle, he's got the crosshair place to it, and he's got the damage. Left down to 3. Sen, you can feel it, a little bit of overheat maybe. This was their time, and maybe it still is. Warband kill. Shy's dealt with at the back of the side, swing through from King, the spike's down, dropped out in the open. Spamming the wall, that angle, Mazzino trades!
2v1.
It's up to Zekken. Jump spotted.
Still
but he's out of there.
Seconds.
Yep.
If Zekken plays this one slowly and quietly, he's very likely to spread apart the defenders. But
I love this.
They're sticking together, and it looks like he might have a free entrance into the B site. He's got to be concerned.
The running bait. Straight away through. It's going to be a free sight for him. The gamble taken. Could have been somebody lurking at the back of it.
He has a dart online too, but the only way he really wins this is by relocating.
And it has to be aggressive.
Oh,
it needs to be favored.
This is so aggressive.
Wide out in the open. Surely this is straight in.
Let's go!
The map secured. And second is the man to do it.
What an insane map for Sentinels to take away. 13-11, a 1v2 towards the end of the Red Bull clutch. That is now 2 games on a set in a row for Leviathan that they have lost. And it almost looks confused in the Leviathan camp.
Dazed.
Nice,
How
bro.
has that one slipped away from them? Gorgeous recovery by Sentinels. My word, what this could have been had Split's overtime gone the other direction.
Insanity.
There has not been a North American team thus far in Americas to beat a Latam or Brazilian squad. And hey, maybe Sentinels are cheating a little bit with Sassy and Pancada in there. This one truly a mixed Americas squad, but my word, we've got a series on our hands.
Goodness me, though. Massive credit to Zekken. On an individual basis, 29 kills for him on the map. At times, single-handedly pulling them through, and it was up and down, this way, that way. It could have gone in any direction.
And what a recovery from Sassy. After Sassy and Def let through so many of those catwalk pushes on the defense side, even though Sassy was fragging in the first half, he actually had so many moments in the attack side where he was able to finesse them with an ultimate, get off a 2v2, combining with Pancada, and set up Zekken to win the map.
2 close maps pushed to the limits. We're going to be going to that map number 3 of Pearl. And it's heroics abound on either side. An insane series so far. We'll see just how much crazier it really can get. It's time for a quick break. Don't go anywhere. You know you're not going to want to miss it. We'll see you in just a few.
Came through with it again. They know that I got spirit with a pen. Don't know why they try to compete when they know that in victory it's never gonna end. Them and a week, that's why they could never speak. They ain't like me, I take it.
Bruh.
We engineered the all-new Stealth Iron Family lineup with a catback design for distance and forgiveness. Because we believe golf
Guess
is
we
a
had
lot
like
more
one
fun
more
when
match to watch.
more often. The tailor-made
Yeah,
Stealth and
another-
Stealth HD irons. Expect better shots more
On the
often.
map.
If you were the last person on Earth, if there was no one bigger, stronger, or faster, would you still push yourself? Of course you would. Because once you start, you can't stop.
Finding big game is never simple. If it was, it wouldn't mean so much. Navigating unfamiliar terrain, whether it's in the mountains or the ins and outs of submitting applications, requires patience, practice, and a little help along the way. With detailed draw odds, unit-level insight from experts, and convenient tools, we're here to make sure you own your odds in 2023.
Gotta build a picture.
Whoever did this came prepared.
I will get to the bottom of this.
Might we have a word, please?
It's very Agatha Christie.
Why didn't they ask Evans?
The first 24 hours are absolutely crucial.
The clock's ticking.
Oh my.
Every day is so exciting.
Oh my god.
Would you mind like to come with me?
You're looking pleased with yourself.
Not to brag, but I just switched to Verizon.
So you got an awesome network.
And when I
Yes.
switched, I got to choose the phone I wanted for free, not bragging.
You're bragging.
Oh, he's bragging.
Who, me? Never. Oh, excuse me. Hello, Your Royal Highness, sir.
Okay, that's a brag.
Hey, Mom, I gotta call you back.
Switch and choose the phone you want, like the incredible iPhone 14 on us.
On the network worth bragging about.
Verizon.
Did you know TurboTax now provides you with a tax expert who will do your taxes from start to finish? Try TurboTax Live full service. You'll meet with a tax expert who will do your taxes for you and find every dollar you deserve, 100% expert guaranteed. Plus, you can stay with your expert next year, even as your life changes. For a tax expert who will do your taxes from start to finish, try TurboTax Live full service. Brand power helping you buy better.
Welcome back to VCT Americas, where this series continues to deliver, but I'm not sure my heart can take it anymore. In what felt like a map that was maybe going to go to overtime yet again, Sentinels puts together two incredible final rounds to take it in 13-11 fashion. I mean, they came alive here at the end of that map.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely are the kings of clutches. See what I did there? Yeah. I mean, Sassy, like Zekin, I mean, both of them put up a huge fight. Huge reasons why they won that map right there. I mean, it was incredible to watch them, but also, like, is this something that we're going to see going on into the next map?
Right, Sean, it ended on a 1v2 clutch from Zekin, but we only get that if round 23 as well plays out the way that it does. Saucy coming up with some big brain plays here in what felt like a round loss.
That was a sick end to this game for Sentinels. And this round by Saucy kicked it off, right? He TPs into the site, and they have an ulted KO next to them. Def actually pops the KO out right here. The null command is, and he's a down KO. Saucy has to think really quick there. He could res the KO, he could plant the spike, but he opts to ult immediately to B. All the Killjoy stuff is still there. He meets up with Penkata, and in a 2-on-3 with low HP, they somehow win that round, and that sets up the Zekin clutch. That was the most insane end ever. That was so sick.
Yeah, and that was an incredible end, but Zekin was putting up a performance like that kind of all map long, right? I mean, we've been singing his praises even from the pregame that this guy has been a rock for Sentinels, and that continues here today, putting up astronomical numbers.
It's insane. I mean, we just saw him play Raze. He had a stellar performance there, and that was a map we saw him play Sky on, I think, like last week or the week before. Here we see him play Sova. He can play almost any agent for Sentinels. And not only that, he can play it at an extremely high level at all phases of the round. The entry, the mid-round, and the clutch. He's just such a good player.
Yeah, I mean, I was just talking about before how Saucy is constantly changing roles and changing comp, but like, maybe this team specializes in having everyone change their roles and change their comps, because every single player is just so good at bringing whatever they need to bring on whatever role they're on.
You kind of love to see it, both of the Sovas up top the table for either squad, but it was Zekin who would get, you know, the slightly better end of the deal, I guess, there, sporting a 336 combat score and almost a 30 bomb. One away.
Dude, it was so close. And I thought he was going to have this amazing game stolen from him after that timeout where they lost the 3 versus 5 eco. I was like, this is so NA. We're about to lose this map and lose O2. This is how it ends. But the heroics at the end wipe away all of that frustration.
Right, and this is in the face of what we were saying, where dropping map 1, which felt like must win for Sentinels, made us think, okay, this is likely getting wrapped up in 2-0 fashion. Saucy, though, what a difference between maps 1 and map 2.
Yeah, I mean, we were really dogging on him for the first map, I'll be honest. I've seen a different Saucy, and he really showed us on Ascent who he actually is and what kind of player he can be, because he was clutching, he was multi-killing, like, he was holding it down, and then everything that you said earlier, like that 23rd round really set them up, like put the momentum into play. And honestly, in terms of momentum for a while there, like it was getting kind of scary for Sentinels. Like round 17, Leviathan hit that thrifty, and just off of that thrifty, like they won like multiple rounds after that. And it started to look like a deja vu from the first half where they had the thrifty and they just like kept winning and winning and winning. So, I mean, I think that round 23, Saucy just like,
he came back into it. Even the round before that, I think, was an A hit where he found NTR by the door and, got a couple of frags there that were huge. There's so many impactful plays that Sentinels busted out in the late part of that game.
Yeah, for me, it's the composure, right? In a high-stress moment like that 23rd round where you make the decision to go to the other side of the map, right? You neglect your teammate, who is a possible res. That could just as easily be a bait and, things like that. And so making the right choices in critical moments is why players like Saucy are sought after and why he was such a big acquisition for Sentinels, and it's starting to pay dividends here. Reality is, though, we're tied at 1-1 in the series, and these are between 1-1 teams. Not to like downplay the stakes here, but like you want to move to 2-1. You want to climb up the standings. You want to put that separation between you and teams that are playing you this close. So we turn our attention to the third and the final map here, Sean. Give me your overview of what Pearl's going to display for us.
It's Pearl, and this is a map where if you're Sentinels, you have to be a little fearful of Leviathan. I mean, they have not shown many cracks on this map lately with wins over Zeta, Vitality, NRG, and Fury. These are top level teams in the world. They're 4-0 so far this year on the map. Sentinels, we've only seen them play one game, and it was at the Tarek Ludwig Invitational, and they were running like a troll comp with a Neon Jet. If they busted that out today, it's curtains.
Who knows?
No, we can't have that. We cannot have that comp. That would be an abomination.
One can dream.
I think Sentinels has a lot of footage, and if I look at this veto, they know for a fact Pearl was going to be played today.
Yeah.
And they have all of this footage of Leviathan. Leviathan has none of them. So Sentinels is a bit in the driver's seat when it comes to the preparation on this third map. This is anyone's game.
Yeah, I think that this is going to be really close. I think both these maps have been super close. Sorry, I don't think it's going to be close. Let me correct myself. The first two maps were super close, and I'm looking for a bit of a... I said this last map, and so I don't want to jinx it.
I see you, Sean.
I see you guys cheating and trying to look at the comp. I saw that. I looked away on purpose. But I think it's going to be a little bit of a struggle for Sentinels. I will have to agree with you, Sean, here. I think Leviathan has looked so good on this map. They've had really good form. They've had really good mid-rounding. Everything has been so good. Their structure as well just has been like unwavered. Like they have strength in this map, and I think that they're super confident. Earlier, you were talking about how they have such a limited map pool. Well, I mean, they better bust it out on this one.
This is the peak of their map pool.
Yeah, well, and to that end, though, right, that's where you would look for them to put up or shut up, right? If it is supposed to be a map victory for you, or at least a map advantage for you, as we dive into Agent Select, we may have gotten that little bit of a spoiler early on over the shoulder. But we'll just verify that these picks are actually locked in. It was a mirror matchup on the previous map. Doesn't look like it'll be the case this time around.
We do have double controllers on both sides, but I do like Sentinels is not running the Harbor Viper. This is something I mentioned in the early segment for the desk, that they have not run it very well so far. They've tried it a lot on several maps. I was afraid they would run to it on Pearl. They didn't. This is a different comp from the ones we've typically seen in the meta right now, but the double initiator and the KO Sova, I think Def showed he can call with this comp. I believe this is the X set, similar to the X set comp from Champions.
Yeah, I think, sorry to cut you off, but going into it, it's going to be... So for me, the Viper Harbor comp is just so strong, and I feel like to counter it in a way where it's like, you have the jet op, which is impossible to kind of get past those walls. Like, that's what I'm worried about for Tens.
Well, they have been razor-thin margins through the first two maps here of the series, but one map stands between each of these teams and victory, and moving up that overall standings here in VCT America's Map 3, do or die time, Pearl, as we send it back to Brennan Sideshow for the cast.
Thank you very much, guys. Yeah, what a way to start it, man. I mean, listen, map 3, Josh, pushed to the distance, expectations out the window for a lot of us. I think Sentinels as well, the desk was talking about it. Listen, element of surprise, hopefully going to be playing a part here with the composition.
Yeah,
you can't really counter-strat this team. They're pulling out something quite new. You know what Leviathan are going to run in this map, and you know they're damn good at it.
Yeah, you know that there are a couple of things that the desk has mentioned that they're going to be relying on the defense side. One of which is going to be Taco opping, and even before he can get opping, playing aggressively. Now, normally, there's going to be a cascade in his face. That's not something that Sentinels can do. They don't have a cascade. They don't have any sky flashes, so Taco should have a much easier time of getting onto aggressive angles and taking early fights. And look at what they're doing here.
Oh, yeah.
4-player stack over towards B.
Talk about aggression. It's a deep Viper Orb. You can see Zekken just using the drone, I think. Telltale sign that there could be more players lurking up there towards the top end of B, but a drone does spot.
Okay.
Player pushed up deep, and look at this answer as well. Leviathan not wasting any time. There's a contact re-clear at the top of B.
But this is going to end up being a full retake round, really. I mean, Shy's not going to be able to stop this getting down on A. So we get to see the other part of what I was talking about. The two big pillars, I think, for Leviathan on their defense side are going to be Taco getting aggressive and opping, and then the retake setups. Normally, you're going to see a lot of B hits with retake setups that have that Viper wall going up, and then
that's an important fight. I feel like this art control is going to be so important. The way the Viper wall is going to be cutting them up against that double controller.
Look at how aggressive Sentinels are getting here, pushing into Shy on the back.
It's almost necessary. Ankada hoping to timing this, maybe get a kill. He's stunned up. Any help inside? Not quite. He's his own man, stunned up. Doesn't matter. Still swinging through. Now with a okay, bit of an orb in their face. Leviathan trying to find this one. They're winning this one out. Surely weak enough in the end. And a clean enough retake.
And the retake is decent there, but there's a couple of kills. I mean, Ankada should have gone down easily, but being able to find, I think it was Sassy, the first pick, who was in that spot over by Art.
Yeah.
I think really getting caught out by a heavy flank push there. Sentinels looked like they were set up to anticipate Leviathan to be rotating through spawn. Or rotating through the B-link, A-link area. And instead, Sassy just gets shoved from behind.
And I think, I mentioned it in a moment, but that art control is so important. If you know you're playing against this Viper Harbor comp, with their retakes, they can really split the side up.
Right here.
High Tide and the Viper wall is laid down, so doesn't work out for them. Pistol round one here for Leviathan. They want to play it safe, though.
It's an interesting High Tide. We've seen it now twice from Mazzino in 2 rounds. Locks off the B-link, gives them a decent resistance in Art, and then also stops these guys from popping into A.
Very disciplined, though, by Sentinels. I see a lot of teams on these eco rounds, they're willing to throw away their lives.
Here.
The way Sen play these, though, they're taking their time with it.
The other part of this, too,
prodding.
It looks like Def is loading up on ult orbs, right? He's already at 4. Might be a theme to take a look at, because the KO pick is unusual. We don't normally see teams running that on this map. And so what's the theory behind it? I think Null Command is going to be extremely, extremely useful to stop Leviathan from retaking. Anytime he can get a suppress down on Mazzino and King, the smokes are going to be stopped, and everybody on Sentinels can play post plants from those far back positions.
I mean, just the power of it.
Yeah, look at how good the High Tide and the Viper Wall is.
You just rotate it. When the Viper Wall goes down, you put up the High Tide, and it's so difficult to get through. You need util. Something you're not going to be buying too much on these eco rounds, and we're hoping for an easy plan.
But I think that's got to be the theory behind Def running KO here.
Sure.
His ultimate is so good for post plant, weirdly. It's just a quirk of the meta that you see here on Pearl.
Maybe that is the idea behind it.
We'll have to see, won't we? I mean, Sentinels really haven't demonstrated their game plan here. They ran Jet Neon in the offseason.
Yeah, in the Tarek tournament.
I mean, that is a ridiculous stat. Leviathan choking away those
side of maps. Yeah, what was that, 274 days?
I mean, they went to see Dr. Valorant earlier. The LATAM DRX. Perhaps.
Potentially.
Taco with the Guardian pushes up deep towards B here. Nozra with utility that can help him fight. But Sentinels have just flipped the map, moving their way over to A.
Here.
There's none of that prior map control with these guns in their hands. Have to try and convert this. Invested into it. It's Lev on that bonus. But look at how difficult it is to chew through. But there it is. As soon as the Viper Orb goes down, pop straight in. They've got a lot to deal with, though. Look at that. Tens has been chunked down. 47 health. He was cut up entirely from the rest of his team, but it matters not. Still getting into the back of the site. And how do they want to play this one into the post plant? By being planted. Around the back, it's being watched for. Tens wants to try and get the punish, but he can't. It's being held.
It's a double reflank coming through.
High tide cascade, there's so much to deal with. It's all about how you hold this one now, up close. Def claims that first kill now. And how do you deal with this on the flank? Pancada trying to stay alive. Flash in his face, anti, a bit of a misplay. Team Flash, it's still the kills claimed. And this is really turning up the heat still. Def contains. Maneuvering his way around the back, that's 4 kills. Knows what the last one left. Not even playing for the ace. No greed in sight, they just want to keep the guns.
It's a decent bonus round from Leviathan there. But crucially, Def has now got his ult online. He was only 2 points away from it. Didn't have the opportunity, or at least wouldn't want to have used it in that post plan particularly, because they were in control the whole time. But this is where I'm really intrigued to see what he decides to do. Is it going to be used as a standard null command entry, or is he going to try and save it to block these smokes from coming up in the retake?
That's what we're watching for here with the distinction, but...
At the same time, Taco's got an operator and looking to take an early peek into mid. Nobody there, but Pancada possibly...
Oh, this is so aggressive.
On the other side of it. Yeah, this is crazy aggressive, but Mazzino's holding that top window.
Take it mid-control. It's given up for you now, but it's hard to hold on to yet still. Okay. Timing was everything there. Pancada just drifting past in the right angle, and it's a fast pop. Okay, no command. It's going to be used to try and hit this side straight up through the smoke. Oh, Tens, none the wiser. He's spotted out there. He will fall. So 3 alive now for Sentinels to try and hold on.
That is not a great push through the wall there at all. It's left him in a 3v5.
It will have to be a bit of a miracle moment. Pushing forwards, taking space, taking names as well. Very aggressive by Def. Backing away, just trying to make it as hard as possible for Leviathan to try and get themselves into the site, but a dash across. It's Taka with the up. Not the best weapon for the situation at hand, yet still, he makes the most of it.
And the plant spot's not good.
It's not good. Taps right round the corner, kills him to be one, and they are one indeed, sticking all the way. And it's just not planted for him.
Zekken actually denies the operator out of the hands of Taco. But that's a couple of things going wrong for Sentinels there that could have made all the difference. Tens giving away a very early, you know, giving away his life far too easily. And also the plant being put down in a spot that isn't great. And one of the reasons the plant goes down in that spot, there's no harbor here. There's no cove. It is very difficult to get the plant down in that nice open area where most of the teams are going to be playing post plants from. And that's going to add a really different quirk to the way that Sentinels play this map. Especially on B.
See, it just doesn't quite work out for them. It's a deep knife. Try and push him away from the A main angle, so nobody can play it. Loading up those ult orbs onto Zekken. 2 away from his own ult. Stars drop down. Looks like they actually want to go with some pace into this one. Moving forwards again. So it's going to be given up. You can see the team being split up, though, because of all that utility. Nano swarms at their feet. Snakebite as well. And Lev are the kind of team they're happy to play these retakes.
Tens is so far forward again.
And where's the rest of his team? He needs some help here. Up close with the dash. Yep.
He's just playing way too far ahead of everybody.
And there's no help. There's no help in sight. Smoked off. Reckoning going to be used to try and shift the positioning and push them back. Sassy, he's so low. 1 kill found, but a knife to the chest to bring him down. Dash forwards. Re-enabled. The right click not doing it, but damage. And the run and gun. Okay. No more stars in sight to disrupt this one. Getting off of it onto half, but Pancada realizes it's a lost cause. Have to back away.
A big round from Leviathan, but now we're really seeing a trend of Tens overstepping
Come
himself.
on, bro.
And sometimes, when Sentinels are playing against NRG, I think you could throw... You couldn't put too much blame on Tens, because when he was getting this far forwards, he had nobody supporting him and he wasn't getting traded out. But in moments like this, the last 2 rounds, if anybody goes forward to try and help him, they're also pushing through smokes, pushing into spots where you just get flashed and cleared. He's putting himself in a bad place where, honestly, if the rest of Sentinels try to help him, they'll just die as well.
Difficult fight to take.
Def's talked about having to have a little bit of a leash on TenZ, and maybe that just needs to be tightened a smidge here.
Yeah, making sure he can't get away with too much. Trying to push into those back of those sides. The game plan from Lev has been good. Making sure that they don't give away any early picks. Play it safe, play for the retake. That's the strength of your composition. They understand that one.
They've also heavily changed up their defending setup. I mean, Shy has now put all of his Killjoy utility over a B.
Hunter's Fury. That's into the back of the site. Damage being done, just trying to clear these angles. One tag found. Is it going to be the kill? No. Running to the side, King avoids, and it's put that much pressure into it. There's no other space on the map gained for Sentinels. 50 seconds left. And still, Viper Orb in their face. Lev have stacked over so many players towards them. Just contacting. TenZ in the back of the site now. What can he get done? Updraft around the corner. It's a dog in his face, and he has to dash back to disengage. 30 seconds left.
30 seconds
Here
comes the Viper's Pit.
But at least TenZ is playing his life here and going with Death to try and control R.
Spammed.
Yeah, just trying to take an angle that he has no need to again.
Everyone's playing offside.
I mean, Def has got a lovely lurk timing here, though, and it's going to take Leviathan a lot of effort to get through Sassy's pit.
Everyone's playing offside, just trying to spam through. Decay damage, a pit goes down because they have to play off here, but now they're at risk, really, of just getting stopped. It's all about this flank timing. It's chaotic, it's pandemonium at its best, and still, it has to come down to this. So much on the line, the flank, the spray, it's so damn labored, but it's all up to him, and they know his position.
Fuck, bro, oh my god.
And Lev J just contain it.
How did Leviathan manage to pull that one away? Sentinels let the... I mean, so many strange things there. TenZ facing instead of playing with Def or inside the pit. They allow the pit to go down instead of all playing inside of it.
They need to plant way more open that you can see from all the angles.
Shy
you can see like from
wide swings and deletes people. 4 kills in the round as he just sweeps
aiming
forward.
is spalled back, so like if somebody's rotating the back, you'll be able to
from Shy,
get
though,
picks
but
in the
I definitely
spike.
agree with the timeout being taken here. 4 out of 5 of the rounds that Leviathan have won have been retakes, and that's not even on B. I mean, most of the time when we think about retakes on this map, it's the way that the Harbor and the Viper coordinate together to block off those angles on B and get really aggressive retakes going. That's not been the case. It's just been suckering Sentinels into making the overly aggressive play on A.
A necessary timeout. I can't really wrap my head around that. I mean, the Viper's Pit was down there, but they want to give up the side anyway and get blocked off by the double controller by playing in the choke.
Yeah, I mean, that is a head scratcher. I feel like we must have missed something there because it's just such a bizarre decision.
Regardless, timeout. Reaching the end here. Necessary for Sentinels. What can they pull out of the playbook?
TenZ is currently 1 and 5. And I think listen, the job of a Jet in this meta is horrendous. Attack side Jet in this meta is so difficult. I mean, he is having to push through Viper mollies, nano swarms, getting vulnerable to getting tagged down, getting spammed through smokes, cascades in his face, has to push through. The Harbor utility slows him down. It's awful. It's
They
terrible.
really are the sacrificial lamb.
I mean, the days of the Jet carrying do seem to be over a little bit. You know, there's a reason why people like Khalil and King and those, you know, Som, those kind of smokes players, initiator players, Zekken, for example, are dominating at the moment.
Right here.
But at the same time, you've got to take smart fights.
So what's the switch up? Weapons were cobbled together. See, Sentinels were able to get a relatively decent buy together. Still a Guardian in the hands of Zekken, but it's a slow, cautious play. And that's a Cosmic Divide. Rips her way across onto the site now. Mazino wants to play really forwards, and it's just spamming a common angle. Gets out of his life as well. Discipline is there, and the first kill going away with Sassy down. What's the adjustment?
So here's where I'm thinking Def saves his ult for the post plan. Defender Killjoy goes down, they can all fall off site. But if Def decides to rip his ultimate, then it's going to stop Mazino and King from using their walls. And here it is. Post plan null command. And that's going to take so much time off the clock. Oh, look at this, King. King is walking away from the ult so that he can keep this Viper wall up.
Yep. Just so that they have one level of the smokes, and now the burst of that null command going to be fading away. It all comes down to a bit of spam. The turret, okay, body blocking the Trailblazer. Not ideal. Time still running low. And now you see that Cove. King Sticking it, spamming it down, need to break it all the way through. No one's dealing with King, and he just sticks it through.
It's a nice idea from Sentinels. It really is. I can see what they're going for, but Leviathan instantly adjusted to it.
Check me, then.
King ran away from the site that he was trying to retake in order to keep his Viper wall up. And then, once it runs out, Mazzino's utility is impeccable. Look at how good that high tide is for him to slip into the cubby with the cascade and kill 3 players that are all spamming the spike. Gorgeous stuff. This guy has just been perfection on the smokes and harbor roll since being added to Leviathan and having to swap his role up. That's another retake for Lev.
Something's got to change for Sen.
Need that back.
Retakes aren't working, or at least trying to hold into the post plant. The retakes are definitely working for Lev. A bit of exploration towards mid.
Not something that we've seen really so far from Sentinels. They tried it on, I think it was the pistol round. But apart from that, it's been mostly just pressuring A and then a little pop into B that we just saw.
This could be a good avenue to try and explore if you are Sentinels. Break the alarm bot, pull rotations away, maybe try and get a bit of an easier hit and get some players in some forward lurk positions to be that backstab, that extra element, rather than just relying on spamming down any sort of angles. But we're down to 50 seconds.
Sassy looking for the Khalil shot.
Where are they ending?
I don't know.
Spike's not picked up.
I don't know if they know, to be honest, bro.
Time's running so low.
Spike retrieved.
Call gets made. All right. B's going to be the goal here, but you're going to be walking straight into
30
Takalia and Mazzino.
To be honest, the time is so low. Mazzino might just try to rip this Reckoning and fight them as they get the plant down.
Got the ult. Updraft towards the side there. Ten's trying to take a cheeky fight onto the heaven position. Push forward. How is Mazzino getting that?
And how is he getting one out of it?
Yep. Traded. There for the plant, though. It's going to be going off, but again, it's not a good position. It's tucked against that default box.
He has one knife.
Everyone has to try and play this one aggressively if you're Sentinels. You can't give up the site too easily. One thing to say that, another thing to do. Comes down to these fights that need to be taken. Flash through, off to the side, smoke in their faces. Repositioned by Def could be quite good. Jumping through is to find a fight, and the crossfire is good. More than good, it's excellent.
Let's go, Sentinels. Oh my god.
What a lovely post-plant setup from Sentinels. It's so rare that we see attacking teams have compositions that want to fight on the site like that.
Yeah.
But this one definitely does. I think Mazzino, after I've just praised him for being flawless at times with this team, I don't get why he ran through the smoke at Heaven. He had a Reckoning to play the retake. Even if he was going to challenge like that, he needs teammates to play off. You can't just be walking through a smoke. Going 1-for-1 with Zek in there is not favorable. 5-player stack from Leviathan on the eco round towards B. And Sentinels have not been playing any of this map aggressively at the beginning of the round. I think one of the big focuses for Sentinels here has been about slowing the pace down at the beginning of the rounds. And it's helped them in the first kill department too. They were coming into this match, shockingly poor first kill rate. Always having to play from a 4v5. About 60% of the time they were 4v5. And this match has been very different.
Minute off the clock and a call gets made here. Look at that, full rotation by Lev.
It's a pure gamble, isn't it? But it's the right one.
But I think they've read the center very all in terms of where they're trying to play these attack side defaults. They make a bit of noise and presence. They run a lot of 4-1s, right?
Yeah, well, there's not even been that many lurkers, to be honest. You'd expect maybe Sassy to be doing that a bit for the team, but he hasn't really been there. And this is a big
right now. Yeah, this could get dangerous, despite the fact that they're up against the weaker buy. Plant, dog to the side. Yeah, this is where it really does get scrappy. Moving forwards, doesn't matter that you got the guns, doesn't matter you got the rifles. Because Lev have stacked it already and waiting. Moving forward, second with 2. Good for that, but still, start of 10s. Tapping it through. Viper's Pit, Reckoning in his face. Needs to win this fight, and when he does, an exchange of a rifle. Few more bullets to work with, but just the right moment. Impeccable timing for King to swing.
And it's a disaster for Sentinels, just as it looked like that team was getting their feet underneath them. Leviathan call that mid-round swap to the A stack.
Come on, bro.
And whether it's a God-tier read or a little bit of luck, it works out perfectly for them.
I think they got a read of it. I think they heard them spamming through art. And they know that the way that they've been playing this slowly is typically the areas they're working in the mid-round is where they're going to be landing.
Love the way that they played that too. I mean, they made it so difficult for Sentinels to find a single pick. All rushing together, all facing together. And great skill too.
And this is getting out of hand for Sentinels very quickly. After such a stellar performance for them to be able to bring it all the way. Opponent's map pick taken away.
Sean talked about it on the desk. This is arguably Leviathan's best map, though. Now that their Ascent has looked a little shaky against Furia and now Sentinels. But it is going to be a heartbreaker for these Sentinels players if they end up just getting bodied on map 3. Because this could have been a 2-0.
Could have been. So close and split.
It's not the world we live in, though.
No.
So now a bit more of this mid-pressure from Sentinels. They tried this before, but they never actually split into the site. It's always poking and prodding in mid, and then they back off and do a full 5-hit through A or B main. I'd like to see them actually venture a little further forwards, but is Def going to go for it this time?
Again, it's such a similar tale. And they've used a lot of their util here, and Taco's pushed himself up into a forward. Bit of a one-and-done position. If they want to NB here, Taco could be the difference maker. More than a thorn in their side. He might just put an end to this entire push.
He has knives, though, and Def, if he uses the null command, it's going to get taken away.
Taken away, just down to the Sheriff. Angle. Patience, patience, patience pays off!
Why you don't check your...
2 kills, rifle gain, a bit of an upgrade, and what is that? Sprays them down!
Enemy remaining.
And they just cannot withstand it.
An absolute dismantling there. Had anybody on Sentinels the presence of mind to check that position, I think Taco would have been caught. Well, that is gorgeous trigger discipline.
Spike down.
And in the meantime, the push from Def and Pancada through that B link anyway just got destroyed.
Yeah.
Was it Def and second, I think? Just got dominated by Mazzino as well, so even the B split not really working. That was Def's 3rd null command of the half. Getting them up about every 3 rounds and not really finding that much success with them. The idea seems to make sense, but it's not worked in reality.
Here.
Heavy group up.
Toxins going up.
4 players in A main. A bit of a lurk attempt by Sassy. Oh, this wall. Oh my goodness, the cascade. But now they know the middle area is compromised and an instant response. Look at this by Lev. They're just taking up all the space into art. Don't want to give anything away. The plant's going to go off here, but they've been perfectly happy to play for these retakes, especially when they're handed these.
Bit of aggression from Sentinels over to Art. Might catch Taco.
Yeah, he is separated. Oh my goodness. The drone missed. They're not fighting it enough. They've gone for a compromise where they just kind of stand on site and slowly die. And picked apart from every particular angle.
The difference there, Leviathan's so decisive on the Thrifty round that we saw from them, and Sentinels just didn't really know what to do in that moment.
Yeah.
It's crumbling.
Crumbling fast. Really seeing the depth of the map pool as well when you've got teams that might be competing for that middle of the pack and that top 4. This is really where the difference gets separated in moments like this.
Gotta be honest with you, Brent. I thought the difference would be more palpable watching this game. I thought that we were going to see Leviathan come in here and showcase that there is a tier gap between them and Sentinels, and that really wasn't the case at all, map 1 and map 2. Even in places where we would talk about the map pool being really good for Leviathan on Ascent.
It's murky.
That's part of the joy of watching Americas at the moment. It does feel like an element of any given Sunday, but not here on Pearl.
9-2, final round of the first half. And Taco going for a familiar play. Timing, oh my goodness, he's just missed it. Like ships in the night, but he is aware, missing the shot. Shorty's out, look at the coverage. Zeno, happy to oblige, happy to help him out. And Tens wants to take a fight. Flashed up. What? What is that?
Oh, those are ones you really can't afford to lose. It does get traded, but it puts them at a player disadvantage still.
Oh, Def. He's going for an aggressive play. And he's just giving away everything, man. They're just spammed. Common angles watched for, all down to Zekken. With the most to do.
Take flight.
How do you manage this?
Sentry.
Drone being used, taps through, sticking all the way through. Is it enough to try and break it? Not quite. And Taco gets away with it. That's 10-2 at the half.
An absolute dismantling of Sentinels, just degenerating into solo plays there towards the end. And Sassy, after a really, really strong map 2, back on the Viper, back to 1-12.
Yeah, an absolute dominant half so far by Leviathan. But well, let's see what the desk has to break down so far for this first half.
Well, thank you very much, gents. It's hard to go much further than pure dominance from Leviathan in this one. A 10-2 first half. I mean, this is nothing like the rest of the series that we've seen so far.
Yeah, I mean, definitely dominant. I think dominant isn't even the word to say. It's like absolute destroying, it feels like. Honestly, from my POV, it just looks like Sentinels is kind of like all like fumbling all over themselves. I'm not sure if they're playing on-site, playing retake. Like here we actually see like these rounds where, you know, they have so much that they can stay on site and take the space, map space with, but then they just choose to like fall off the site, give up the free space. We have double controllers that can just retake the site, put up a wall and completely deny that information, and we're just letting them have it. Like, I really don't get it.
I think the retakes, like you mentioned, were phenomenal from Leviathan, and this is something we thought we would see on this map. Sentinels struggled with it all half, but where they really lost this half was that eco round, the one where Leviathan stacked B, they roll all the way back to A, they get the Thrifty, and then the next round, it's like they win another Thrifty because the null command gets popped, which takes away the Blade Storm from Taco, and he still gets 3.
And this will bring us back to that comp discussion because the Harbor has been a big piece of a number of those retakes, right? And we're seeing some of the difficulty from Sentinels on the attacking half with where they're planning the spike and not having the ability to protect you know, the planter to then put it in an open position for, you know, a hold or a post-plant situation on these B angles, for example.
Oh, these B retakes, they were just coming up aces for Leviathan, it felt like. And I'm going to say, I don't think the KO really got the value that they were looking for on Sentinels. They had 3 null commands. Sideshow pointed out they were farming orbs on def all half. All 3 of those rounds were losses, and I don't even think any of them were close. So they farmed 24 orbs that half, and then just threw them all away. That was just, you wanted to see more come out of the game plan for Sentinels. That's where I think it was missing, and now they're going to go into the tougher half, where actually Leviathan average 8 rounds every attack zap.
Oh, average 8 rounds?
Average 8.
Well, they only need 3.
Yeah.
So that less than half of what their average is all they need to wrap this series up. For Sentinels, it's time for a miracle if they want to get the dub this time around. Back over to our casters to close this series out.
The uphill battle, isn't it, for Sentinels now? Has to be win on the pistol round, and even then, so damn difficult, because look at that. Just to reiterate what the desk was talking about, Leviathan with the highest attacking round win rate on Pearl among all teams at VCT America, 68%, Josh.
Yeah, that's 68. Also helped by the fact that Furia were playing a comp that couldn't defend.
Oh, that's true.
But yeah, they are very good here. Extremely good. Call it an uphill battle. It's like trying to climb up Everest with no shoes. This does not seem feasible.
Yeah.
Working with 1 ham sandwich.
Yeah, not too many supplies. Trailblazer to clear through. This is interesting from Lev. So, curious beginning on their pistol rounds with Pearl. Do like to explore towards art. They do this quite often, but them taking mid is a new element to it. And really pushing deep. They've offered a bit of a kill there.
The first pick is great. If Pancada can find something else over here.
Backing away.
Yeah, it decides to just play back and watch for any post-plant aggression.
It's because they've lost that mid control. They pinged it out that they're watching for it, possibly through water and this fight. Look at this, being taken.
They've got an aggressive post-plant setup that's going to decide so much, and then King also on a backstab.
These kills. It's all about these kills. A bit of spam through, right through the window, jump peeking. Right click's doing a decent amount of work there. 40 health for Nosworth. Forward position. Is he going to be traded? Is he going to be dealt with? The answer is yes. Inside the pit, I don't think King's got anything for this one because, yeah, no util in his hands. Discipline there by Sentinels, making sure that they stuck together there for the retake.
And a great start from TenZ as well. It should be the easier side of the map. I mean, at the same time, he's also going to have a ton of Harbor utility in his face if he tries to play aggressive anywhere. But 4 kills in the round he's more than doubled his kills.
Yep. Got to keep it going, though.
Yeah, I mean,
one round at a time.
Not only can Sentinels not afford to make any mistakes, but they've got to win rounds like the bonus round where they're going to be working with a weaker economy. So it's still extraordinarily difficult. But if you think about the big picture, Sentinels were losing a lot of those pistols. They'd only won 2 out of 10 coming into this match. So those are already... That's already a better sign for any Sentinels fans. They've clearly put some work into the pistol rounds, and also their early round game plan as well, I think, is much improved.
Aggressive angle here. Mid was compromised for but a moment when Zekken was pushed off the angle, but... Oh, well, okay. Flick of the wrist there. King was hoping some sort of value there with a lurk on the Eco. Yeah, Hecken love him too. Cleaning them up, though. Just trying to go over those contact plays. Nozwa going to be the last one standing.
And this is going to give Ten's Bladestorm, actually. If he gets this kill or decides to challenge, I mean, might not have an opportunity to do so. Honestly, with 40 seconds left, you know, I think that would be the better idea. Don't let anyone kill him. Save him as a tasty little snack for Tens. Because seriously, that adds just so much more into your bonus round. Second's going to troll Tens, though. Steal the kill.
I'm not thinking about that.
No. But also, the ult orb over towards A is defenders sided. You can get over to that. Tens could get his Bladestorm online. They could add a lot more bite to this round.
But this is the round that matters, isn't it? Bonus round against the bite. For any chance of mounting that comeback.
Yeah, this would be an enormous one to get. And we can tell by Leviathan's positioning that it looks like they're just going to send it B. Look at all of those pings. Pinging out Tens. Potential positioning, perhaps?
Onto the close corner. Deep knife there on towards A main, so that's going to be given the space for Tens to get the orb, so he's going to have his knives online. Viper wall in the face for the Leviathan players, but not for much longer. Okay, as soon as they hear that Trailblazer, that's going to be the pull. Snakebite, layering the utility on top to make sure they don't get too much value out of it. And now drop down, that's going to be a plant. Anything to try and stop this one? No spam into it. Plan goes down without too many problems. Now, how do you play this retake? This is the bread and butter of the comp.
Except that Pancada is not playing Harbor, right? So, where do the Astra Smokes come through?
And it's going to be difficult. Trying to wade your way through. That's an updraft play. Dash still active, making their way through. Cascade in their face. No kill to be found. And look at all this util. Viper Orb right on top of it. Anybody tries to stick it, they're going to be bursted down this way, that way. It's so difficult to play against. Sassy against the world. Beautiful little attempt at the end, but not too much else.
So one big opportunity for Sentinels to get back into this game a little bit, and it doesn't quite go their way. And that means that not only do Leviathan get up to 11, but they have the economy now to be able to start working their way forwards and get on to match point. Tens picks up an operator, but I just don't see where he's going to be able to get value from this unless he plays towards mid. Mazino's utility is always going to be in his face. Mazino and Nozra are going to use a flash and a cascade to take any space where they want on the map.
I think this might act in biting them a little bit.
There's the flash, there's the cascade. Not that Tens is playing there anyway.
Just impossible to anyway. Reckoning skirting its way across the site there. Going to be using the pull in response to a lot of this, just to try and slow down again the push attempt. And backhall's control is still going to be held for now by Sen. Dashing right forwards into them. Pop flash play! Lovely by Pancada to contain. The second's out in the open. He's removed.
Pancada got a second here, and he's still in backhalls.
And this is anyone's game still. Slight angle. Oh my goodness, spraying it down, moving forwards. That's Mazino.
And now Pancada's stuck. He could be pushed from any angle here.
On timing.
I love this decisive reposition.
The repeat, his crosshair placement's not on it. Doesn't suspect it.
Tens is miles away. I mean, he was opping on A all throughout this round, hoping, praying that they would come back to him. Does he get a free one?
Not quite. Dashing forwards, he needs a better gun for the job. And look at that. Lev have no intention of taking a fight with him.
Goodbye.
Running all the way over towards A.
He didn't get a rifle.
That's interesting.
So this is going to be
a retake with the operator.
Very difficult.
30 seconds
in a must-win round.
Spike planted.
Spike's down. and set up for that post plant. This is so hard to play against. Crossfire setup.
His intuition says that they're both playing in A main here. He's going to make a small clear of these areas.
Get a common enough angles, but the more he does it, the more time is going to be bled off. Onto the clock. Smoke's available. How does he play it? Sticking it through. It's a double swing. No gaps in the play there from Leviathan.
Match point.
Now give it everything you have.
And it's the final round potentially here, as Leviathan have just looked unstoppable. Sentinels take a timeout.
Jesus Christ. Sentinels. Oh, what they...
Mazzino's 20 and 10 currently. Finishes off 10s towards the end there too.
He's frying.
He really is.
Last time out here for Sentinels. Any chance for them to try and crawl their way back, but there is no room for error.
And their economy is shot. I mean, it's just looking disastrous after losing round 15 and round 16.
Nothing to work with.
And honestly, even if Leviathan are able to win this final round and close things out 30-4, they've been pushed much more than people expected on those first two maps. And really, like, coming away from this game, do you feel more confident in Leviathan just because the final map was so decisive? I was kind of expecting this kind of scoreline on Ascent. So,
yeah,
to me, it feels like it's already gone further. Like, Sentinels have already pushed a top team further than I was expecting.
They definitely have that clutch factor, is what it feels like. A lot of the rounds going away from those sheer heroics that we were seeing.
And for Sentinels, their strength of schedule moving forwards is nowhere near as disastrous as some teams like 100 Thieves.
Yeah.
They're not out of it. Even if they end up losing here, they're good learning moments. But for Leviathan, they're looking to make a statement.
Looking to make a statement, hoping to end it here with this next round. A lot of ults that they're close to here, you can see as well. Shy, one away from that lockdown. Completely theirs, isn't it, towards A main. They've gained control of this one. And it's a stack push here from Sentinels. They're hoping for something, anything. Lovely kill there. Okay.
And that's really important. And Sassy picking up King on the other side of things too. As King was just prodding forwards there. I think King's given them really good information, right? He knows that they were pushed up over towards B, so it's unlikely there's going to be a stack on A. Leviathan, after prodding there and dying to Pancada, decide to full commit.
Oh. Sassy getting caught on the flank though.
A 4v3 Sentinels with more players, worse weapons.
Look at the way Leviathan have just split up entirely. There's a timing here to be taken, but obviously Sen don't want to be rushing into this one. Every single moment matters. Flashes over the top as soon as it's tapped. That's going to be the pop flash play moving forwards. No one's covering it. Even everybody's blind, but it is half on the defuse. Lockdown being used, squeezing the players on the site.
Oh,
and
no.
Look at this. Mazzino. Oh, he's found the perfect timing.
Enemy remaining.
Slam dunk. And it's all up to Dev. The IGL just has to wait his turn. Stunned up, no time. It is halved. But with so much to do, and just not enough weaponry. 13-4 to finalize it. What a performance on the final map here for Leviathan.
Very decisive. Leviathan coming out in the third map, making a statement, showcasing that there really is a difference between these two teams, at least on some maps in the pool.
Sentinels is so
and Leviathan
ass,
are looking
man.
for that,
Holy
the
shit.
bounce back after their loss to Furia, showcasing that they're a top team that people should respect, a top team looking to maybe make it to Tokyo later on down in the split. But I think there's still questions.
I don't know what they're doing, bro. It's a bit like the best Valorant team now. Like they don't want nothing. They just lose. Where's my recon? We'll have a recon on my Forget to put the music.
Even when you feel low, you can still go. Even when you feel slow, you can still go. Even when there's no hope, you can still go. I never answer to no, man, I still go. Go, 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 go.
I was mentioning something here. Was
Hustle hard, hustle every single day. I'll be making moves till I'm buried in my grave. To the system, I don't wanna be a slave. I've been doing shit my way, the highway, and in the driveway is a nice range. Cause I grind through the climb, I invite pain. You'll never hear me, bitch, nah, I don't complain. Just gotta flip the switch and you can go and obtain anything you want, anything you need. Your mind's got the key ingredient, it's belief. They'll deceive with the negativity, but I just slide right by that energy. Even when you feel low, you can still go. Even when you feel slow, you can still go. Even when there's no hope, you can still go. I never answer to no, man, I still go. Go, 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 go.
okay.
You got a mind, but even that could change. You could flip the gray matter like some batter in your brain. That's why I say, fake it till you make it. And if you play that game, then you have to make a change. Rearrange, take the worst of the same. Put them on display.
let's do like 6 minutes of this.
Yeah, let's go. I ain't the first with the curse, with the thirst that I wanna
Oh, Diesel's gonna change.
Man, it hurts. I'm on this earth with my words and I put them all together, insert, cause I wanna have worth. Working hella hard till they put me in the dirt. Gonna go far, man, listen to my words. Gonna be a star, man, life's like a blur. When you're working this hard till you get what you deserve. Yeah.
Running diagnostics.
I'm passing anybody else who is rapping. I'm nasty, ain't nobody able to catch me. They gasping, they cannot compare, they can't match me. I'm at half speed. I got your girl and she laughing and dancing, hanging on my butt. She asking to crash with me, smash with me. She savage, she wants cash money and she knows that I live lavishly. I wanna live. I'm cold inside. Give all I have just to feel alive. A fight to live.
A fight to strive.
One day I'll have what I want. I want the whole world in the palm of my hand. I got a plan, I'm the man. Now I'm teaching the game, a veteran, better than anybody else who tests me. I'm ready, looking in my hand and it's steady.
And they had the sheeps from the agents.
I'm spreading and getting my name.
I get these sheeps.
Yeah, they hearing me laugh. All the crowds repping the sound. I'm hitting the ground, running up and coming. Ain't nothing, yeah. Rookie of the year, I'ma keep it one.
Match found.
No budget from nothing to something. I ain't bluffing. I got a full hand and a full plan. I ain't
Which means 3 minutes ago start, every gene is a girl. Yeah, are you caught up? Really?
Yeah, are you smurfing?
Nope. I don't even know how, bro. How are you getting lucky?
You sure?
I mean, I'm not a smart. I mean, I'm not bad either, but like, I've been getting like good teammates lately.
They dodge right?
Match found.
Shit my way, so you can go kick rocks. I'ma stack bricks up, build what I want to make. Cause I don't give a fuck what you say. Yeah, I'ma do shit my way, so you can go kick rocks. I'ma stack bricks up, build what I want to make. Yeah, I'ma do it my way.
I've already sorted everything.
I can't contain it, I'm coming out with a statement. It really changed, man, all your music and arrangement. You don't know shit, shut your mouth, you can save it. I'm the same dude that got his come up from the basement. 100 songs, 100 weeks, didn't change it. Experiments, development, intelligence, and patience. I'll do it all again, cause I never
Child toxin. Steph, bro.
College graduate suppressing all his talents, yeah. He found a way to go and change, become an advocate for taking control of your life. Go out and battle, and you think you have a dream, then act on it. Get after it, get out your head and fucking capture it. You got one life to master it. Don't give up on your future. We all start losers. We're all late bloomers. Gotta start them through the sewer. What you say? Yeah, I'ma do shit my way, so you can go kick rocks. I'ma stack bricks up, build what I want to make. Cause I don't give a fuck what you say. Yeah, I'ma do shit my way, so you can go kick rocks. I'ma stack bricks up, build what I want to make. Yeah, I'ma do it my way.
What's this song?
Yeah, I'ma do it my way.
Yeah.
My hands steady, I feel ready, but my legs heavy, I don't get it. How come I haven't hit it already? Still working, I'm still learning, I'm still searching, finally earning something, finally turning something called a profit. If I hear you talking shit, don't get caught in it. I'll be popping off and hit your ass, dropping all your shit. Yeah, I promise this, I got promises, you ain't stopping this. Cross my shit, you'll be knocked unconscious, bitch. That's the
Liz, I found a new album you just have to hear. Maybe you could come over after the mission? But only if we survive.
Hey, yo.
Placing sentry. Alarm bot out.
Really? I thought it was only when they confirmed them a couple, bro.
Recalling my bot.
Enemy spotted C. For you.
Might be fake.
Enemy spotted C.
Man.
Spike down, C.
Enemy C.
Enemy spotted C.
One enemy remaining.
Spike spotted C.
Where are we going this time? Remember what worked in the past. Placing sentry. Placing swarm grenade.
Ignite this place, Raze.
Placing swarm grenade. Alarm bot out.
Ciao.
Spike down, mid.
Bot coming back. Recalling my bot.
One enemy remaining. Flawless.
Swarm grenade out.
The first round of try is on me. For you.
Together, we will bury them under their transgressions. Turret out. Placing alarm bot. Placing swarm grenade.
Enemies, attacker spawn.
So my turret's destroyed. Swarm grenade out. Oh!
Wave crashing.
I'm the source.
Spike planted.
He's picking up Gecko. I mean,
Last player standing.
What will it be this time? Have any patterns emerged yet?
It's sort of like it there.
Turret out. Placing alarm bot.
Target mid. Multiple enemies A.
Placing swarm grenade. Barrier created. Found them. Alarm bot. Swarm grenade out. Placing swarm grenade.
Spike planted.
Enemy removed.
One enemy remaining.
Blocking fire.
Thank you.
Okay, now we sigh with relief.
You're the best, Sage.
Wonderful. Thank you. Prepare
well
yourselves.
done.
We fight once again. Can I get this?
No.
Thanks. Placing sentry. Placing swarm grenade.
Hey, watch out for chamber mid. Okay. My way, Gecko.
Dizzy has targets. Enemy C.
Who's next?
Oh yeah! Monster on the loose!
Multiple enemies C. Enemy spike spotted C. Peace. Goodbye, me.
One enemy remaining.
Where is chamber?
Don't worry, friends. It hurts.
There is chamber.
Spike here.
Nah, this is light work. We're chilling.
He's about his Gecko to point, so he's better.
Placing swarm grenade.
Here.
Placing sentry. Alarm bot out.
Here.
Placing swarm grenade.
Are they still trying?
Hello.
Swarm grenade out.
Don't think we should rotate off yet.
Got one. All right. Return to dust. My ultimate is ready.
Enemy C.
Chambers is A long.
Here.
Alright.
Seconds left.
Fucking
One
kidding me,
enemy
bro?
remaining.
He's there.
Do not fight us.
Awesome sauce.
That was good, but we are not done.
That was so fucking dumb.
Turret out. Placing swarm grenade. Alarm bot out.
Damn.
Defenders win.
Surrender.
All right.
Okay.
Much love, team.
Good for me. Purchase abilities and do damage.
Match found.
I'm just with my 9 to 5, I'm rocking. They watching, cause it's shocking. Dropping all these top 10 songs, so stopping. It's time to live my life, it's time to live, not die. Wish I could slow down time and just enjoy the climb. And I'm the one to get it, bro. I swear to God I get it, bro. So don't just let me get it. Yeah, let's go. I'm gonna get it, yeah, I'm the one to get it, bro. I swear to God I'll get it, bro. Hey, I ain't never giving up. Said I never give up. I got this, man, I got it. I will not quit, I'm on it. Never rock it.
We're doing a peek and here's how we're gonna go.
Spitting logic, make them nauseous, honest. Can I stop this? Never cautious, drop it. I'm the hardest. Knock, knock, bitch, watch it. I'm the fucking king of rock, bitch. Profit, spitting hot shit. Off topic, chronic. I think I'm motherfucking lost it. Back, matter of fact, making racks where it's at. Have my back to the mat, not an act, that's a fact. We attack in a back, don't react, no react. Think I'm black off his back, while I'm rap, not
I know
snap.
this.
Throw it down, give a crap. We're advanced, I'm the man. Got a plan better than most brands. Goddamn, I'm a rob till I die.
Choose your agent.
I don't try, I defy. Get the time, and I'm right, yeah.
Let's do this.
Yeah, I've been in and out the studio like a student though, working on a movement, yeah, I'll do it cause I'm in the zone. And you know that I'm ready for the shows. How it goes, I don't know, but I'm waiting till I'm chose. Run, roll, here I go. All these people wanna know what you think of them lately. Do you really love me or do you really hate me? On a scale of 1 to 10, what would you grade me? All this social media has got me going crazy lately. Everything's inflated, mainly everyone's invaded. Privacy is naked, man, I really hate it. God, I really hate it. I just wanna make it through all this fake shit. Living in the real life, living for some real times. Talk about the real climb, passionate in real rhymes. Steal time back from my 9 to 5, taking back my fucking life. I just wanna feel alive.
There's something about you, KO. Don't know what it is yet, but I like it.
Yeah, let's go. Yeah, I'm the one to get it, bro. I swear to God I'll get it, bro. Hey, I ain't never giving up. Said I never give up. Fake it till I make it. Look, fucking take it back from these haters playing tracks for the.
Suppressing.
Smoke's down.
Spike planted.
Enemy spotted mid.
Toxin screen down.
Enemy spotted A.
Dead fool.
Oh my god, what the fuck crosshair is that, bro? Nice.
You want revenge, Viper? Now's your chance.
Hey.
Shutting them down.
Decoy. Enemy spotted B. Gotcha. Enemy down.
Last player standing.
They roll it.
Spike planted.
Kill confirmed. Suppressing.
There's two coming beside you.
One suppressed.
Are you wearing a hood?
That Reyna won't touch a soul. I'll make sure of it.
Try not to die.
Shutting them down. One suppressed.
Hey.
Weapon here.
Fragment.
Here.
Cutting through.
Flashbang.
Down you go.
No charges.
Down and out. My ult's ready.
Here.
Mag deployed.
Spike down A.
Spotted A.
Out of 50.
30 seconds left.
Kale, be careful. She might be coming behind you.
Right here.
10 seconds left. One enemy remaining.
Bagged and tagged.
Reloading.
Time to kneel.
Mag deployed.
Darn it. B.
Open up the sky. Enemy spotted B.
Spike planted.
Shutting them down. One suppressed.
Last player standing.
Look at me. I know that I am by your side.
I need a drop.
Suppressing.
Oh, they're on B.
Spike planted.
Launching smoke.
Enemy down.
That's how.
One enemy remaining.
Time to jump. Molly.
My ult's ready. They're ready to spoil the party. Yeah.
Move in after I strike. That's when
Anyone need anything?
Need a drop. Need a drop. Kill all your opponents.
On B.
Knife deployed.
I'll handle this. Here. Enemy
There's
spotted
two
mid.
right there.
Oh, my bad. He's 10 HP. Hit the hybrid. He's 10 HP.
Stop screaming.
Hybrid's 10 HP, bro. Good.
Spike planted.
Smoke's down.
No one walks away.
One enemy remaining.
Requesting manual reset. Emergency reset.
Last player standing.
Let's go.
Hold on to your hats. Not the boom you hoped for.
My smokes can block the enemy's line of sight. Once they're blind, we move.
Need a drop.
Yo, if I want your skin.
I need a drop.
Need a drop.
Give me bring.
I need a drop.
Take it.
Thanks.
Knife deployed. 2 suppressed.
Enemy spawn is mid. Right here.
You should run.
Taken down.
Hostile KIA.
Spike down A.
Hold on a second.
One enemy remaining.
Miles ready.
Spike is here. You were a boulder. I am a mountain. Stand tall. We are Valorant. We are fighters.
I need a drop. Thanks. Here.
Charlie Mike, let's move.
Here.
The hunt begins.
Launching smoke.
There!
Grenade.
Open up the sky.
Dude.
Still got it.
Spike planted.
You're done.
Last player standing.
One's hell. Harbor's hell.
I hear them scream.
I need a drop. Gun here. I need a drop. We go!
Shutting them down.
Decoy.
Spike planted.
Enemy removed. My ultimate is here. Enemy spotted B.
Bro, what?
Last player standing.
I'll survive a dent or two. Can't say the same for you fragile
Kid
humans.
nothing with this guy's throwing the match.
I need a drop. Thanks. Gun here. Breathe deep.
Knife deployed.
Leave us.
Ult's ready.
Spike down mid.
Flashbang.
See ya.
They all here.
Molly.
I hit Harbor pretty, like, at least 100.
One enemy remaining.
Right here. We got 5. That's bingo.
Reloading. Catch your breath. Not that I need to, of course. Flag deployed. One suppressed.
Out of here. My ult.
Beacon here.
Out of
Weapon
charges.
here.
Raise your right side, Sage. Raise your right side. Careful.
Smoke's down. Down
Spike
you go.
planted. One enemy remaining.
Raise up. Probably half. But she's 3.
Hit raise 9.
Last player standing.
Fire in the hole!
To your left.
Clutch. Last round before the switch.
We cannot keep our goods
Play with
out.
shotgun, even me, bro.
Spend all.
No.
Shutting them down.
It's not on 2. My ult's ready. I'll handle this. Here, menu
Fully
every
smoked.
day.
I suggest you move.
No one walks away. Requesting manual reset.
She's
I
behind
need
the
a
wall
reset.
here.
There.
One enemy remaining. Spike down A. Last player standing.
Last round, we use ult.
30 seconds left.
Oh. Oh. You fuck.
Guardian's probably one of the worst guns to have for it.
Maybe you could have ulted.
Switching sides.
Remember to talk to each other out there.
If we communicate, we win.
You want more?
Spike is here.
Reloading.
I want to
Time to jump.
Launching smoke.
Suppressing. 2 suppressed. No charges. Flash.
Anyone else?
Target 86.
Reloading.
Spike planted.
One enemy remaining.
Next time, mind the heavy machinery.
Stay in range of my stim beacon. We'll mow them down.
No. Yeah. No. No.
Together.
Shutting them down.
Holy smokes.
1 suppressed.
Now we're cooking.
Spike's down.
Spike down mid.
Flash. Flashbang.
Reloading.
Throwing charge.
When's the market?
Time to jump.
Last player standing. Thirty seconds left. Ten seconds left.
Time to stock back up. Hello.
Don't worry. I'll keep them quiet. Suppressing.
Launching smoke.
1 suppressed.
Just beat him down.
Flash.
Reloading. Cutting through.
Enemy spotted mid. Healing you. Enemy defender spawn. Headshot.
Suppressing.
Enemy defender spawn.
Spike down B.
Enemy spotted B.
Goner.
30 seconds left. One enemy remaining.
Obviously, in your left side, in this little hole, as always.
Ten seconds left. Last player standing.
What a way to die.
Let them try to get through me. Anyone need anything?
Need a drop. Thank you. No one walks away. Knife deployed. Flashbang.
Smoke's down. Stim beacon down.
Enemy down. Reloading.
Reloading.
Weapon here.
Enemy spotted.
Barrier created.
Smoke's down.
Healing you.
You have the spike, Sage. You have the spike.
Yeah, I know.
Tree. Arena.
One enemy remaining.
Stop. Bad. Rooftop. Yeah, there.
Man, box it. This.
Zucko better watch their backs.
Need equipment. Launching smoke. Stim beacon here.
The hunt begins.
Grenade out.
Enemy spotted.
Reloading.
You want a piece of
Spike
this?
down A. One enemy remaining.
Spike retrieved. Spike planted.
Reloading.
Reloading.
The dimensional fabric here is thin. I'll tear through.
I've got cash. Anyone need something?
Knife deployed.
Reloading.
One suppressed.
You should run.
You spike. You spike.
Stim beacon down.
Spike dropped.
Here.
Yeah, like right here.
Launching smoke.
Kill them.
Molly. Enemy spotted mid.
Oh. I just went through it.
Reloading.
Grenade.
Launching smoke.
Shutting them down. One suppressed. Come get it. My ult's
One
ready.
enemy remaining.
Cover was tree. You can play.
Spike planted.
Flawless.
They have seen our power.
Together, we will bury them under their transgressions.
You want spike?
bring it there.
Suppress it. No. Too suppressed.
Smoke's down.
Bad guy down. Requesting manual reset.
Reyna, she's in the middle.
Smoke's down.
I need a reset.
She's in the middle of the...
Core systems restored.
I suggest you move.
Flash.
Rotating. One down.
Flashbang.
I'll push. Wait. Stay back for a sec. You can go.
Suppress it.
They're both here. They're both here. You can play now. You can rush B. Rush B. Rush B. They're both here. Blah, blah, blah.
Can you plant? You have spike now.
One enemy remaining.
No one walk away.
They should give up now. Save us the effort.
Launching smoke.
Net deployed. Too suppressed.
Reloading.
Throwing charge.
Molly. Reloading.
Barrier created.
Last player standing.
There.
Spike down A.
I got the spike. I'll handle this.
I got you.
I'm back. Cutting through.
Thirty
They're going
seconds left.
mid, so you can just keep pushing.
Hey,
Nice try.
I'll shut them down. Until then, survive.
Said nice try. I think he killed all of us. No, I was killed by a raise. I was killed by a raise.
Yeah, but
Oh!
they're having
Was
a
it a harbor?
let's choke them.
I thought it was harbor. That's not bad.
Smoke's down.
Suppress it. Three suppressed.
Spike
I got
down
the spike.
A.
Time to jump.
Enemy spotted A.
Rotating. Rotating.
I clicked the wrong key.
Smoke's down.
Throwing charge.
Oh. Nice shot.
fuck, bro. Hardware's market.
Yes,
Close the door, close the door, close the door.
she's kind of far, so give her a minute. Door's broken. Door's broken.
Last player standing.
Cutting through.
Oh, that's nice try.
Look them in the eyes when you kill them.
Come on, bro.
Here.
Here.
Here. Here. Here.
Shutting them down.
Should I wall off here?
One suppressed. No charges.
That's my bad. That's like actually my fault. I was trying to throw it through a window.
Reloading.
There's a flank, by the way.
Rain of flank.
Enemy spotted B.
Last player standing.
Weapon here.
Flawless.
Ah! I didn't have enough time to wall off. That's my bad. I felt that.
My priority is their suffering.
Come on, bro.
Need a drop.
Isolate and exterminate.
Behind you, easy. Do you want spike?
We need to push together.
Launching smoke.
You need heal?
Stim beacon here.
Your mic is muted, that's why I can't.
Fragment. Knife deployed.
Breaking door.
Two suppressed. Flash.
They tried breaking wall. Already did.
Flashbang.
39.
Idiots. My ult's ready.
Nice try, try it.
Match point.
Make them beg.
Because nothing I request money, I request gun, nobody buy for me.
I was trying to read it.
Bring smoke, market in back wall B.
Shutting them down. One suppressed.
Launching smoke. Stim beacon down.
Flashbang.
The night begins. Behind us, by the way. Oh, we're rushing.
Last player
standing.
Spike down B.
You can use your moves while you're in your ult, by the way.
I'm back.
Ah, nice try. That was not your fault.
Defenders win.
You should run.
That was a nice try.
Fucking Yoda and Sage will throw in the entire match. The first round. The first half. Nothing you can do about it. Oh my god.
Running diagnostics.
4 more? 3 more? Jesus Christ, bro.
their captains. It's happening.
12 minutes more.
Facing the madness, I'm out gaining traction. Avoid the distractions. I'm snapping, no captions, attracting reactions, adapting, attacking, commanding the masses. I'm practicing habits. I don't fucking ask bitch. I just fucking grab it. I am never static, massively active, expanding, backslid, planning to have it. So I will go capture it, and I'ma stay after it. I'm gonna fucking master it. Put them on blast, kid. They will never last, kid. Don't be so dramatic. Not my demographic. This shit is democratic. They won't affect, yeah, bitch. Girl, you got me shook from the way your body looks. Got me riding hooks, got me feeling like a rook. I don't do it by the book, but for you I'll take a look. Don't know what your mama took, sweet and spicy like a cook, yeah. I'll keep it real, let's make a deal. Buy you a meal if you just let me feel. Get out your heels, grab on the wheel. Back to my place at the top of the hill. Don't ever press, I know what's next. She need a fresh, I'll be back in a sec. Look at the mess, back to the room, let me show you my bed. Yeah, your body feels like taking on a drug.
Battle Pass finish in 8 days. This week the other coming up is the new act.
Touching on your body feels like taking on a drug. You got me feeling good, yeah, you got me feeling numb. Everything you do, I can't seem to get enough. You got me feeling good, yeah, you got me feeling numb. I could look at you all day, watch the way them hips sway.
Need more, Jesus Christ. 235,000 XP for a complete there. This is so stupid.
Hey girl, what's your name? Lit me up just like a flame. Body emotion, I feel the commotion beyond you like lotion. I'm honest and broken, I flow like the ocean. I feel you were chosen to fix me, I'm broken. My heart that you stolen. Hey, stay with me, play with me, lay with me. Hate to see when you leave, chemistry feels like it's destiny. I just want you laying next to me, and I really don't want you to touch me. On your body feels like taking on a drug. You got me feeling good, yeah, you got me feeling numb. Everything you do, I can't seem to get enough. You got me feeling good, yeah, you got me feeling numb. Touching on your body feels like taking on a drug. You got me feeling good, yeah, you got me feeling numb. Everything you do, I can't seem to get enough. You got me feeling good, yeah, you got me feeling numb.
Match found.
Match found, y'all.
Yeah, she's got some nice long hair, and you know that she's a bad chick. All the boys stare, can't help it, it's a habit. Clothes that she wears, short skirt and a jacket. I just wanna get her all alone on a mattress. I just wanna have it, I just gotta have it.
Girl.
Say her body is fantastic, all natural, not a piece of fur is plastic. Head to her toes, yeah, they say that she's a latch. Yeah, the whispers all around say she has a reputation. Don't believe it till I see it, so I want a demonstration. And I've always learned it better with a hands-on education. So I need a private session if you get what I am saying. And they say that she's not easy, no, she's really complicated. But that only makes it better, and it's got me so fixated. And I'm not the type to wait around, I've never hesitated. But she's got me captivated, so the game, I'm gonna play it, yeah. Got a body like a coke thing. She likes to keep the party going. These rumors got me feeling lonely. I want that body, baby, show me. She's got a body like a coke thing. She likes to keep the party going. These rumors got me feeling lonely.
Select your agent.
Body, baby, show me.
Let me get someone with flashes.
They think I'm an old dog? I'll show them just how many tricks I know.
I heard you look good in a sundress. I heard you look
I don't like a Viper. And Smoke, I think he's ass.
I heard you're hated by your girlfriends, 'cause all the guys want you tonight. Yeah, they say she's too hot, they say she's too cold. Where she came from, nobody really knows. They say she looks young, but say she acts old.
Brimstone, after we win, I'll buy you a drink if you share a memory with us.
I need a drop.
She's got the devil's eyes and they'll cut you like a weapon. She's stuck in my mind like a bad obsession. Got bad intentions.
Smoke's down.
Revealing area. Reloading.
Left side, left side.
Portal closed. Enemy spotted B. Reloading.
Spikes down.
He's right in the bottom. Yo, back in the
One enemy remaining.
You died last. Good job.
Good. Again.
Gun here.
No, I'm good. I'm
I have the spike.
Down and out.
Enemy spotted A.
Fully smoked.
Reloading.
Reloading.
Oh, flag planted.
Here.
Oh, your flank, QJ.
They're gonna defuse. That's my bad on the point.
That Killjoy's tech is everywhere. We're not at a science fair. Get rid of that shit.
I love the vowel lines.
Reloading.
I called it.
Find the leverage and wedge it open.
No, it's good. It's good.
Enemy spotted B. Scanning ahead.
Fully smoked.
Watch out left, bro. Yeah. Oh, behind us, behind us.
Spike down B. Last player standing. Flawless.
My smokes can block the enemy's line of sight. Once they're blind, we move.
Okay, probably Yoda gonna use bring his smokes to cover his teleport, which is smart.
Jump them. Here.
Pepper.
Got the spike.
Reloading.
Revealing area.
My ult's ready.
Reloading. Placing sentry.
Leave us.
Turn down.
Reloading.
You can rotate off. I'll make noise here.
Spike carrier is dead.
Last player standing. Spike down mid.
Finished.
30 seconds
I
left.
got the spike. Turn out. Oh!
Should throw his.
Circle better watch their backs. Here. I need a drop.
Hey, do we want to push B long? Alright, let me go.
Fully smoked. Gotcha.
Enemy spotted A. Enemy spotted A.
Our carrier's down.
Spike down A.
Open up the sky. Deep fried.
Last player
Got the
standing.
spike.
30 seconds left. One enemy remaining. Clutch.
Who's the old dog now?
I'm impressed, Brimstone. Looks like the fire is still lit.
Alright, let's push B long.
Sova.
Peaks now.
I was just saying, let's push this.
Sova.
Alright. Sova.
Smoke's down.
Reloading. I've got your trail. Reloading.
Launching smoke. Molly.
Last player standing.
You can trust my bots. They only malfunctioned
Here.
that one time, and honestly, she won't miss that finger.
Here.
I'm guessing his Wi-Fi went out. I'm in a party with him.
They comp games with Wi-Fi, bro.
Wait, I hear him.
What? My fault.
I'll take everything from them.
Spike
Got the
drop.
spike.
New spike, new spike.
I
Got the spike.
Fully smoked.
Enemy
My
spotted.
ult's ready.
Vincent.
Molly.
Don't get in my way.
Spike planted.
Fuck! Good job, back wall. Good job, back
You
wall.
should run.
Lights out.
One enemy remaining.
My way.
Cutting through.
Enemy spotted. Decoy.
Where you belong. In the dirt.
Don't stop fighting. You must keep going, even if you're the only one.
New spike, Yoda. Let's go. Yoda, come here. I'm gonna make a line on A, and you throw your teleport to the line, so they're not gonna see it. I'm gonna make a line like
Right
this.
here.
With my smoke.
Scanning ahead.
Fully smoked.
Reloading.
Time to jump.
Reloading.
Open up the sky.
Nowhere to run.
Over here.
Placing.
Spike planted. Out of here.
Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
Their tech is only as good as
My
their
bad.
skill. And there, we have some beat.
Need equipment. One brimstone is enough.
It's the same play on A, on B.
Fully smoked.
Time to jump.
Placing sentry.
Molly.
Cover me.
Enemy spotted me.
Spike planted.
Defeated.
One enemy
Eddie,
remaining.
soldier. My ult's ready.
So easy. Just have a open on heaven.
Just don't peek.
No more to oppose us.
My bad.
Oh, you're good.
Make them beg.
Okay, let's Killjoy, let's go A. Let's play with your ult.
Here.
Okay.
Come into the unknown.
Fully smoked.
Killjoy, place your ult right here.
Right here.
Reloading.
Cutting through.
Initiated.
It's over here. I got a turret. Come push with us.
You should run.
Who's next?
Open up the sky. Prepare for hellfire.
Spikes down. Placing swarm grenade. Reloading. Swarm grenade out.
Spike's
Placing
right here.
swarm grenade. Swarm grenade out. Got one.
Last player standing.
That's right.
Watch them run when lit by my sonar. That's when we strike.
Okay. Give me the spike. Killjoy, once I plant, you put your traps on it.
Here.
Deep breath.
I'm gonna plant for long, so you just throw your grenades. You don't need to get come closer.
Okay.
I'll handle this. Here. Maybe here.
Turret out.
Reloading.
Fully smoked.
Your flank.
Spike down B.
I have the spike.
Fake teleport. Brimstone's dead.
Spike planted.
Sky's
Enemy
flanking.
spotted.
Here. Here.
One enemy remaining.
Right here.
Cutting through.
Revealing area. There they are.
Last player standing.
Fake
You're good.
Clutch. Last round in the half.
Can't take anything with us after this. Go for broke.
I need a drop.
I need a drop.
Overtake them.
Spike.
I
Got
dropped
the spike.
Placing sentry.
Fully smoked.
I've got your trail.
Spike down B.
ultimate is ready. Don't get in my way!
Last player standing. One enemy remaining. Clutch.
Let's go, KJ. Good shit.
I had to focus for a second. My ultimate is ready.
Switching sides.
Remember, your weapon is only a tool. You can't just shoot. You have to think.
Probably gonna do the semi. Probably they're gonna keep doing the same play with smokes in the Yoda, so just be careful.
You know what to do.
Scanning ahead.
They smoked
Found
me.
them.
Launching smoke. See ya.
Enemy down.
One enemy remaining. Spike down B. Flawless.
Let's go.
Flawless. What did they expect?
If any of you die, I lose a bet with Brimstone, so don't embarrass me like that, please.
Okay.
Placing sentry.
Let's go.
Hey.
Smoke's down. Molly.
Reload. Decoy.
Smoke's down.
Fake teleport.
Shock dark.
Tagged 60. Your.
Put down. There they are.
Launching smoke.
Dead.
30 seconds left.
KJ hit for 90, Sky hit for 30.
Last player standing.
Fuck, bro. My bad.
Spike planted.
Neutralized.
Sky's your left side. You have an arrow.
Scanning ahead. There they are.
One enemy
Taken
remaining.
out.
That's right, that's right.
Pick something nice to kill them with. It's the least we can do.
Turret out.
Together.
It's better to push. Can push a trap here.
Right here.
Time
to jump.
Launching smoke.
Yours walk.
Many enemies, B. No
Smoke's down.
Enemy spotted, B.
Spike planted.
On back wall, yours there.
One enemy remaining.
He's here. He's hall. Let's go for the big camera.
Thanks.
Have a Fento on your left side, Yoru.
No, you don't
Fento,
deserve
no.
my mention.
So for my back.
Remember, nobody's a hero when they're crying for air.
Bye. Yoru, bye.
I've got your trail.
Multiple enemies, B. Enemy spotted, B. Placing sentry.
Smoke's down.
Are they still there, Sova?
I didn't see any, but I'm not sure.
8.
Launching smoke. Molly.
Coming on.
30 seconds left.
Toasted. My ult's ready.
What a bozo.
Out.
Open up the sky.
10 seconds left. One enemy remaining.
Don't stress if I die. It was great knowing you all. Also, delete my hard drive.
Somebody want the op?
You not want it?
No, I'm awful op.
I'm not the best with it, but I think you're right. You want to buy?
Need equipment. Thanks.
Thank you.
I hear either mid or A.
Launching smoke. Molly.
Who's next?
You should run.
Out of charges. Smoke's down.
Spike planted.
When I die, Brian 137.
Swarm grenade out.
Cutting through.
Watch your back, bring.
Prepare for hellfire!
Shock dart.
One enemy remaining.
Defuse.
Imagine if I
Go
died
in.
right now.
Don't let me die, don't let me die.
So funny.
Let's go.
Oh, no, you don't deserve my inventions.
Who to smother first?
Turret out. Kill them.
Time to jump.
You're right.
Big teleport.
Turret down.
Smoke's down.
Right here.
Initiated.
Molly.
They're rotating, they're rotating.
My ult is ready.
Area's clear.
They're rotating. B.
Launching smoke.
Enemy spotted. B.
Launching smoke.
Right here. I am the hunter!
30 seconds left.
Right here.
Enemy in defender spawn.
Last player standing.
Who trained you?
Come on.
Stay in range of my stim beacon, and we'll mow them down. Need equipment.
Can you buy me QJ?
Thanks. Safety's off.
Okay.
I'll handle this. Here.
Smoke's down. Molly. Launching smoke.
Placing sentry.
I might rotate B.
Turret out.
30 seconds left.
Smoke's down. Out of charge.
Spike down B.
Just play time. Nice.
10 seconds left.
You have your arrow?
Revealing area.
Don't peek. Playtime. Don't peek. Let's go.
Drink some water, reload your mags, and let's get back out there.
Reloading.
Turret out. Let's choke them.
I've got your trail.
Mid.
There they are.
Molly!
Right here.
I think they're on B site.
Gunner.
Spike planted.
Launching smoke.
From 90, Sova, long.
Captain killed.
One enemy remaining.
Enemy spotted.
Just defuse. Good shit.
Sorry to spoil the party.
Who am I kidding? My knees are gonna kill after this.
Placing sentry. Don't overthink it. That's my job.
That's my job.
Time to
Hey.
jump. Smoke's down. Molly, prepare for hellfire. Fake teleport.
Turrets destroyed.
You should run.
Enemy spotted.
Spike planted. Last player standing.
My ult is ready.
Yeah, you win. Nice win.
Where are we going this time? Remember what worked in the past.
Need a drop. Thanks.
Launching smoke.
Reloading.
It might rotate.
Enemy spotted. A.
No more. Placing sentry.
Who's next?
Smoke's down.
Don't get in my way.
Right there, flank. Yoru.
Thirty seconds left.
Heaven.
You're done.
One enemy remaining.
Cutting through.
Left side. Watch your
10
corners,
seconds
bro.
left.
There's Revealing area.
Good job.
Let's go.
Match point.
You're good, you're good.
Once we win, just dump all your tech in my lab. I'll fix it when I get this.
That's owned by me.
Came back from him. Yeah.
Here.
Turret out. Ready. Enemy spotted B.
Guy.
I am the hunter. I'll handle this.
Open up the sky!
Reloading.
Placing swarm grenade.
Take flight.
Swarm grenade out.
Enemy tagged.
Gun here.
Spike down B.
Placing sentry.
Enemy down.
Reloading.
Reloading.
Molly!
Revealing
Launching
area.
smoke!
Reloading.
Reloading.
One enemy
Perfect
remaining.
accuracy. Gun here.
30 seconds left. Ten seconds left. Defenders win.
GG's.
Feeling proud.
Michael Lance, bro, sick. What? 91. Okay. Bro, where's my recon? 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 Oh yeah.